The Thrissur Thaikatmus family holds a pivotal place in the history and practice of Ayurveda, the Indian traditional medicine. With the lineage that could be traced back to centuries, they are a true to excellence in Ayurvedic medicine, clinical care, education and research. The roots of SNA trace back even further to generations of distinguished Vaidyas who served as royal physicians to the Zamarin of Kozhikode and the King of Cochin while remaining accessible to the common people. Alongside their healing practice, these scholars propagated Ayurveda through the Gurukula tradition, preserving an unbroken lineage of wisdom enriched by their own experience. Over the decades, SNA has treated distinguished personalities, including former Prime Minister Gulzarilal Nanda, Ramana Maharshi, Medha Patkar, and former President of Botswana, Festus Mogae. Today, the legacy continues under the leadership of Ashtavaidyan PTN Vasudevan Moose, Chairman and Managing Director, preserving the tradition while embracing modern advancements. SNA functions through 4 core units: pre-processing, processing, sales and marketing, which form the foundation of its operations. Complementing these are the nursing home, the Unni Moose Foundation and the publication division, together representing key branches of the SNA corporate tree. Our manufacturing blends ancient Ayurvedic wisdom with modern technology, producing over 400 classical formulations, 50 proprietary preparations, and 25 patented products, including kashayas, arishtas, tailas, krudas, churnas, kashayam tablets, and Ayur cream. All medicines are produced under the supervision of Ashtavaidyas, adhering to traditional Ayurvedic principles while meeting modern scientific standards. In 2025, SNA became the first Ayurvedic manufacturer in Kerala to receive the prestigious Z Silver certification from the MSME. The company was also honoured with the Kerala government's Industrial Safety Award in 2024. As part of its diversification, SNA has introduced Mranal, its personal care division, offering a wide range of Ayurveda-based personal care and beauty products. This brand reflects SNA's vision of bringing the essence of Ayurveda into everyday wellness and lifestyle. Our pre-processing unit at Arimbur handles raw material collection, quality testing, powdering and grinding, which are then processed under hygienic conditions. From asavas and arishtas to modern innovations like Ayur cream, SNA continually develops new generation products while maintaining the highest standards of purity, safety and efficacy. SNA reaches customers through 10 branches across Kerala and over 5,000 outlets in India. Our export division serves markets in England, France, Germany, Poland, Italy, Hungary, Slovakia, Mauritius, Malaysia, Russia and other countries with packaging tailored to meet international standards. The SNA Ayurveda Nursing Home, NABH accredited, provides holistic care with specialized departments for general medicine, ophthalmology and ENT, infertility and gynecology, pediatrics, mental health and thyroid and lifestyle diseases. All treatments are supervised by experienced panel of doctors led by the Chief Physician Ashtavaidyan PTN Vasudevan Moose, following authentic Kerala Ayurvedic therapies. The Unni Moose Foundation trains Ayurvedic doctors and therapists in India and abroad through collaborations with reputed international institutions. SNA partners with Ayurvedic Point, Milan, Italy, and also collaborates with Veda Education, Russia, and the European Academy of Ayurveda, Germany, to promote authentic Ayurvedic education and practice worldwide. Guided by Ashtavaidyan A.N. Narayanan Nambi, the Foundation conducts national and international seminars, CME programs, and online courses, ensuring Ayurveda thrives academically across the globe. SNA's publication division has published Yoga Manjari, Parts 1 and 2, over 10 Unni Moose Dinam seminar books, and rare classical texts. Notable works include Vaidya Manorama enna Chikilsakramam, preserving Kerala Ayurveda heritage for generations. Our CEO, Mr. Sridhar Ramanathan, serves as the Director of the Ayush Export Promotion Council, Ayush Excel under the Government of India, reflecting SNA's steadfast commitment to advancing Ayurveda on a global platform. As part of our sustainability initiatives, SNA has developed a mini forest on its campus following the Miyawaki model, featuring a diverse range of Ayurvedic plants and herbs that reinforce our commitment to nature conservation. We also cultivate Ayurvedic raw materials organically, further strengthening our dedication to environmental stewardship. SNA organizes various seminars and academic programs throughout the year. Every year, December 1st is celebrated as Founders' Day, Unni Day, in honor of its visionary founder. SNA's centenary celebrations, a 3-day event titled Shadottaram, were inaugurated by Honorable Chief Minister Shri Pinarayi Vijayan, with Honorable Minister for Revenue and Housing Shri K. Rajan presiding over the function. The sessions in the following 2 days were inaugurated by Dr. Rajesh Kotecha, Secretary, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, and Dr. R. Bindu, Minister for Higher Education and Social Justice, Government of Kerala. The event featured a series of academic seminars attended by eminent doctors and distinguished Ayurvedic scholars from across the country, along with vibrant cultural programs that added color to the celebrations. Keeping pace with the digital era, SNA products are now available through e-commerce platforms. To promote Ayurveda among the younger generation, SNA produces Ayurvedic awareness videos and informative content, which are shared across Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and YouTube. From a legacy of over a century to a vision for the future, SNA Aushadashala continues to lead in Ayurvedic medicine, education, and healthcare. With a commitment to sustainability, research, and global outreach, SNA remains dedicated to promoting Ayurveda, nurturing well-being, and preserving the timeless wisdom of our heritage for generations to come.
Program is going to start. I request everyone come to auditorium and confirm your seats. The program is going to start.
Hi, good morning everyone. A very warm and heartfelt welcome to each one of you on this special day of pride, remembrance and inspiration, Founders' Day, Unni Dinam, commemorating the 125th birth anniversary of our revered founder, Ashtavaidyan Trishur Taikat Unnimus, along with a national level Ayurvedic seminar. Marking the 105th year of establishment, this year's seminar is being held under the theme Ayurveda Industry 2.0 Innovations for a Changing World.
On this memorable day, we will be honoring the pioneers of the Ayurveda industry, eminent visionaries whose invaluable contributions have spread the growth and modernization of Ayurveda. These honors will be presented by our Chief Guest, Sri K. Rajan, Honorable Minister for Revenue and Housing, Government of Kerala.
Shri Jadhav Pratap Rao Ganpat Rao, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Ayush, Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, will inaugurate the Unni Dinam online. The Unni Dinam commemoration speech will be delivered by Dr. Antonio Morandi, CEO and Director of Ayurvedic Point, Italy, a distinguished scholar whose global vision and deep commitment to Ayurveda enriched this occasion.
To commence Session Aushadashala Unni Dinam 2025, on an auspicious note, we begin with the sacred light of lamp, a symbol of knowledge, purity, and new beginnings. We humbly invite our Managing Director, Ashtavidyan PTN Vasudevan Moose, together with Directors Miss Unni and Kumari Anjali PB to gracious light the lamp.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am. The inaugural session is scheduled at 12 p.m. So before that, let's begin with the first session of the national seminar. We now commence the national seminar with our first presentation. We have the theme presentation titled Ayurveda Industry 2.0, Innovations for a Changing World by Ashtavaidyan A.N. Narayanan Nambi, Director Academic Services, SNA Aushadashala Private Limited. Ashtavaidyan Dr. A.N. Narayanan Nambi, a distinguished scholar and clinician from the renowned Alathur Nambi Ashtavaidya lineage, is celebrated for his profound expertise, visionary leadership, and decades of service to Ayurveda. With over 25 years of experience, he has made transformative contributions to Ayurveda education, research, pharmaceutical development, and healthcare policy at both national and international levels. His scholarly impact include widely read series, research publications in in-text journals, book chapters, and edited volume published by Springer. We invite Ashtavaidyan A.N. Narayanan Nambi to kindly come forward for the presentation.
Respected dignitaries of the dais, doyens of Ayurveda from different part of India, different stakeholders, lovers of Ayurveda, researchers, teachers, clinicians, students who come to this program. It's a great pride, privilege, and honor for SNA to think very differently and start with an area or to sow some seeds of thought for the future of Ayurveda industry. I'm here to speak about the theme. Today we are going to discuss. That's about the innovation of changing world. We are very happy that Ayurveda industry, at least they crossed more than 150 years. And I can say there are institutions with centenarian club. There are, probably today we may have a centenarian club because there are many industries crossed 100, and we are very, very, very fortunate to host that program. And as we all know, Ayurveda industry, which is setting the context for the evolving area, And in that platform, if you look at the history of Ayurveda, the industrial revolution, I can say revolution, that happened in last nearly 150 to 200 years. Because, as we all know, Ayurveda has evolved from simple recipes from the kitchens, maybe now turned into a stringent laboratorical from the industries. And the formulas moved from a simple handwritten recipes to nowadays with a global standard. But if we retrospect the soul of the Ayurveda industry, it started from the Samhitas. Because whenever we look back to the classical textbooks like Charak Samhita, Sushruta Samhitas, you can see the formulation as told in a larger volume, at least not for a one person's conception at a time. So that itself shows that probably there is already have a thought to produce a little bit larger than an individual can consume, expected to be given to slightly other people too. And as we look back, largely the Ayurvedic manufacturing was linked to the different sampradayas or the traditions and closely associated with jnana, karma and dravya. A guru who has a wisdom, who has enough experience, with a set of disciples, manufacture what is really needed to the patient at a given time with what is available, the dravyas, what is available at that context. So actually, industry is a bridge between a Vaidya and a patient. But this bridge was very, very narrow, small, and there was a lot of challenges faced by the patient too. Even if we just think about almost 100 years before, most of the Vaidyas prescribing the kashayas in a particular ingredient form with a certain proportions. And patient has to travel to different shops, find the right raw material. He has to prepare himself. There may be some error can happen. And the skill and knowledge what they have was limited, and this also. At the same time, that also giving a great freedom for a Vaidya that he can customize those ingredients if that condition or the disease condition permits different combination. Hence, because of that itself, there was no much need of preservation. Rather, everything was ready to use at that time. But when industry comes, an important shift happened. So fundamentally, most of our industry started with classical formulations from the Samhitas to Paishidha Ratnavali, Sharangadhara Samhita, and Sahasra Yogam like things. Parallelly also, there was a lot of homemade preparations, or we can say like Graha Ushadis or simple formulations, which was even really out of the real textbook. But fundamentally, those things were happened with an aligning to and quality and efficacy because it's made in a short period of time, and also with a great safety. Those issues were not at all there. But when the industrialization happened, as I mentioned you, it's maybe one of the oldest manufacturing unit in India, happened in last of 1782, in between 1884, like that, as we can see some of the great legendary people here. And this rise of the industry was really a quantum jump in terms of Ayurvedic framework. And there are many things came, like a standardization, how the scalability and also the accessibility. It's a great advantage, especially for both people. One side for the Vaidya, he can get, just I can say in Thrissur, if I write a prescription, I can get at least 2,000 to 3,000 classical formulation within a period of span of half an hour or 1 hour, because there are so many industries that's producing things, which was really absent, which was really missing, if you imagine just 50 or 100 years before. So the other end, for the patient, many things has been really, because they don't need to search for the herbs. They may have lack of knowledge that has been overcome. They have minimum facility to cook and prepare is overcome. So in that perspective, industry has made it really beneficial for both the Vaidya as well as for the patient. So in nutshell, industrialization made Ayurveda reach to millions. And it also, another way, it also changed the perception of physician, patient, and medicine. And the next level, in the initial levels of industry were focused really on the classical textbooks and limited to the existing classical formulation, what has been there in the book, like Kashayam, Arishtam, Churnam, Leham, the typical forms. But over a period of time, we also moved from that, from Kashayam to Kashayam tablets, from soft gel capsules, liniments, sprays, creams, whatnot. Most of many different pharmaceutical forms because of the customer friendly and also more convenience and also for the stability and also for the global compliance. But same time, industry also been challenged, questioned by the medical fraternity too about the genuinity, authenticity, and the difficulties what could be the when you change the form. So on one side, there is a great things of changing happening. Another side, there is also a need of a balancing adaptability and the quality. When it comes to the academy, also, I can say that at least in Kerala, or even all over India, the Ayurveda education was happening like in a Guru Shishya Parambara. And one of the oldest Ayurvedic college happened in Kerala, nearly 150 years to enter Ayurvedic college. So what I can say that not only industry evolved in 150 years, also Ayurvedic academy in a structured form moved in this 150 years. As we all know, originally the Guru Shishya educations largely depend upon some houses, traditional families like Ashtavaidyas, and many institutions later come up like Kottakkal Ayurvedic Shalas, Padasala, and so on. But things have been changed because diverse ideas and uniformity of education and a larger group of audience, they were really seeking for learning Ayurveda, not only from India, also from different part of the world. So the complexity of learning, the ecosystem of Ayurvedic education also parallelly shifted, not from one-to-one, a guru and shishya, to a larger context. So we'll be discussing that also in today's platform. And when we look at the scale of the growth of the industry, at least more than 8,000 licensed institutions or manufacturing units we have currently in India. And very fortunately, it is having great growing demand, especially for Ayurvedic products, herbs, natural products too, even though there are many challenges in the background. In parallel, there is also many regulatory framework happened, like WHO made benchmark in good manufacturing practices, benchmark in training Ayurveda, benchmark in traditional medicines like clinical diagnosis like ICD-11, many things are also balanced. So probably we also face some challenges. One side due to the standardizations versus the diversity. And we also face The quality control and raw material sustainability is another future area to be discussed, how we can go further. And also very importantly, since industry grown in 150 years, also already academy is also grown in 150 years. Do we have a really contact with industry and academy? I can say they are there's enough gap to fill. Probably there's also another area we have to find in the future. So in nutshell, probably if we would like to travel further, we have to have collective. If we want to go far, then we have to be together. If we want to fast, people can be single. But if we want to go far, probably we have to have collective way. So probably this platform will create a great opportunity for making discussion, and we can travel together with many areas like partnership between academy and industry, partnership between industry and clinicians, and embracing the best tools like AI, databases, many new technologies that's coming. So before I conclude, I would like to say a comment that Ayurveda's future will not be written not only the laboratories, but also the integrity with which we uphold our wisdom. And lastly, we are going to hear great speakers, the doyens of Ayurveda. So let us remember that every step the industrial growth should take us closer to the essence of Ayurveda, not away from it. Thank you. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Dr. Narayanambi. Next, we move to the session on the topic Ayurveda clinical practice before and after industrialization by Dr. Ramesh R. Warrior, Managing Director, AVN Ayurveda Madurai. Dr. Ramesh R. Warrior, a distinguished Ayurveda clinician and healthcare leader beginning over 30 years of expertise in Ayurveda, integrated medicine, clinical research and product development, including pioneering innovation like Kashayam tablets, committed to blending classical Ayurvedic wisdom with modern scientific principles. His continues to play in a significant role in advancing integrated healthcare. We now invite Dr. Ramesh R. Warrior to deliver his presentation.
So, distinguished, honored physicians, doyens of the industry, dignitaries often on the dais. Of course, today people are not yet on the dais, so all of you are off the dais. A very good morning to all of you. At the outset, thank you very much for the very elaborate introduction. I'm indeed privileged and honored to be here today in the midst of all of you to share my thoughts on Dr. Nambi had specifically done a fantastic job of giving the great inauguration address, where he spoke about the entire gamut of what we are supposed to cover in the day today. And it sets a very good context for me to take off from that particular space. In fact, he had asked me to cover about what is happening to the clinical practice before and after industrialization. So that's the topic I'm going to be trying to address today. As we all know, industrialization is about, it's a very, very vague term for us to use, because let us even talk about moving from an individual clinic. Let's look at two clinics. One before what we call as this industrialization, a pre-industrialized Vaidya, where he's got a clinic and a pharmacy integrated in one place. That's how traditionally Ayurvedic practice was. The physician examines, formulates and prepares medicines personally. Still, this practice still is going on in very, very few places, but this is the sort of Ayurveda that we know of prior to industrialization. And today's modern OPD, it's a high volume practice with industrial products, electronic medical records and medicines from distant factories. So that's the stark difference between the clinical practice in its form and structure compared to what it was pre-industrialization and today, both represent authentic Ayurvedic practice, yet the worlds they inhibit are fundamentally different. So what is the key question? What did industrialization actually change in our clinical practice, thinking and patient relationships? I think that's the most important question we are trying to address today. So if you look at Vaidya as an ecosystem, so there were these 4 aspects of the whole thing. There was this observation which the patient made, the doctor made about the patient and his health condition, based on which he would formulate his own recipe. Then he had to prepare those recipes, most of it himself, or especially at least in some parts of the country. The patient also had a role in preparing the medicines, like doctor was speaking. Kashayams used to be, personally prescribed to patients, and they had to procure their own raw materials and prepare their own medicines. So the preparation part was there, but other than Kashayams, I think most of the other dosage forms would be given by the Vaidya himself. Even I'm not even sure whether this Kashaya Paddhati was there in places other than in Kerala. I have not heard of that happening in a place like Tamil Nadu where I come from, because even from the time I remember, I don't know about a situation where Kashayams were just prescribed to people, and they had to make it themselves. I don't know of that situation. Anyway, so the preparation part was there, and last is where the outcome comes into. And the relationship was a one-on-one relationship. The patient, the doctor was never making a claim about any efficacy. He was never talking about this product will be able to deliver this result, etc. There was an implicit faith between the patient and the doctor, and he would come to you looking at you as a god, and that's what the relationship was supposed to be. And the doctors, whatever the doctor recommended. There are very, very interesting stories also about how the doctor would come out with sometimes very, very, unimaginable sort of prescriptions, but still the patient would get better, because that was the extent of faith between the practitioner and the patient. So in the pre-industrialized world, this complete self-contained ecosystem, the Vaidya was the whole ecosystem in the healthcare delivery. Same individual who examines the patient also decides the formulation, selects the processes, selects and processes the dravya, supervises preparation, and observes the clinical response. And that loop would go on. So he would observe the result maybe after a week or 10 days when the patient would come for a review, maybe even on a daily basis, because it was primarily a family physician. The practice was inherently local, so that it was operating in a very small geographical area. The Vaidya knew the entire family intimately. Their dietary patterns, their occupational stresses, even the family situation, whatever is going on in his life, would also be known to the physician. And so the entire relationship, that the treating environment was completely under the control of the doctor, and every aspect of the patient was known to the doctor. This deep familiarity enabled a true individualized care. So I think that is what really epitomized the practice pre-industrialization. This structure created a remarkably tight feedback loop of observation, formulation, outcome, and learning. The clinical wisdom accumulated directly from the lived practices, refined through generations of continuous family care. So you know the person right from the time he's a child to all the developments that have gone through in his life, and that's how the practice was delivered. Clinical thinking before industrialization. How was the doctor able to make the diagnosis? Every clinical decision was filtered through a comprehensive assessment. Of course, he would obviously go through all the parikshas. He would know the prakriti, vikriti, desha, kala, etc. Along with the detailed consideration of his ahara, vihara, the family context, and so on, as I mentioned earlier. So treatment was never reduced to simple disease labels. The idea was not to diagnose it as just one condition, and maybe an ICD code was not the diagnosis. It was often a holistic understanding of everything that is going on in the person's life, which encompassed the entire understanding of how Ayurveda talked about understanding the condition of a patient and addressing it. So very often a word of advice, a word of compassionate expression was all that was needed for some conditions. Sometimes just giving him, asking him to take some light food, take it easy, nothing would happen, and then maybe give him something to make him feel okay was enough. in several situations, and the doctor wouldn't be also considered to be, doing any form of malpractice. So the whole context was very different. The yukti and the prayoga, the clinical reasoning and experiential wisdom stood at the center of practice, guiding every therapeutic decision. Tailored prescriptions were there. The dosage was again determined by the physician and given according to the patient's current condition. The anupana, the dosage, the samskara. Even sometimes, you were asked to modify the formulation. You were asked to add something to it. You were supposed to warm it at times, sometimes. So all the different customizations for each individual patient's unique constitution and specific condition was the order of the day. Classical foundation, of course, the products that were being used were all classical formulations in the form of the Shastrokta, the Bhaishajas like Arishta, Taila, Kashaya, Ghritam, Lekhyam, etc. were primarily classical, prepared in small batches. What we hear is earlier doctors used to prepare specific formulation for each person. There was never, I don't think there was this huge pharmacy like today, like Dr. Nambi was saying, thousands of products readily available to be dispensed was never the case. They would have a few medicines and then individually prepare those products in small batches specifically for a particular patient. Kashayams were obviously they prescribed and the patients had to make their own kashayams. So this was the context of the pre-industrialized era. And the patient-Vaidya relationship, because it was always our family Vaidya, long-term multi-generational relationships formed the foundation of care. So you not only knew the patient but also generations prior to him. The whole story would be around in the village. Integrated care. Treatments were seamlessly woven into local dietary patterns, seasonal rhythms and daily lifestyle practices of the community. So you didn't have to sort of ask questions about what are you eating, what is the normal thing, or even give you too many detailed advice about diet and lifestyle and so on, because it was more or less homogeneous and people knew what was happening. There was already the earned authority. The professional authority emerged from observable results within the community and continuous presence, not from institutional branding or marketing. So you didn't have to come with a claim, you didn't have to market yourself to be getting the credibility that is required. So for patients, this created an experience profoundly different from modern healthcare. You grew up with the family Vaidya, not a rotating roster of unfamiliar providers. The physician has witnessed your development from childhood, understood family patterns and recognized inherited tendencies. So in this integrated model, removing the Vaidya or changing the Vaidya meant the collapse of both pharmacy and practice together. They were totally inseparable. How industrialization entered Ayurveda. So like Dr. Nambi was saying, industrialization was not just a one-dimensional introduction. It was not just in the area of formulations and products. It was sort of encompassing different spectrums of the industry, starting from even the availability of knowledge. Printing and publishing. Classical texts and commentaries became mass printed and widely distributed, democratizing access to knowledge previously confined to Guru Shishya Parampara. As we said earlier, it was only word of mouth and you had to go through a very rigorous pattern of even following the whims and fancies of the doctor, which had its own plus points, but also the challenge that the number of people who could have access to this knowledge and wisdom was extremely limited. Now with the availability of printed material, that became democratized. More and more people could get access to whatever wisdom was encompassed in the classics. Factories and pharmaceutical companies are the obvious aspect of industrialization. Whenever we think of industrialization, the first thing that comes to our mind is that. Classical and new formulations began large-scale manufacturing with modern dosage forms, tablets, capsules, syrups, etc. So we know that, it's an ever-expanding range of dosage forms and so on, which have also entered into the Ayurvedic practice scenario. Colleges and universities, in addition to the books and this thing being available, now Ayurvedic education is again mainstreamed into what we understand as the typical university education system. Ayurveda moved into structured curricula, standardized examinations and formal degrees, often using industrialized products as teaching standards and clinical references. Of course, though I think still that part is not uniformly there across the country, but definitely there is an element of inclusion of proprietary stuff as well. And I think that area, there is still a lag. I would suggest, I think still the education, there is not so much of integration of the modernization that has come into the products that are part of the education today. Though practically the students experience modern dosage forms and modern products being used by the doctors, but I don't think it's being covered in the curriculum as much as one would probably expect. So there I would see a big disconnect. Even though industrialization has happened, in the practical sense, it's still not very much covered within the curricula. Laws, regulation and GMP. So drugs control, licensing, scheduled tier, etc., good manufacturing practices, etc., pushed comprehensive standardization and documentation across the sector. So there is the need to comply with several of these regulatory requirements, and that really symbolizes the real scenario of the industrialized scenario. So if you look at the before and after snapshot, what has happened with this thing, with the medicine source, the local Vaidya pharmacy, or it was more of an artisanal unit, whereas after industrialization, it's large pharmaceutical companies, pan-national with pan-national or at least much larger geographical distribution. Formulations earlier, they were classical, individually customized in dosage and anupana, moving to classical products or thousands, I put there hundreds, but it's thousands of proprietary disease-focused combinations. In fact, most of the proprietary combinations are not of the type of the classical products, which are more generic in nature. They are for multiple conditions. They are not disease-specific. As you can see, our Phalashrutis will encompass a whole range of disease. They are for a particular samprapti or a particular dosha vikalpa, and not just for a particular disease. Whereas today, most of the proprietary formulations which are emerging from industry are disease-focused. They are Vyadhi Viparita rather than, the typical Hetu Viparita. There may be an element of Hetu Viparita as the logic behind the Vyadhi Viparita drug, but the indication at least is more of a disease-specific indication. The physician's role. So earlier he used to have to be the diagnostician, he had to be the formulator and the manufacturer, whereas now we know he is only the primary prescriber. Of course, he has to be the diagnostician plus the prescriber, selecting from available products. So that is a big shift that has happened in the clinic of the doctor. His practice style typically was low volume, highly individualized consultation. From that, we have moved to a high volume setting where protocols become attractive. In fact, there is a drive more and more to move towards clinical decision protocols. So when you want to scale it, when you want to see, it's not just one doctor who is treating the patient. In a typical hospital, it's a team of doctors who are treating the patient, which would definitely require that even if somebody else were to handle the same patient, it has to be clinical protocol driven. Of course, even the Shastras had this provision for protocol-driven treatment, as you can see in the classics like Ashtanga Hridaya, where each disease condition, there was a protocol that has been described. So we are getting more and more into protocol-driven practice as opposed to personalized this thing. Patient relations, multi-generational family connection and deep continuity was characteristic feature of the olden day scenario, whereas often translational and limited continuity with branded expectations. So the brand began to play a much important role in the confidence that the customer had in the therapeutic outcome possible. And knowledge base was, as we said, Guru Parampara and all that. Now standardized curricula, published research, EMR documentation, all these have replaced anything to do with trust. None of these transitions is automatically good or bad. I am of the opinion that there is both good and bad in everything. So this is not an exception either. There are several great things that are being contributed by this industrialization process, but at the same time, there are certain drawbacks as well. So the critical question is, how does this transformation shape our clinical behavior and decision making. Let's try and address that over the course of the next few slides. The change one is from formulating to selecting. So the fundamental shift in the pre-industrialized practice, the Vaidya constructed the treatment from foundational principles. For example, take the case of Shadangam, as Sahasrayogam prescribes. A simple formula like Shadangam could be personalized for several sub-conditions within that disease and optimized for that particular patient's situation. You could add one herb, you could increase the quantity of one, you could reduce one of those ingredients and tailor make that. So, but in the industrialized era, much of the clinical practice has become selection from a pre-existing catalog. Like we have even if you are depending primarily on the classical products, you have the whole range of classical products, but the scope for industrialization, for personalization is relatively limited. You can still achieve that if you are innovative, if you are also being open to that particular principle. You can have methods by which you can innovate and personalize, but it's becoming more difficult, especially given the fact that the consumers are also wanting to have more convenient dosage forms. Even a kashayam, in fact, which is one of our, at least in the south, one of our most important dosage forms, is very easy for us to individualize and personalize. But patients are not, most of them are not ready to consume in that dosage form. So it becomes very difficult for you to make those small changes. I have observed this happening in Korea, for example. Korean medicine is also very similar to us. So the Korean physician would prescribe the kashaya like we used to. There are pharmacies where you have small vessels in which you can prepare the kashayam then and there and dispense. So a particular formula is prescribed for a particular patient, it is immediately concocted and given to the patient. So that facility is how Korea does this personalized medicine. But here I feel the challenge is people are still not even ready to take that kashayam, even if you were to give it ready-made. They want it in a swallowable tablet form. So at least this was the insight that I found out, from the consumer insight. So that this becomes a convenience from the customer point of view, but at the same time it reduces the sort of individualization possibility that as practitioners we used to enjoy. So this is double-edged as with everything else. The advantage is that it's efficient. It is practically essential and practically essential when managing dozens of patients daily in a besieged OPD setting. So you don't have the facility to personalize when you are seeing, like, I think many doctors sitting in government clinics, I see 150 to 200 patients within 3-4 hours. It's something we can't even imagine how you can do efficiently, but then that's the scenario, the reality. So there is a practical situation there which definitely demands such facilities coming from the industrialized scenario. At the same time, the risk is subtle but profound danger in drifting from patient-driven formulation to product-driven diagnosis. Even sometimes the diagnosis itself is this patient suitable for this product or suitable for that product? I think ultimately it is even going to the level of diagnosing to that level. So I have heard that, you prescribe Gugulu Diktakam, and if Gugulu Diktakam is not available, then what is there? Okay, Gudu Chedi. So I've heard practically that this is the decision making that happens. They are like chalk and cheese. You just can't even compare the two. So, but at times it becomes so narrow. I'm talking about the extreme scenario, but I'm sure most scenario it's not as bad as this. But occasionally it can even lead to that when we are talking about this industrialized scenario. So instead of asking what does this Samprapti require, we are increasingly asking which product fits this disease label. A fundamental change in the logic of clinical practice. The change too is the relationship with the Dravya and Samskara. In the historical practice, the Vaidya engaged with Dravya with field collection, from field collection through final decoction or Grita preparation. This built a profound sensory knowledge, how genuine every Vaidya had very close, intimate relationship with the plants and the ingredients that he was using in practice, and he could easily distinguish them and use all that. It's a very subtle sort of thing that you can talk about, but in contemporary thing, the clinician doesn't even see any of the raw materials. He, in fact, hardly even sees the finished product other than in the steady packaging that's there. Maybe the samples or whatever he gets is what he's exposed to. The advantages are that better documented quality control processes. See, there is a phenomenal extent of improvement. I mean, my pitch may look like it is so much in favor of the traditional setup. That's not my attempt. My attempt is to show that both have their own pros and cons. The industrialized scenario definitely offers tremendous amount of benefits in terms of being able to, at scale and at mass level, be able to provide high quality, highly standardized, highly controlled products for consumer protection. So that's a very important thing. So better documented quality processes are there. Even if a Vaidya was preparing in a small quantity, several aspects relating to that preparation were of questionable quality standards. So it used to be called as a kitchen. So you will be very happy eating from a dark, smoky kitchen of yours. Even today, even we are not ready to eat from that sort of a kitchen. So that was the sort of method in which the products were formulated by the individual physician. Whereas today the modern industrial setup is expected to be of a very, very different order of hygiene, safety, standardization, and so on and so forth. So the reduced contamination risks with GMP standards, when the GMP standards are rigorously followed, year-round availability regardless of seasonal variation, because like Dr. Nambi was saying earlier, a physician would have access to 30, 40 products at the most. Today you have the facility of thousands of formulations which you can use for a particular condition. So consistent potency across batches, these are things that you come to expect from the industrialized products. So that's a big, very critical plus point. But the only thing is, concerns are about the gradual de-skilling in the raw material identification and authentication by the physician. So he's becoming more and more remote from the understanding of the product. Loss of understanding, seasonal potency variations, diminished practical feel for samskara techniques and their effect, and a risk of becoming system operators rather than Dravya Guna rooted physicians. So that's just a risk I want to flag off. Other than at the academic level, yes, we are expected to be exposed to all the Dravyas, but thereafter, there is very, very limited scope for a physician to today get in touch and stay in touch with the herbs. Change number 3 is the patient expectations and marketing. Industrialization has given Ayurveda unprecedented visibility. Television, advertisement, social media, sophisticated packaging design, prominent placement in mainstream wellness, retail shops, etc. The visibility brings both opportunities and challenges, like with everything else. The shifted entry point, the patient increasingly arrives requesting. In fact, I'm sure as physicians practicing in our country, at least occasionally we would have encountered a situation where a patient comes and tells you, why aren't you giving me this product? Can I have this product? Because he is already exposed to the product. So that's a new scenario. A Vaidya of earlier days would never have encountered that. Whereas today he has read about the product, he has seen advertisements, and he's coming and asking you. He just expects you to probably endorse his decision. He might already been taking the product also. So he expects you to endorse his opinion. So the consultation entry point shifts from doctor understands my condition to doctor, please prescribe this product. I'm talking about the extreme scenario, of course, but it's not theory alone. It is practical today. The negotiating expectations. The clinician's role subtly transforms into negotiating between patient product expectations and authentic clinical judgment based on the Samprapti assessment. This may look very raw, but then I think these are all practical realities that we encounter, because patients, when they are exposed to the products and all that, and there is a pressure on the practitioner to sort of honor some of the expectations of the consumer. And reclaiming the clinical language, but at the same time we need to reclaim the clinical language. We must continuously redirect conversations from brand language to Samprapti language. What is actually happening in your body and how do we address it systematically, I think should remain the core of what really determines the product choice in a particular situation. So marketing itself is not essentially bad. Marketing is very essential to give visibility. I think today there is a big growth in the awareness of Ayurveda, largely due to the marketing efforts at all the different levels, from the government to the big industrial houses to, even public and social awareness. But at the same time, we need to be very careful that the right message goes across. Fourth change is the volume, time and protocols. The pressure of modern practice. In many hospitals and corporate OPD settings, patient volume is high and available consultation time severely limited. So administrative documentation, insurance processing, EMR requirements add further pressure on already constrained clinical time. Under these conditions, standardized protocols and treatment packages, for example, osteoarthritis package, migraine plan, etc., would become the order of the day. It's very likely to become that, which is definitely a compromise when we talk about the potential for Ayurveda to deliver the personalized experience of care that really epitomizes what it stands for. I think modern medicine is striving to get into personalized medicine, and we are actually having the foundation of personalized medicine as embedded into our system. We shouldn't lose the beauty of that capability in the process of industrialization. So that is one of the major challenges. While this volume, time, etc. is very, very critical, clinical consistency across providers is one of the benefits of protocols. Simplified training pathways, because even our classics, while they said each patient is different, each situation is different, they gave us the theoretical construct, but also went on to describe protocols. Because as you see in Ashtanga Hridayam, every disease is described with a protocol. So ultimately for the ordinary brain, not everybody is a genius who is capable of individualizing and personalizing. For them, a protocol-driven approach will still give a better average quality than what can happen in a totally uncontrolled scenario. So that's probably a plus point. Scalability across multiple branches. So as an organization, when you scale, you obviously need better consistency across your different offerings. So that is one of the benefits, and predictable outcomes for common conditions. So while it will still not deliver that unique, the absolute best, you can ensure it doesn't give you a very bad outcome either. So you can hope for a better average with a standardized protocol. So that's a thing that we are having, but at the same time the risk is the yukti becomes less practical, treating protocols instead of individuals, loss of deep listening and observation, and erosion of true individualization. So these are the risks that we look at when we are talking about high volume standardized care that is possible in different settings. And change 5 is documentation and evidence. Historically, clinical evidence lived within the Guru Parampara. Personal notebooks filled with decades of observation, rich oral tradition passed through apprenticeship, etc. And knowledge was embodied, conceptual and deeply experiential. From that, it has moved to a systemic case documentation, EMRs, hospital databases, randomized control trials, pharmacovigilance systems, etc. Individual products with fixed compositions make structured clinical trials and RCT feasible. So if everything is personalized, of course, RCT, whether it is the ideal model to be used, is still a very debated question. I wouldn't want to get into that, but whatever it is, in the absence of a better model that we have yet to come out with, I think, and world over still RCTs remain the gold standard when it comes to making a claim about the potential efficacy of a particular drug at least. So when you come to that, of course, this sort of standardization of the product has become very critical when thinking about matching the modern scientific standards in terms of RCTs and so on. So it's a great opportunity. This enables Ayurveda to demonstrate efficacy in language of modern science and healthcare systems recognize. Research-backed claims gain credibility. Today, all said and done, if you are not able to back your claim with scientific rigor, nobody is going to take you seriously. So regulatory acceptance, especially this context of the cultural familiarity with Ayurveda, is not prevalent in any other place in the world. So if you want to do anything else world over, we definitely need to get into this industrialized. So these are some of the very potential plus points of the industrialization, and that has an impact on the clinical practice. But at the same time, the caution is research agendas may become skewed towards commercially valuable products. Of course, that is always a thing, because whenever you talk about industry and there is a commercial component in that, the type of areas where research would be focused would be areas which offer more commercial benefits as opposed to areas which really require more care. So this is something that's happening across the medical area. Of course, there are certain conditions also which are called, abandoned or orphaned conditions, orphan drugs. Areas where nobody wants to do research because you can't. And research on classical products are not likely to really take off in a big manner unless it is funded or supported by the government agency, because it's very difficult. You can't get any IPR from research on that area. No private industry would want to spend money and resources on developing IP around that particular thing. So as clinicians, we should respect rigorous evidence wherever it exists, while simultaneously documenting our own living classical wisdom. So I think physicians and the clinical practices have this double responsibility today. We should not be closed to the idea of modern research backed this thing. At the same time, do not lose your intuitiveness and your own personal clinical documentation to arrive at possible insights which can also lead to further research and validation. The nuanced observations and individualized approach that don't neatly fit into standardized trial protocols, I think, are still extremely critical for a Vaidya to be extremely successful. Technology and industrialization's possibilities and challenges. So we all know that one of the greatest advantages that industrialization presents to us is by way of introduction of technology. Of course, several avenues. I've just tried to list some of them. Are novel dosage forms. I mean, these are just very basic today. These are not called novel. They are like fundamental. You got, sustained release, layered formulations, all sorts of things. I mean, the extent of liposomes, you have targeted drug delivery. So you name it, the imagination is the only limitation there. That many different possibilities are emerging from the modern pharmaceutical industry, which can all be finding their way into the Ayurvedic industry as well at the appropriate situation. So advanced pharmaceutical techniques, enhanced packaging and shelf life. The churnam of the classics were said to have a lifespan of only 3 months. But today, with better sterilization, with better packaging and storage, we are able to extend the shelf life much more than that. So these are examples of even preserving or conserving the raw materials that we have. So if you were to lose the shelf life so soon, you would need much more material. Whereas today, with modern technology coming in, several possibilities emerge. Innovative drug delivery systems, as I said, are all possible today. Separation techniques and potentiations. See, many of our formulations are multi-herbal. So they present such a complex pharmacy, first of all, and to study their pharmacology, pharmacodynamics or kinetics is like unimaginable. It's just not possible. But today with modern science, it is possible to have smaller and smaller formulations as well. Even one herb you can fractionate, bioactive fractions, or several separation techniques are available, which can even, of course, give rise to the modern pharmaceutical drugs of pure compounds. Even up to that level, it is possible to take the wisdom of Ayurveda. But then, whether it still remains to be Ayurveda when it is a single molecule is a big question, which is very, very doubtful. So that's the critical challenge. Classical Ayurvedic principles were developed from traditionally prepared formulations. When dosage forms, extraction methods, delivery systems change, fundamentally traditional understanding about the properties, pharmacology, therapeutic action, safety, dosage may not apply directly. This is the biggest challenge. We can't take the knowledge from traditional Ayurveda, put it through a completely different protocol and expect the outcome to be the same as what is mentioned in the classics. You can take it for granted. So then you will have to treat it like a complete novel. If not novel, at least you can't take it for granted that it is the same as what you understood from the classical literature. So that's a very important point of caution that we need to. So if somebody were to really claim that, you need to take it with a pinch of salt. This, especially today with a lot of solvent extracts being used in place of and they are camouflaged as classical Ayurvedic products or proprietary Ayurvedic products without fundamentally understanding the chemistry. We know that what comes in an aqueous extract or in a hydroalcoholic extract, as in the case of an aristum, is very different from what you will get from a solvent extracted material. So the chemistry of that product, though you can say it's from the same herb, they are like completely different entities and need to be understood and evaluated as a separate entity itself. So the additional challenge is balancing innovation with authenticity, ensuring that technological modifications don't compromise the fundamental therapeutic principles and the holistic approach that define Ayurvedic medicine. So the challenge is not whether to use technology and how to integrate it wisely, but how to integrate it wisely while preserving therapeutic effectiveness and Ayurvedic principles. I think that is the crux of the whole matter. The additional gains that have happened is enhanced quality and safety, as I said, improved stability and access, research, education. So global acceptance of claims is all possible today. And professional recognition. Industrial standardization has elevated Ayurveda's credibility in mainstream healthcare conversations and regulatory frameworks. So these are all very, very potential positives, but the critical risks are over-reliance on proprietary products. In that sense, not that they are bad, but you should not lose your understanding of how they work from an Ayurvedic principle, Ayurvedic point of view. So I think that's the main thing. Product-driven practice patterns should should not be your deciding factor. Marketing influence and product availability may unconsciously shape diagnostic thinking and prescribing habits. So this is a caution that we as clinicians should learn to exercise. Erosion of practical skills, progressive loss of hands-on competencies with Dravya is a potential knowledge loss. And individualization pressure. Volume-driven practice and protocol standardization creates systemic pressure against time-intensive personalized assessment and formulation. So I think somewhere we need to sort of have the best of both worlds with that particular intention. It's very difficult to pull off, but if you don't have the intention, it will be a matter of time before we lose out on the entire benefits of that greatness that Ayurveda encompasses. So the central theme is here. So a modern Vaidya in an industrialized world, where is he? What can be done? Industrialization is here to stay, whether we like it or not. But not that we don't need to like it in any way. It is great. It is doing wonderful for us as we see. And in many respects, we should welcome its contributions as clinicians. The real question is whether it will fundamentally change our thinking or whether our Ayurvedic understanding will wisely guide us to use these industrial tools. I think that the problem is not with the tool, the problem is with the way we use the tool. So we need to stay rooted in our classical understanding and the foundations, remain fluent in classical texts and Dravyaguna principles, even while prescribing industrial products. Let Rasaguna, Virya, Vipaka, Prabhava guide all therapeutic decisions. There is no harm in also understanding and using modern pharmacology as an additional layer of insight. I think that is also warranted and needed today. But don't forget the basics still. Know your pharmacies, understand the manufacturing process, quality control, sourcing practices of the companies whose products you prescribe, build relationship with trustworthy manufacturers. That's a very important thing. Treat products as tools, not crutches. So the therapeutic wisdom of the doctor still should reign supreme, and he should be the one who decides what is appropriate rather than just what is doled out by manufacturing industry. So understand the action of the drug from your own clinical perspective. Document your own evidence. Build your own personal clinical database, record reasoning, formulations and outcomes systematically. Create your own evidence-based beyond commercial products alone. Commercial product information is always going to be there. People will give you that. I'm not asking as clinicians that we should disregard that. But we should not be completely blind in just trusting whatever is coming. We still need to retain our own faculty of deriving insights through our own mechanisms and educate beyond. I'm not saying that is superior to unbiased control, but still as a clinician, we still need to have that process going on. Educate beyond brands. Help patients understand that Ayurveda transcends the pills with Sanskrit labels. So just with something with Sanskrit alone doesn't mean it is classical. So we need to educate the public about really what Ayurveda is all about and not just depend on the popularity of one or two single herbs or the popular products to determine what Ayurveda is. And it represents a comprehensive approach to understanding and recognizing health, diet, lifestyle, and consciousness. So this is something very critical responsibility that we have as Ayurvedic clinicians. And the tools will keep changing, it's for sure. With emerging times, we may, in maybe another 10, 15 years, 50 years, we may not see any of what is happening today being relevant. The whole industry would have completely changed. So tools will keep changing, but principles must not. Factories can make medicines, only clinicians can make decisions. So with this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you all for the very patient hearing. So may we carry forward both the wisdom of tradition and the benefits of progress, holding fast to what must not change while embracing what can and help us stay better. Thank you so much. Good day.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh R. Warrier, for the informative presentation. Next, we have a presentation on the topic Academic Industry Interface in Ayurveda, initially assigned to be presented by Dr. B.S. Prasad, former President, Board of Ayurveda, NCISM. Due to unavoidable circumstances, Dr. B.S. Prasad could not present the paper today. In his absence, the presentation will be delivered by Dr. Vinod Kumar M.V., Professor and Head, Department of Samhita, Sanskrit and Siddhanta, VPSV Ayurveda College, Kottakkal. It's our privilege and honor to invite Dr. M.V. Vinod Kumar to the stage to deliver the presentation.
Thank you very much, and very good morning to all the dignitaries. I know my limitations here because I am speaking in the name of Dr. B.S. Prasad sir, and unfortunately he is not here now, so that limitation will be there in my presentation. And in this presentation, I cannot afford myself as a presenter because considering other masters who are present here, I'm not able to afford myself as a presenter, but I will be there with you for next half an hour discussing something, especially some students are there. So I think Ramesh sir has put a very good background with which I have to speak about, and even while Dr. Nambi was speaking, he has put a very good background from where I can have a smooth takeoff in this topic, which is knowledge to market, academia, industry interface in Ayurveda. Before going to my presentation, I should convey convey a message from Dr. B.S. Prasad sir, like he has done his slides and sent it to the organizers. And I have added some more ideas from my part, and that is why it is here. And that slide itself speaks what is the spirit of Dr. B.S. Prasad sir to convey to this audience. And he congratulates SNA, he wants to congratulate SNA on completing the 125th birthday anniversary of the founder and the whole process which is happening here. Now comes, because this topic is a very important, but we cannot speak all the aspects of the topic within this short period of time. So we have to set a context there. So what is the context now? We are speaking about how academy is helping industry, what is the expectation of the industry, as sir was telling, what is the expectation of the industry from the academy, how we can modulate, how we can make students fit for an industrialist. These sort of things are being discussed all over the, even all over the world, because the world is waiting for getting Ayurveda as products, not simply as a practice. Like there can be prayoga, there can be siddhanta, and there can be product also. When it comes to a commodity, it is still another thing, when a product is becoming a commodity. So we are speaking in that point of dilemma. So setting the context of this presentation, rigorous ongoing discussions are there, especially from the part of NCISM, which was supposed to be presented by Dr. B.S. Prasad sir. And after a long-term discussion among the industrialists, I think many of the stalwarts who are present here were part of that discussion. And some gaps are identified and the solutions are brainstormed. It is not concluded, but the brainstorming is going on. And some changes has been initiated as a part of curricular reforms and started reflecting in the syllabus or curriculum. So that is one of my points which I want to share. What all changes are there according to the need of the industry, what components are incorporated in the newly reformed syllabus. That is one of the points which we have to discuss. And definitely there will be practical dilemmas while implementing, because when we are going closer and closer to the industry. Academy, we think it as a pure type of a discourse, but industry is, there should be it should be something like a financial implications are there, economic implications are there. So when we translate a pure type of knowledge to a product or a commodity, definitely there will be some sort of dilemma. So that also we have to consider. That means this is the right time to discuss all these points. Usually while we discuss about industry, we will restrict ourselves into a manufacturing sort of practices, but it need not be like that. As sir was telling, it is a clinical things as already been discussed. That products and services equally comes in the context of industry, and there can be tangible goods, there can be auxiliary services in hospitals and all. And manufacturing, healthcare, regulation, marketing, even research, education and sustainability, all these things can have form the bigger arena of industry. It is not, we cannot restrict it to some manufacturing or hospitals alone. Numerous career and collaboration opportunities for graduates and postgraduates. So I was speaking about Dr. Nambi just 10 minutes back that there are opportunities, but students don't know, or even faculties don't know how to identify the opportunities. So that also is a problem there. Academia industry interface in Ayurveda. Now we are going to discuss on role of NCISM syllabus in preparing. That was the intention of a presentation from the part of Prasad sir. Role of NCISM syllabus in preparing industry-ready graduates and translating academic research into viable industry products. What happens in nowadays, some of the institutions are having their own what is called arena for students to present. We also have, students have to present their own ideas. Idea hackathons are there, and we have some discussion points, discussion forums to how to evolve with new ideas, new innovations, innovative ideas and entrepreneurship. Those type of discussions are going on. And all of the discussions we see that we are more to the research and not to the production, to the product. So students will be more, because in the final year syllabus there is a research methodology. Even they are earlier exposure is there for the research, training and all. But while it comes to a product, it is another thing. It is not a research. Research should end up in a product, but formulating a product is a different thing. So that difference is a very important thing. And joint projects between universities and companies is another area. Role of industry in mentoring young that is the point of discussion nowadays. How they can contribute to the mentoring of, because they have the first-hand experience on how to bring out a better product in the community. So if we have an opportunity to have them coming to the campus, interacting with the students. And that type of activities is going on as a part of transition curriculum in the UG syllabus and PG syllabus. When they come to the campus, when they are having a smooth transition to the content of Ayurveda, they get an opportunity to interact with these type of people, but that does not come to a product. So that is the area which we have to consider as a gap. So now we will go to just to have a broad SWOT analysis on this topic, that is academy industry interface. We will see some strengths there, we will see weaknesses there and opportunities and threats. And strength, it's a very, very well known. We need not explain it. Like rich traditional knowledge is there, strong foundational textbooks are there, and centuries of clinical that is a wealth. That is the what is called a capital of this traditional system. That is there. Then it is going global. Across the countries, across the boundaries, Ayurveda is developing. That is why this community here itself represents a pan-world representation from different parts of the world. So rising interest, natural, holistic, integrative health solutions. These are some of the strengths which we have. skilled human resource, because we are having 800 plus Ayurveda colleges in India, having UG, PG, even PhD. Now we are going for DM course, PhD is there. And we had some PG diploma courses, now it is not there. Anyway, so diploma courses are, many type of courses are there. So we have that much of wealth in what is called a human resource, in a clinical side, in a manufacturing side. Our merit is we are equally trained in a manufacturing side and clinical side. It is not there in other medical courses, disciplines, because in MBBS, pharmacy is different and clinics is different. In our case, it is we are having Bhaishyaja Kalpana on one way, on the other side we have Roganidanam, Kayajikilasa. So we are equally trained in both the things, like manufacturing and clinical practice. Government support is rising, as we see NCISM and the Department of Ayush. When it comes to Department of Ayush, even internationally we have WHO accrediting our tradition, establishing a traditional center here. So that way the organizational support is there, and definitely cultural and heritage value is there for our practice. Now we have to focus on how the tradition can have a strategic resource in developing these products. So that is the most important strength from our part. So we have deep time-tested knowledge base, ready-made knowledge reservoir is there. So that is, we need not create new knowledge. It is comparatively lesser in percentage when compared to other systems. We need not create something, but we have to validate something. We have to experience something. We have to explore something. So that reservoir, knowledge reservoir is already there. Built-in cultural credibility and trust, higher social acceptability is there, and patient trust is there. So that is one of our strong points. And rich pipeline of leads from innovation. We can speak about plants, we can speak about dietetics, we can speak about medicines, we can speak about lifestyle, instruments, equipments, many things, which we have a larger umbrella under which we have many options to deal with. So that is a very important thing which comes from tradition. We culinary practices, dietary practices, or nutraceuticals, many things are there. Platform for differentiation in global markets, that is we can differentiate this type of regimen, dinacharya, ritucharya, or whatever it may be, aharacharya. Many things people are attracted to our science in that sense, globally also. So that means that is from the part of tradition it comes there. And strategic asset for intellectual property and benefit sharing, we have properly documented traditional knowledge. Apart from other traditional systems across the world, we have a documented knowledge there, which is lacking for many other disciplines of traditional medicine. Even in India also, there are many other traditional systems, but this much rich documentation of knowledge is not there. So that is there, an enabler of sustainable and local value chains, materia medica closely linked to local biodiversity. So that becomes a scope, but on the other way, it becomes a limitation also. So whether you have to stick on to your biodiversity, how can we can get it to other countries of the world is another point of discussion. Anyway, that again is a part of a rich tradition. While going to the weakness, as already mentioned by the two earlier presenters, there is a gap. There is a gap between theory and practice. Even there is a gap between practice and product. There is a gap between product and commodity. And even there is a gap between commodity and industry. So when we start from tradition, there is Siddhanta. Siddhanta is translated to Prayoga, there is a gap. Prayoga translated to product, again there is a gap. So we have to identify those gaps. Limited industry exposure in academia, that is the point of discussion which we are going to do. Regulatory and standardization challenges still are there. We have standardization measures, regulatory measures are there, but it is the two kashayams getting available in two companies, they are having difference in their action. It is, I think it is unavoidable because plants are not fit for our standards. Plants are there naturally. So natural things, it is very difficult to standardize. So that point is there. Research methodology and evidence generation is another point of crisis, and low IPR awareness, intellectual property rights awareness is there. Weak patent strategies and those problems are there. This is not an opportunity to discuss all those points, but there are still some inborn weakness in that aspect. some opportunities, as we say, expanding wellness, cosmeceuticals, nutraceutical markets is there. Okay, so while we are converting from the Ahara Kalpana to the market, there should be somebody to help us. Because we alone, from the academy, we are not capable to say how can it be done, but we can say why should it be done. Like it should be a product, but we cannot say how can it be done. That is the help which we needed from the part of industry. And digital health and global health penetration strategies are there. Collaboration and R&D is some other opportunities. Clinical validation and integrated medicine is emerging now. Even though it is it's having its own weakness, startup ecosystem support is there, but it is not well established, well penetrated into the student community, academic community. So, but it is there. That is an opportunity. But the same thing will be having some other threats also. When you go to IPR rules, there can be some threats also. Biopiracy and misappropriation, commercialization without proper recognition of Ayurvedic knowledge systems. So whether the problem is whether our Ayurvedic knowledge system is becoming a burden to our products. That is a very important question. Because when you are sticking on to Siddhanta, you should go for personalized care. But when you are making a product, it cannot be a personalized thing. It should be a common thing. So compromising the personalized view of how to deal with this problem is a very important thing. I think that point is very clear. Like we are having Siddhanta, but whether Siddhanta, because we are not marketing Siddhanta, we are marketing products. So the question is whether you are marketing products or marketing products with Siddhanta. So sometimes what happens is Siddhanta is becoming a burden to market. For example, Chinese medicine is globally well established with their products, not with Siddhanta. But we argue that we should go with products with our Siddhantas. That is a different scenario. That is not a simple scenario. That is a different scenario. The question is whether for industrialists, whether Siddhanta is becoming a burden which cannot be afforded by them properly. So that question is there. That becomes a threat there. Fragmented industry is there. Majority of Ayurveda industry compromises. They are coming under MSMEs. That's not except a few. Most of the industrial firms, that is companies, are micro, small or medium entrepreneur, this type of factories. Misinformation and overclaiming comes there, especially to the field of our publicity stunt and all. Overclaim comes there about the products. So that is again a threat to the science. So these are the things which we consider when the SWOT analysis is concerned. Then within 5 minutes I will go to another area while comparing to another stream of medicine, that is, you can take it as modern medicine, how Ayurveda as a traditional medicine have a better opportunity for academia, industry, means collaboration. Okay, so the point is, for example, in the dimension of pharmaceutical integration, in UG and PG learning, as I already mentioned, for modern medicine, pharmacy is different, pharmacy course is different. Clinic is different and clinical course is different. But in Ayurveda, we learn Dravya Guna, Rasasastra, Bhaishya Kalpana along with Nidana, Kaya Chikitsa or all other specialities. So that means there is while you go to the industry, while you go to make it into products, so bigger area is open for us when compared to modern medicine. That is one point. Second point is treatment modalities. When it comes, we have medicines, procedures, Panchakarma is there, lifestyle correction is there, health promotion like Panchakarma, Rasayana, many things are there, where modern medicine will be sticking on to primarily medicine and surgery only. We have many other things, we have multiple dimensions on treatment. So all those things are, while translating this into products or industry, we have better scope than the other part of medicine. And we have a rich raw material dependency. You can cultivate medicines, you can go for gardening, you can, that sort of activity. It is not there in modern medicine because they don't have that dependency on raw materials. They are chemicals only. So that area is there if you want to develop. Then comes research model, integrates experiential knowledge, classical textual research is there, Clinical observation is a part. When we are going to, as Sir was speaking about, when we are going to RCT, it will be very limited. But when we are going to literature research or observational type of studies, the area is more wider. But in modern medicine, they are coming to RCT type of, because that is the gold standard according to them. But it need not be the same in our case. We can have multiple options, other options also. Intellectual property, classical formulations are already documented, so we can claim the intellectual property rights citing the references in the textbooks itself. So it is, when compared to other systems, traditional medicine, it is very important thing. And Ayurveda creates opportunities in novel dosage forms, polyherbals, delivery, AI and personalized care things. There are scopes for that. And holistic health markets focus on Swasthavrita in our science, Ayurveda science, and there can be preventive and promotive health. That area which cannot be touched upon by modern medicine, that is primarily disease and pathology oriented, so that scope is there. Healthcare workforce, Ayurveda graduates often become clinicians, product consultants, R&D associates, so that is the final message. Our workforce can be converted to multiple locus. Like a clinical field is there, R&D is there, research is there. Likewise, we can just go through different locus, multi-sector employability is there if you utilize all these opportunities in a better way. So finally, cultural and tourism opportunities are also there. So these are that is not there for modern medicine. So these are some of the areas, some of the aspects of Ayurveda medicine which is not there in modern medicine, which we can convert into industrial practices or products or commodity. And that area is much bigger than while we speak about the modern medicine counterpart of medical scenario. Now comes the reality check. What is the reality? Their academia has blind spots for industry. What they find, industrialists found as a blind spot in academia, the expectation reality gap is there, as we have already discussed on that point. The disconnect between knowledge silos, because knowledge, as in the traditional way, ancient times also, we have knowledge, but knowledge was restricted to families or sampradayas or whatever it may be. Now also some sort of things are there like this, like one industry, one firm or one hospital or one manufacturer will be having their own specific knowledge which is restricted in their community only. It is not open to others. So that problem is there. And missing bridge between tradition and transformation. How can you keep traditional while you are transforming? Is a very important question, comes with the tradition meets modernity. How can you, we have some models, like all the people sitting here are the models for how we transformed the traditional things into modernity. And that the same thing comes again there. What is the gap between Siddhanta and Prayoga? As I already mentioned, tradition becomes Siddhanta, Siddhanta to Prayoga, Prayoga to product and commodity. Finally, while it comes to industry, what is lost there? It is something like, where is your wisdom when you have the knowledge, and where is the information, where is the knowledge in your information? Like when wisdom is converted to knowledge and knowledge is converted to information, in each stage there is a loss. So that is the important major concern when you think of an industry related to the theoretical or academic platform of Ayurveda. And now I will be going a little bit faster. What are the limitations? These are already identified. What are the limitations of conventional curriculum? I am not speaking about the new curriculum. I am speaking about the previous curriculum. Insufficient competency focus, because we did not define the competency of the scholars or graduates at that particular point of time. Now it is defined. Almost it is defined in each subject what should be the competency in terms of knowledge, in terms of skill, and in terms of your attitude. What should be the level of competency in each type of knowledge is fixed now. So that is over. Weak industry academia linkage, already discussed. Inadequate soft skill development, that is a communication skill, teamwork, documentation, project management. Those sort of things are necessary while you are running, you are going for an industry. So that sort of training was not there in the previous syllabus, but in today's curriculum, when you are going to affective knowledge, affective or attitude domain of your knowledge, these type of things come there. Communication skills, but it is not proper, it is not as good to keep independent this skill in the people, but there is a sensitization about all these things in the new syllabus. Limited research and innovation training was not there previously. Now it is coming strengthened. Poor focus on market dynamics, inadequate integration of classical and modern knowledge, and assessment methods misaligned. That is the most important thing. If at all you are defining your competency, what is the method to assess this competency at the end of the course? Is it aligned with the industry? That is the major question. So if you need to produce somebody to the industry, you have to assess those competencies at the end part of your curriculum. So whether it happens or not is another question. There are broad expectations from the part of industry. Technical expertise should be there. Research and analytical skills should be there. Operational and process management skills should be there. Market and business acumen, communication interpretation skills, problem solving and adaptability, ethical and sustainable practice. These all are the things which industry expect from academy if they want to become industrialists as a part of industry. So it is not something like that all the things which is expected by industry can be inculcated in the 4.5 hours syllabus or curriculum, but we can try for that. So that is the expectation from the part of industry, and some of them are being met in the recent years. After 2021 we have a new syllabus. NCISM came in 2020, and during the curriculum reforms recently during the last 4 years, some changes are happening. I will explain it with one example of Dravya Guna later. So that is identifying the limitation is already done, and prioritize curriculum components to progressively build industry level competencies already in the pipeline. It is there. But whether it is happening or not is another thing. Because whenever you introduce a new thing, it will take some time to make it really happening. Okay, so that thing is there. Now it is a stage of transformation. We cannot expect much from this stage, but we think it is the future is having a golden thing in the future. We can expect like that. Defined role of industry partners. It is very important. I think most of the stalwarts who are here have participated in the discussion with the NCISM about the same topic, like what should be the industry, the academy industry interface, what should be the nature. So that is over, and I think the recommendation of that committee, Prasad sir has sent that details of that committee in the NCISM initiative. I think the stalwarts here were present there. So there was a meeting. I think the follow-up is also there, where they discussed about how to make industry-friendly academy. So that is over. That means that is already initiated, but it is not completely sorted out. Okay. So the student engagement and motivation is a part of new syllabus. That is already there. But there are some other things which is yet to accomplish, like integrate emerging technologies and interdisciplinary knowledge is ongoing. We have the acumen to receive interdisciplinary discussions, but as a part of the curriculum, it is very difficult to do all these things together. Assessing competency beyond traditional exams, as I already mentioned, if you want to assess the competency in its complete perfect way, you have to modify the exam in that way. In the final examination should be in that way. Reforms at a regulatory and administrative level is ongoing. Innovative pedagogy and technology driven solutions. There are many crises, it is a point of crisis because the teachers are the same teachers, the teachers are not new. So when to adopt a new thing in their mindset, it will be very difficult to assimilate all these things all on a sudden. So that is, slowly it is happening. While coming from lab to industry, as I think these points have been already dealt by Warrior sir, a small scale to large scale. For example, you have a Bhaishajya Kalpana lab in your college. So what happens there and what happens in the industry is very, very important thing. So it is a small scale production. It is like you have to do it manually, but while coming to the industry, it is all the things are mechanized. So personal skill based to personal skill is the lab based will be personality skill, but when coming to industry, it will be equipment and standard based. It is not a skill based. A personal skill is not needed. It will be done. The skill should be in another area. So you need not make it by your own. But your skill should be in another area, that standardization protocols or analytical protocols, all those things should be there. Ingredients remain mostly the same. Challenge on availability is there. Instrumentation variation, mud pots to automate, that was what Sir was telling. Product confirmatory test, personal skill variation to standard instruments. That is product confirmation. Standardization is not a personalized thing. Previously it was like you can do it with your organoleptic methods. Like you have to taste it, you have to see it, you have to measure or whatever it may be. But now it is mechanized. So in the lab, for example, Tandupagam is there. In Tailapagam it is there. So it is not necessary when you go to industry. So while you convert this thing into industry, this type of challenges are there. So usually what happens is when in the BAMS syllabus, they will be going to industry visits. But it should not be industry visit, it should be industry internship. Visiting means you are going there, seeing all these things and wondering to see all these things. But internship is somewhat another thing. So this type of thought process are coming. I'm not going into these details. What is the nature of curriculum reforms? That is just for your information. Content is being changed to competency. Usually in previous syllabus it is content loaded, but it is now we are going to competency. Teacher-centered learning is transformed to learner-centered. Product orientation as a result. It is not, I am not speaking about the product in the industry. Now you are not getting marks, you are getting an expertise. That is the way in which the new curriculum is there. Passive learning coming to active learning, instruction to construction. We are not instructing something, we are letting them to construct ideas. That is the way in which the whole teaching learning practices are aligned in the new syllabus. And authoritarian to democratic way. Teachers are not teachers, teachers are not authorities, teachers are facilitators. So that way change is coming. And lecture 1:2 ratio is there for lecture and non-lecture. Teacher need not teach everything, let them practice everything. That type of non-lecture is getting more importance in the new curriculum. So this is the gross way in which the curriculum is getting reformed. There are many, same thing, I am not going into the details. Now we will discuss about outcome of academia industry. So that is the slide shared by Prasad sir. Like industry exposure essential for PG to be ready for industry. So I will just to go to, within 5 minutes I will be just to go to take Dravya Guna as an example. How the new curriculum has incorporated the spirit of industry in the curriculum. So I will be spending more time with that. So there are many things, aligning the objectives to make the complementary to each other. That included relevant competencies in 11 PG specialities like Dravya Guna, Bhaishajya Kalpana. So how they can be produced as an industry friendly atmosphere can be produced or not. That type of things are there. Bringing industry expertise to academics. That I have spoke about that because they have the opportunity to meet with the industry masters in their campus as a part of some programs involving industry expertise in curriculum designing. That also had happened. Curriculum designing also. For example, in Bhaishajya Kalpana, when the yogas were enlisted, almost the obsolete yogas, like which yogas are there not in the market, is not there in the syllabus. I think that you will agree with that. So most of the yogas which is not there in, I don't say that it is the right way of making syllabus, but it happened like that. So that type of homework was done, what is available in the industry or what is essential for the industry is retained more in Bhaishajya Kalpana. That practice has been done in consultation with the people from stakeholders from the part of industry. So involving industry expertise in curriculum designing has already been, it is an ongoing process. It has been initiated, but it is not completed. Then industry exposure to postgraduate scholars, mandatory industry visit to UG, optional postings for PG, academic adopting translational research, Department of Integrity. There is another department in the college, in every college should have additional department for translational research, integration research and all, especially in PG institutions. Collaborative research activities are QC labs, animal experimentation, laboratory mandatory for Dravyaguna, RSBK and Agada PGs, it is there. Nutrition laboratory for Swasthavrta PG. So this type, we are slowly penetrating into the field of industry where people can learn how to make our concepts into products. But it is only an initial phase, but afterwards they have to get more stringent practices on that. Encouraging entrepreneurship in Ayurveda institutes, like we have research innovation entrepreneurship development cell in each institute. So that is there. Capacity building to the coordinator RIED cell, and that has already been completed. Encouraging campus interviews as a part of SSCGPC, student support career guidance and support cell. It is a mandatory committee in each college, so the firms can come, institutions can come to the, but that is not fully working now, but that opportunity is there, it is mandatory, that cells should be there, so they can meet with the younger generations, come there, have the campus interviews, can interact with them, or at least can give an idea about what industry is. So that type of activities are going on. That means what I say is, during the new curriculum reforms, there is a giant leap in the field of how to behave in an industry. It is not behaving in his own clinic or her own clinic, how to behave in an industry, how to streamline themselves, how to modify themselves to be fit in the industry. That type of practices are going on as a part of industry. Just an example of Dravyaguna initiative, UG Dravyaguna, we have some highlights on balance the classical knowledge with the modern industry required skills, laboratory evaluations. These type of things were not there in the previous syllabus. Okay, laboratory evaluations, quality control, pharmacovigilance, emphasize the syllabus, focus on out-campus practical visits. We had study tours, but here it is somewhat different. And various labs and industry-related facilities. Showcase the component of practical drug evaluation, adulteration detection and pharmacovigilance as critical industry-friendly outcomes. That is there in UG syllabus itself. Mention specific activities like native pharmacology exercises, digital herbarium preparation and innovative industry-aligned teaching methods. Only a sensitization will be there. It is not a rigorous training, but students will be sensitized about that. They will be introduced to that field. Prepare students to match drugs with the clinical needs, fostering the understanding relevant to the current drug market trends. That is another thing. So this type of things are happening in UG syllabus. And UG Dravyaguna course outcome itself, for each curriculum there will be a course outcome. You can see the highlighted portion there. They should be well aware of quality control methods and critical for herbal drug industry. So quality control methods should be taught in that curriculum as a part of its outcome. It is defined as a part of the major outcomes of Dravyaguna. Learning outcomes include skills related to pharmacovigilance, awareness of adulteration, substitutes and specific quality evaluation methods which align with the industry standards. Students are expected to demonstrate skills related to drug evaluation, drug collection, according to good field collection practices, GFCP, cultivation, GCP, good cultivation practices, and sustainable use of medicinal plants, underpinning their readiness for roles involving herbal drug quality control and manufacturing. So that means in the beginning itself, they are getting ready to become a part of a manufacturing field of Ayurveda. Practical components promoting industry interface. That is in the UG syllabus. I'm not going into all the details, but just my point is there are options in the new syllabus, in the new curriculum, which make them more friendly to the real world opportunities of industry, especially in drug manufacturing in Dravyaguna. Industry exposure and market awareness is also the part. They are aware about NMPB, that CCRIS, Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia India, promoting industry alignment, all those things happen there. In PG, we have to, in PG, total structure has been changed. The 3-year course has been changed into 6 semesters. So we have research methodology in the first semester. Second semester, they have basics of the particular subject. and 3 to 6 semesters they are having elaborated learning of the particular topic. So in basics, semester 2 applied basics of Dravyaguna Vijnana, their PG skills in digital tools, instrumentation, experimental pharmacology, applied Rasapanchaga, those aspects come there. And in the elaborated study, that is semester 3 to semester 6, they come across pharmacognostic application, applied pharmacology, industrial applications and regulatory frameworks. These type of things are there. When you compare to the old syllabus, all these things are new. Key competency of PG Dravyaguna, strong integration of classical Dravyaguna with the contemporary science, pharmacognosy, analytical chemistry, pharmacology, omics, bioinformatics and network pharmacology is there. Explicit outcomes on plant identification, authentication, quality standardized plant-based drug and formulations, safety efficacy validation, ethnomedicinal research, trade regulation, IPR, database and literature use is there. Practical and experiential learning, field visits, case studies, journal clubs, mini projects, network pharmacology exercises and industrial visits, all these things are there. And this is how the altogether the Dravyaguna and Bhaishyaja Kalpana is the most important area where we have to focus on while we are speaking about the medicine manufacturing industry. So this is some of the sample examples in how this transition is getting on board. Okay. There are some supplementary learning opportunities also, like electives that are there. So my suggestion is, when you are listing the, I will provide the presently available electives in UG. There you can see the highlighted portion is somewhat making them ready to the industry. But while you select the electives or while you make the list of electives, there should be a role, there should be a say from the part of industry on topics of the electives. Here some of the examples are there, and we have top-up opportunity of top-up courses and certificate programs, skill acquisition training workshop, intern. These are some of the opportunities through which supplementary learning can be done to align them to the field of industry. Okay, in PG SEM also some electives are there related to this type of activities. Now this is my last part of my presentation. Importance of early exposure. What happens in Ayurveda campus is students will be thinking about their future at the end of the course only. They are brainstorming on their own future in the wherever it may be at the end of the course, but it should be, you should catch them young. It should start from the first year onwards. You have to start. For example, in IITs and also in the first year onwards, they are exposed to hackathons, idea hackathons, all those things are exposed to them. So that is the major lacking, when our students have to start their thinking about all these things from the beginning. So that is the major thing there. Second thing is, we have macro credentials, like PAMS is there. PAMS is a macro credential. PG is there. PG is a macro credential. PhD is there. These are the major things. But more important thing will be micro credential, that a specific competency in a specific targeted area, like instrumentation, like hospital management, like quality control, or like clinical research, or whatever it may be. This need not have a macro credential. They need not have to go to a degree course or a graduate course or whatever it may be. There should be simple handy courses for such opportunities. That is very important. So while you assume yourself as a practitioner, assume yourself as an industrialist, you need some capacity building there. So you have to design, you have to adopt those type of a small courses which have a minor competency but will be important in that particular area. So you have that macro credential with you, but you should be with micro credential as a part of your capacity building. You have to think of that, students have to think of that during the study itself. You need not wait to complete the study. You have to think of those opportunities. Opportunities are, n number of opportunities are there, online courses are there. Teachers having that responsibility to direct them, to modulate them, to expose them to these type of courses there. So that will be the most important thing. Even BAMS is enough, plus some micro credentials. Need not be a PG. BAMS is enough, but you should have your own personalized choices on these micro credentials. That is very, very important. With that message, I just 2 sentences about a pilot survey which was conducted as a part of PhD study in BH, means All India Institute. That is ongoing. That is reports has not been come, but some interim assumptions are there. Usually, when we go to what is called startups from the part of students, primarily they are focusing on funding. A student's thought process on these startups, we have many opportunities like KDISC is there, Young Innovators Program is there, CCRS Spark is there, many opportunities are there. But evaluating all those things, the lacking is students are not, thought process will be product development for solving a research problem, not an industry problem. Okay, they are focused on research. What is the problem there? So what is the clinical remedy for that problem? But their thought process is not extended to see what is the industrial problem there. So if you can train them in that way, that will be the better thing which we can do with students. For example, one example is if you think about nutraceutical, usually this type of startups will be limited to seeking proof through clinical trial. So we need a nutraceutical, but they are not advancing to, not focused on market viability and modifiability through customer feedback. They are not at all thinking about what the customer thinks about that particular product. So this type of observation has been already made. So that means our science is advancing to become more industry friendly, but there are many limitations for that. There are incubation centers. You can see one example, incubation center for Ayurveda innovation and entrepreneurship, IA in New Delhi. There are incubation centers, they are functioning, but the function is only in an initial phase. It is not well established, but there are such efforts to invite students to get ideas which is fitting to the industry needs. So with that, there are studentship programs. All the other things, I think there are some practical issues, limited access to industry. Already we have discussed that, time and workload constraints, because when I implement the curriculum, it is the time constraint is definitely there, especially teachers know that. Activity overload is there for teachers and for students in the new curriculum, so that hinders exposure to these field visits. Uneven quality of institutions is there. All the institutions are not equally approachable to industry. Faculty capacity gaps is there. Regulatory and liability concern from industry. Limited recognition. So all these things are there, but a positive note is there about the industry-friendly preparation of a student. So hope in the near future we will be more advanced in that field. So I am very much thankful to SNA family for entrusting me, for believing me in this aspect, because I am nowhere in this arena, because I am only a teacher in an Ayurveda college. So thank you to SNA family for giving me this golden opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Vinod Kumar MB, for your insightful and enriching presentation. The morning session of the National Seminar has now concluded. The inaugural session will begin shortly.
The Thrissur Thaikatmus family holds a pivotal place in the history and practice of Ayurveda, the Indian traditional medicine. With the lineage that could be traced back to centuries, they are a treasure trove of knowledge and experience in healing practices that has been passed down from generation to generation. Founded in 1920 by Ashtavaidyan Thrissur Thaikat Unni Moose, SNA Aushadashala stands as one of Kerala's premier Ayurvedic institutions. With over a century of legacy, SNA is committed to excellence in Ayurvedic medicine, clinical care, education and research. The roots of SNA trace back even further to generations of distinguished Vaidyas who served as royal physicians to the Zamarin of Kozhikode and the King of Cochin, while remaining accessible to the common people. Alongside their healing practice, these scholars propagated Ayurveda through the Gurukula tradition, preserving an unbroken lineage of wisdom enriched by their own experience. Over the decades, SNA has treated distinguished personalities, including former Prime Minister Gulzarilal Nanda, Ramana Maharshi, Medha Patkar, and former President of Botswana, Festus Mogae. Today, the legacy continues under the leadership of Ashtavaidyan PTN Vasudevan Moose, Chairman and Managing Director, preserving the tradition while embracing modern advancements. SNA functions through 4 core units: pre-processing, processing, sales and marketing, which form the foundation of its operations. Complementing these are the nursing home, the Unni Moose Foundation and the publication division, together representing key branches of the SNA corporate tree. Our manufacturing blends ancient Ayurvedic wisdom with modern technology, producing over 400 classical formulations, 50 proprietary preparations, and 25 patented products, including kashayas, arishtas, tailas, krudas, churnas, kashayam tablets, and Ayur cream. All medicines are produced under the supervision of Ashtavaidyas, adhering to traditional Ayurvedic principles while meeting modern scientific standards. In 2025, SNA became the first Ayurvedic manufacturer in Kerala to receive the prestigious Z Silver certification from the MSME. The company was also honored with the Kerala government's Industrial Safety Award in 2024. As part of its diversification, SNA has introduced Brunel, its personal care division, offering a wide range of Ayurveda-based personal care and beauty products. This brand reflects SNA's vision of bringing the essence of Ayurveda into everyday wellness and lifestyle. Our pre-processing unit at Arimbur handles raw material collection, quality testing, powdering and grinding, which are then processed under hygienic conditions. From asavas and arishtas to modern innovations like Ayur cream, SNA continually develops new generation products while maintaining the highest standards of purity, safety and efficacy. SNA reaches customers through 10 branches across Kerala and over 5,000 outlets in India. Our export division serves markets in England, France, Germany, Poland, Italy, Hungary, Slovakia, Mauritius, Malaysia, Russia, and other countries with packaging tailored to meet international standards. The SNA Ayurveda Nursing Home, NABH accredited, provides holistic care with specialized departments for general medicine, ophthalmology and ENT, infertility and gynecology, pediatrics, mental health, and thyroid and lifestyle diseases. All treatments are supervised by experienced panel of doctors led by the Chief Physician Ashtavaidyan PTN Vasudevan Moose, following authentic Kerala Ayurvedic therapies. The Unni Moose Foundation trains Ayurvedic doctors and therapists in India and abroad through collaborations with reputed international institutions. SNA partners with Ayurvedic Point, Milan, Italy, and also collaborates with Veda Education, Russia, and the European Academy of Ayurveda, Germany, to promote authentic Ayurvedic education and practice worldwide. Guided by Ashtavaidyan A.N. Narayanan Nambi, the foundation conducts national and international seminars, CME programs, and online courses, ensuring Ayurveda thrives academically across the globe. SNA's publication division has published Yoga Manjari, Parts 1 and 2, over 10 Unni Moose Dinam seminar books, and rare classical texts. Notable works include Vaidya Manorama enna Chigilsakramam, preserving Kerala Ayurveda heritage for generations. Our CEO, Mr. Sridhar Ramanathan, serves as the director of the Ayush Export Promotion Council, Ayush Excel, under the Government of India, reflecting SNA's steadfast commitment to advancing Ayurveda on a global platform. As part of our sustainability initiatives, SNA has developed a mini forest on its campus following the Miyawaki model, featuring a diverse range of Ayurvedic plants and herbs that reinforce our commitment to nature conservation. We also cultivate Ayurvedic raw materials organically, further strengthening our dedication to environmental stewardship. SNA organizes various seminars and academic programs throughout the year. Every year, December 1st is celebrated as Founders' Day, Unni Moose Day, in honor of its visionary founder. SNA's centenary celebrations, a 3-day event titled Shadottaram, were inaugurated by Honorable Chief Minister Shri Pinarayi Vijayan with Honorable Minister for Revenue and Housing Shri K. Rajan presiding over the function. The sessions in the following 2 days were inaugurated by Dr. Rajesh Kotecha, Secretary, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, and Dr. R. Bindu, Minister for Higher Education and Social Justice, Government of Kerala. The event featured a series of academic seminars attended by eminent doctors and distinguished Ayurvedic scholars from across the country, along with vibrant cultural programs that added color to the celebrations. Keeping pace with the digital era, SNA products are now available through e-commerce platforms. To promote Ayurveda among the younger generation, SNA produces Ayurvedic awareness videos and informative content, which are shared across Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and YouTube. From a legacy of over a century to a vision for the future, SNA Aushadashala continues to lead in Ayurvedic medicine, education, and healthcare. With a commitment to sustainability, research, and global outreach, SNA remains dedicated to promoting Ayurveda, nurturing well-being, and preserving the timeless wisdom of our heritage for generations to come.
We are now beginning the Unni Dinam inaugural session.
The Thrissur Thaikkaattu Moose family occupies a distinguished place in the history of Ayurveda. With a lineage spanning centuries of medical knowledge, refined and passed down through generations. Their roots trace back to Malabar, where Paranellipurattu Moose, a celebrated Ashtavaidya and royal physician to the Zamorin, was exiled for treating the neighboring Cochin ruler Shaktan Tamburan. Forced to flee overnight, his wife carried only their sacred family deity,
Lord Vetekaran.
Deeply moved, Shaktan Tamburan later rehabilitated the family at Kirakum Patugara, Thrissur, giving rise to the name Thrissur Thaikkaattu Moose.
The revered Vetekaran idol remains in their ancestral home.
A monumental leap in the family's Ayurvedic legacy came with the
Ashtavaidyan Thrissur Thaikkaattu Vasudevan Moose.
fondly called Unni Moose, born in 1900 to the renowned physician-poet Narayanan Moose and Srimati Devagi Andarjanam,
He trained under great masters such as Vasudevan Nambishan.
and Kochunni Tamburan. Unni Moose became one of the most brilliant physicians of his era, celebrated for his diagnostic mastery, compassionate care, and simple yet highly effective treatments. His remarkable work in managing communicable diseases earned him immense societal respect. In 1920, at just 20 years old, he founded SNA Aushadashala, one of India's earliest Ayurvedic manufacturing institutions, a visionary step that laid the foundation for a legacy that continues to thrive today. Ashtavaidyan Thrissur Thaikkaattu Unni Moose lived a short but transformative life, reviving Ayurveda, strengthening its scientific foundations, and inspiring generations. His legacy stands as a testament to how vision, guided by tradition, can create a heritage that endures. Ashtavaidyan Thrissur Thaikkaattu Unni Moose, a name that continues to resonate at the very heart of Ayurveda.
We now proceed to the inaugural ceremony. This function is being presided over by our Chairman and Managing Director, Ashtavaidyan PT Vasudevan Moose. We are honored to invite him to the stage. We also invite Mrs. Unni, Director of SNA Aushadashala, and Ms. Anjali PV, Director of SNA Aushadashala, to join him in extending a warm welcome to our distinguished guests. We would now like to invite the distinguished dignitaries to the stage. We respectfully invite Shri K. Rajan, Honorable Minister for Revenue and Housing, Government of Kerala. He is on the way. We warmly invite Shri Mohit Malhotra, CEO, Dabur India Limited, to the stage. We also invite Shri Ranjit Anand Puranik ji, Managing Director Shri Doot Papeshwar Limited to the stage. We invite Shri Pramod Sharma ji, Joint Managing Director Shri Baidyanath Ayurved Bhavan Private Limited to the stage. We invite Dr. P.M. Warrior, Managing Trustee, Ayurveda Shala Kottakkal to the stage. We now invite Mr. Ranjit Immati, Immati Vaidyashala to the stage. We honored to invite Dr. Antonio Moranti, CEO and Director of Ayurvedic Point, Italy to the stage. We invite Ms. U.C. Lachidamol, Assistant Director, MSME Development and Facilitation Office, Thrissur, to the stage. We invite Mr. Sridhar Ramanathan, CEO, SNA Aushadashala Private Limited, to the stage. We now invoke the divine grace of Lord Dhanvantari through a prayer.
Ayurvedam varamanupamam Vaidya Shastram Janana Arogyartham Sukhadamamalam Yodadatyudaram Anandeno dvahati kalasham Yasudha puritam tam Varam varam sagala shivadam naumi Dhanvantarisham
To extend a heartfelt welcome to all dignitaries and guests and invitees, I now invite Mr. Sridhar Ramanathan, CEO, SNA Aushadashala Private Limited, to deliver the welcome address.
Very good day to all of you. It's the legend of the moment on this glory day where the children of tomorrow will share this dream, even you and me. It's the 125th birth anniversary of our dearest founder, Trishur Taikat Unni Ashtavedin. And also the 150th year of this existence of SNA Aushdasala. And there is a catch. I would like to share certain few words before we go to the official welcoming ceremony. Imagining a startup 100 years before, even today's level with the technology, all we have, you cannot even think about it. Hundreds of years before. So when we wanted to celebrate this day, myself, the team, along with our chairman and managing director, Mr. Ashwath, PTN Vasudevan Mose, we have been discussing about how to go about it. Do we celebrate in a bigger way, 125th year and 150th year of existence? We came through what could have been, they would have gone through. 100 years before, there's no management schools to teach you directions, directing strategic intents or strategy, how to go about it. It was one thing clear that, they were the experiment, they were the experimenter, and they were the object of experiment. They lived a set of life, or trait you can call it, that can be looked upon hundreds of years later. Exactly, they lived a life of inspiration. And when we discussed, it could not be just us alone. Ayurveda has grown, and many people's hand. It will be very short to say that very few pioneers. There are many unsung heroes are there. But our chairman came with an idea, why don't we unite one from north, south, east, west this year? Call them and let's celebrate together. That was the idea worth sharing. That's what I wanted to share. So that we are all here for that one single idea of paying tribute to those legendaries. We cannot even imagine. I was just discussing with with Pramodji yesterday. Sir, the Britishers were troubling so much, my grandfathers used to say. Today we have so much of technology, so much things to, you have so many management schools also there. They lived as an example. And also, when I was learning French, this one particular word always, that surprises me and give me lots of thinking, is the word called, in English you call it entrepreneur. In French it's called entrepreneur. Entre is between the two. Preneur is the one who undertakes. Entrepreneur is the one who undertakes between the two. Between the two of what? The two extremes of life, good, bad, sad, all this one, profit, loss, risk, rewards. The two extremes of life, unless we call it dvandas of life in Sanskrit, is dvandam, double principle or two hardcore principle, opposites of each. The one who can master or mastery over such dvandas are called the entrepreneurs. The entrepreneur word it's not an English word, it's a French word. Entrepreneur, the one who undertakes between the two extremes of life and master over it, that people could look back hundreds of years later. And also, I would like to say this idea of this industrialist today who is following those legacies. Somebody can even set goal and to walk through that dream, to make it reality, or the stalwarts who are sitting in front of you, who is running that dream, making it as a reality continually. Welcome, sirs, all of you, who is running this currently, the dreams of realizing the dreams of the elders, who they have set path for you. And continuing those legacy is another big task, for which the tribute that we want to pay is very small. So that is the idea I would like to share. On this occasion, now, I would like to welcome, I have already set the ground, there's a couple of things I wanted to share. I would like to welcome Sri Jadhav Pratap Rao Ganpat Rao, Honorable Minister of State, Minister of Ayush, Government of India. This being the Parliament session today, the first day, he has sent us a message he will be joining online. I would like to invite Chief Guest Sri K. Rajan, who will be honoring the pioneers, Honorable Minister of Review and Housing, Government of Kerala, and Dr. Antonio Morandi, who will be doing the commemoration speech of Unni. He is the CEO and Director of Ayurvedic Point, Italy. I welcome you, sir. I would like to give you a grand applause to those industrialist pioneers who has come all the way to receive this honor, Sri Mohit Malhotra ji, CEO of Dabur India Limited, Sri Ranjit Anand Punanik ji, Managing Director, Sri Duta Papeshwar Limited. I welcome Sri Pramod Sharma ji, Joint Managing Director, Sri Baidyanath Ayurveda Bhavan Private Limited, and Dr. P.M. Warrior ji, Managing Trustee, Aryaveda Sala Kotekal, Sri Ranjit MRT ji, MRT Vaidyasala. I welcome Lachita Mol, who will be facilitating us from MSME DFO, Assistant Director MSME DFO Thrissur. Please welcome, Madam. And Ms. Anjali PV, Director of SNA Visala, the youngest Director of SNA. Also, there are so many people are there. I would like to run through because nobody I wanted to miss, and thank you so much for coming also, sir. And Ashtavaidyan E.T. Nelagandan Moose, Vaidyaratnam, sir. Most welcome, sir. Sri Devidas Warrior, Managing Director, Aryavedi Sala. Dr. Vijendra Prakash, General Manager, Himalaya Wellness, Bangalore. Sri Sanjay Srivatsava, Executive Director, Maharishi Ayurveda. Sri K. Harikumar, CEO of Aryavedi Sala, Kotekal. Sri Dr. Ram Kumar, President, Ayurveda Medicine Manufacturer Organizations of India, Amoy. Dr. K.S. Vishnu Nambudri, President, Ayurveda Medical Association of India. Dr. I. Unnikrishna Nambudri, General Secretary, Ayurveda Hospital Management Association. Dr. Sri Ishwar KP, Head Publications, World Ayurveda Foundation from Bangalore. M.S. Kumudavalli Shivakumar, Managing Director, SKM Siddha Ayurveda. Swami Gururatna Jnana Tapasvi, Sat Santigiri Ayurveda. Dr. Krishna Kumar Nagarjuna. Sri Ranjan Sridhariyam from Sridhariyam. Krishna Prasad and Rahul IMCOS Chennai. Sri Bhavadasan KP Nambudris from KP Nambudris. And Dr. Pradeep Jodi Vasudeva Vilasam Trivandrum. Dr. Jayachandran from Ahmedabad. Dr. Shivakumar, Chief Executive, Siva Ayush, Chennai, and those who are all watching online. I now welcome our Chairman and Managing Director, Ashtavaidyan PTN Vasudevan Moose, to preside over this function. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your heartfelt welcome and for opening the day on such a positive note. May I now respectfully invite our esteemed Chairman and Managing Director, Ashtavaidyan PTN Vasudevan Moose, to deliver the presidential address.
Bhishaktamantva Bhishtajam Sranomi. Respected Honorable Minister, he is on the way. Distinguished industrial on end of the dais, there are many industrialists from India and abroad from some distributors are also there, and STM scholars and dear delegates from Ayurvedic Point, Milan, and my dear friends. So I am very happy to welcome all of you to our Founders Day, Unni Dinam 2025. So as Sridhar said, this year marks the 125th birth anniversary of our beloved founder, Ashtavaidyan Thrissur Thaikat Unni, a physician of extraordinary compassion, vision, and commitment to humanity. On behalf of SNA, I bow in reverence to this noble soul, whose life and ideals continue to inspire generations. So this year, we are also offering a special tribute to the founders of the first generation of India's Ayurvedic industry, the true pioneers who transformed Ayurveda from family-based tradition into organized institutions that serve the nation and the globe. Institutions like Dabur India Limited, Dhutapabeshwar Limited, Baidyanath, Ayurvedishala Kottakkal and Imatti Vaidishala stand as shining example of this remarkable legacy. Their founders are visionaries who uphold classical authenticity while pioneering industrial excellence. Together, their foresight and enterprise, Ayurveda moved from the physician home to every household, allowing India's timeless wisdom to reach millions across the globe. So it's our privilege to facilitate the present leaders who represent the great institutions. In honoring them, we are also honor generations of dedication, ethics, and innovation that they embody. The theme of this year's national seminar, Ayurveda Industry 2.0, Innovation for a Changing World, truly reflect the spirit of our founder and these early pioneers. We stand today on their shoulders as we look ahead to the future where Ayurveda is globally relevant, scientifically validated, and deeply rooted in its classical foundation. So I express my heartfelt gratitude to the Honorable Minister of State, Minister of Ayush, Sri Jadhav Pratap Ravji, for accepting our invitation to inaugurate this event. Unfortunately, he is not able to join physically due to the parliament session which is started today. But he had sent an inaugural message with a video. We thank our Honorable Minister for Revenue and Housing. He will join us in soon. Mr. Rajan, for gracing the occasion and honoring the pioneers of Ayurvedic industry. Dr. Antonio Morandi, Director of Ayurvedic Point Italy, has agreed to deliver the Unni commemoration speech. For over 23 years, he has maintained a close association with SNA and has contributed greatly to the global promotion of authentic Ayurveda. As we celebrate the Unni Dinam 2025, let us rededicate ourselves to the ideals of our founder, authenticity, humility, and innovation, and join hands to lead Ayurveda into a new era of excellence. Together, let us ensure that the lamp lit by our forefathers continues to shine ever brighter, guiding the world towards health, harmony, and holistic living. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have the inauguration by Sri Jadhav Pratap Rao Ganpat Rao, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. He had originally planned to inaugurate the event online. However, the Parliament session is now underway. He is unable to join us even virtually. Nevertheless, he has graciously shared his inaugural message through a video, which we will now present to formally inaugurate the event.
नमस्कार। आज यहाँ उन्नी दिनम 2025 के अवसर पर उपस्थित विशिष्ट अतिथिगण, अष्टवैद्य परिवार के सम्मानित सदस्यगण, आयुर्वेद उद्योग के सम्मानित प्रतिनिधिगण, देवियों और सज्जनों, आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। मैं आज उन्नी दिनम 2025 SNA औषधशाला प्राइवेट लिमिटेड के स्थापना दिवस के उपलक्ष्य में एकत्रित हुए आप सभी को हार्दिक बधाई देता हूँ। साथियों, जैसा कि मुझे बताया गया है, अष्टवैद्य की शाश्वत विरासत में निहित एसएनए की शुरुआत एक साधारण पारिवारिक फार्मेसी के रूप में हुई थी, जो नैदानिक उपयोग के लिए शास्त्रीय फार्मूलेशन तैयार करती थी। दशकों के दौरान यह एक व्यापक आयुर्वेदिक संस्थान के रूप में विकसित हुआ है। मैं संस्थान को केरल राज्य औद्योगिक सुरक्षा पुरस्कार 2024 जीतने के लिए भी बधाई देता हूं, जो सुरक्षा, गुणवत्ता और उत्कृष्टता के प्रति उसकी अटूट प्रतिबद्धता को मान्यता देता है। साथियों, अतीत में आयुर्वेद एक समुदाय आधारित उपचार प्रणाली के रूप में फला फूला, प्रकृति द्वारा निर्देशित, परिवारों द्वारा पोषित तथा पीढ़ियों के ज्ञान द्वारा सतत हुआ एवं आज एक मजबूत संगठित उद्योग के रूप में खड़ा है, जो प्राचीन ज्ञान को आधुनिक विनिर्माण, अनुसंधान और नियामक मानकों के साथ जोड़ता है। भविष्य की ओर देखते हुए आयुर्वेद का भविष्य परंपरा और नवाचार के बीच सामंजस्य स्थापित करने में निहित है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और डिजिटल एनालिटिक्स जैसी उभरती हुई प्रौद्योगिकी स्वास्थ्य सेवा को वैयक्तिकृत करने, गुणवत्ता आश्वासन सुनिश्चित करने और शैक्षिक पहुंच का विस्तार करने में मदद करेंगी। मुझे खुशी है कि इस वर्ष का समारोह भारत के प्रथम पीढ़ी के उद्योगपतियों को भी सम्मानित कर रहा है, जिसके समर्पण और दूरदर्शिता ने आयुर्वेद के विकास को गति दी है। मैं डाबर इंडिया लिमिटेड, श्री भूत पापेश्वर लिमिटेड, श्री बैद्यनाथ आयुर्वेद भवन प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, आयुर्वेद वैद्यशाला और एमआरटी वैद्यशाला के प्रतिनिधियों को देश की आयुर्वेदिक विरासत में उनके अमूल्य योगदान के लिए बधाई देता हूं। यद्यपि मैं संसद सत्र के कारण व्यक्तिगत रूप से उपस्थित नहीं हो पा रहा हूं, फिर भी मेरी संवेदनाएं और शुभकामनाएं आप सभी के साथ है। बड़े सम्मान और प्रशंसा के साथ मुझे उन्नी मूस दिनम 2025 का उद्घाटन करने का सम्मान प्राप्त हो रहा है। आइए हम अपने संस्थापकों के आदर्शों को कायम रखें और जीवन के विज्ञान के संदेश को दुनिया के कोने कोने तक पहुंचाए। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय आयुर्वेद।
Thank you, sir. To commemorate the life and contributions of our great founder, we are privileged to have with us Dr. Antonio Morandi, CEO and Director Ayurvedic Point, Italy, to deliver the Unni commemoration speech. I invite Dr. Antonio Morandi for the commemoration speech.
Good morning, and Ashtavedya MPTN Vasudeva Mus, all the SNA family, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I would like to thank you, as every year, for inviting me to deliver the commemoration speech for Unni Dinam. This is an honor that both I and Ayurvedic Point, the institute that I have the privilege to represent, are deeply proud of it. But this is a different Dinam. It's completely different. Today, I am speaking in front of people who represent extraordinary institutions, companies that have gone through more than 1 century. You have seen Ayurveda survive colonialism, survive independence, globalization. You have seen all the history of Ayurveda in the last century. However, let's see how it works. Today, we are facing another kind of crisis. A crisis that, in my opinion, can quietly undermine the whole construct of Ayurveda. Let me start with something very important because, I'm from Italy, from Europe, and this is our perspective, which you may already feel in your daily work. The European regulatory system has a structural bias against Ayurveda. It's not a conspiracy, it's not a secret plot, at least I hope, but it's a regulatory architecture that is built around one epistemology that systematically disadvantages another. And the ban of individual herbs is simply how this bias show up in practice. Let me give one clear example. THMPD. On papers, it looks neutral. No? To get a simplified registration, you need 30 years of documented use and 15 years of them in Europe. Looks fine. In practice, this is not neutral at all. It is perfectly designed for traditions already rooted in Europe, like Western phytotherapy, and almost impossible for Ayurvedic preparation that have thousands of years of use, but not in Europe. After 20 years of this directive, the result is very simple to remember. Zero. Zero Ayurvedic products have been fully registered as traditional herbal medicine in Europe. Zero. And still, I hope it is not a conspiracy, but this is a reality. And this is what I mean by structural bias. Let's go now to the ashwagandha ban. So the ashwagandha ban means that Denmark bans ashwagandha in supplements based on a report saying that they are not able to fix a safe dose. This is essentially what they say. I wrote a review, other people wrote reviews about this decision, and all of us were showing serious methodological flaws in this direction. There was selective evidence, overuse of animal data, undervaluation of clinical trials. It was really, not understandable. But anyhow, that was like this. But in this ban, there is something that you know very well. The key point that you as industry leaders know very well. Ashwagandha is a keystone plant in Ayurveda. It is not just one ingredient. It is present in hundreds of formulations. If you ban 10 herbs like ashwagandha, you cripple the entire pharmacopoeia without even ever saying, I am banning Ayurveda. No? It looks like a strategy, but I hope it's not a strategy, but it looks like a strategy. I'm not saying that there is a document saying that we have to destroy Ayurveda, but I'm saying that the regulatory system as currently designed has a structural bias. It easily accepts what resembles its own biomedical model and makes very difficult for everything else come from another epistemology. And you don't. As I said, this bias is manifested by the ban of the herbs. These are the key principles which are ignored, you know? Because the real problem is not Denmark per se. The real problem is epistemological. Let's take a very example. Let's take Triphala. Everyone knows Triphala. When Europe evaluates Triphala, they see three herbs, three fruit. They search for active principles, they find gallic acid, they find tannins, and they conclude is a very good antioxidant. But they are missing the whole picture. You know something completely different about Triphala. 3 balanced dosha, 3 dosha shamaka, you have a property, action on Agni through Vipaka Madura, a whole systemic configuration. See the difference? It's not about data, but how you interpret the data. They see molecules, you see systems. And when you reduce Triphala to an antioxidant, you just please a regulator. I have to say that you are betraying 2,000 of years of knowledge for an approval you probably won't get anyhow. Result? The more Ayurveda has adapted to the West at the level of slogans, the more vulnerable it becomes at the level of strategy. Because an antioxidant Triphala compete with blueberry extract, and they win. This is the problem. Think about your medical system. Medical system based on Dravya Guna, there is no competitor. It's not replaceable. And this brings to the core of my message today. What is truly unique in your business? What is truly valuable in your companies today? It is the access to ashwagandha? No, not the herbs. Anyone can grow on source plant. It's not this thing. It is the formulations. Partially, but once you know the ingredients, formulation can be copied. What is unique? What is unique? What is truly valuable in your companies is the knowledge system. Is the knowledge system that generates those formulations and that can generate infinite new ones. The Dravya Guna network, framework, the understanding of Rasa, Virya, Vipaka, Prabhava, the Prakriti assessment capacity, the Samprapti mapping, the yoga rationale of combining Dravya. This is generative knowledge. This can give you everything you want. It doesn't just give you an existing formulation, it gives you the capacity to create everything. This is your richness, your true richness of your company, of your system. And this is, I arrive to the crucial point. Regulation can restrict plant, but they cannot restrict knowledge. And this is where the opportunities stay. They can ban a specific formulation, but they cannot ban you licensing the epistemological framework that explain the therapeutic rationale. They can create barriers for products. They cannot create barriers for knowledge services. So, there is a need of a new revenue model. This is the present model. Manufacturing in India, exporting to Europe, shrinking margins. This is a vulnerability, subject to regulatory bans and epistemological misunderstanding. Outcome, temporary, fragile, license dependent. A new one could be different. Knowledge services, which is regulatory agnostic. No license needed to explain methodology or train practitioners. And the outcome, durable, scalable, culturally rooted. So, you should move toward, licensing, formulation and epistemological documentation packages to European partners, certification program for European practitioners and pharmacists, consulting, personalized protocol development for clinics and wellness centers, business-to-business services, helping European companies develop system-based products using Ayurvedic frameworks, software, artificial intelligence application that implement Dravyaguna logic for practitioners and companies. And each stream is regulatory agnostic and builds an irreplaceable expertise. Consider a very concrete scenario. There is a German wellness company that wants a sophisticated stress management product. You don't just offer a stress formula. You license the epistemological framework. Stress is not monolithic. It has Vata type, Pitta type, Kapha type differentiation. Here is the assessment methodology. Here is how to formulate using European accessible botanicals that match the required guna profile. They gain a level of differentiation that commodity products cannot replicate. You earn revenue that is not vulnerable to botanical restriction. You may make more from one knowledge deal than from 10,000 bottles that could get banned tomorrow. They can never ban knowledge. And they more restrict physical botanicals, the more valuable your knowledge becomes, because European companies desperately need your epistemological frameworks to differentiate themselves in a crowded market, in a saturated market. The regulatory bias, paradoxically, create your market opportunity. However, in order to commercialize epistemology and knowledge effectively, you need to speak a language that European and Western, let's say, not only European, scientific and business community recognize as legitimate. And this is exactly why, in the last year, we developed the collaborative medicine and science concept. We have published many things about. One of the most important articles, also with Professor Nambi very recently. Translate Ayurvedic concept into complexity science language. Dosha Dhatu Mala becomes multi-level organization with feedback loops. Dravya Guna becomes network pharmacology, Samprapti becomes system pathology, Prakriti becomes constitutional personalized medicine. The point is simple. We are not shrinking Ayurveda to fit Western science. We are showing that Western complexity science is finally catching up what Ayurveda has been doing from thousands of years. So, Combs shifted the conversation from prove Ayurveda through biomedicine standards to recognize that Ayurveda remains absolutely complex. And here is the mathematical and system theoretical framework to engage with that complexity. Ayurveda is not below modern medicine. Ayurveda is more inclusive. It can explain modern biomedical findings inside its own logic. You can explain modern medicine with Ayurveda. You cannot explain Ayurveda with modern medicine. So, Combs is not a compromise. It is a demonstration that Ayurveda provides the more comprehensive framework. Your strategy at this point could work at two levels. One internal, of course, the origin of Ayurveda, your origin, remain the foundation. Charaka, Sushruta, Bhagavata, all the others. And then you have an external level, which is mediated as your presentation framework. You talk about system medicine, network approaches, context-based therapy. And you are not lying. Ayurveda is a complexity medicine. Always it has been. It didn't just use the language of complexity because this language did not exist 3,000 years ago. Now it exists. Use it. Let me give one more very simple example. Chavanaprash. Don't say immune supplement does not mean anything. Doesn't mean anything even for the West. Just say, for example, that is a multi-target formulation operating on interconnected networks, cellular stress response, metabolic regulation, neuroendocrine immune integration. 49 components for network coverage, each modulates specific nodes. Consistent with network pharmacology principle, multi-target synergistic combinations are often more effective than single-target drugs for complex conditions. Ha! You know? Same Ayurveda, but different language. A language that Europe and the Western world recognize as cutting-edge science. And you are not betraying Ayurveda. Your position shifts from offering ancient traditional knowledge to offering sophisticated system medicine frameworks. And you say also that now European science is able to validate what Ayurveda was telling from thousands of years. So you're not asking Europe to accept something exotic. You are showing that Europeans' own complexity science has finally developed tools to validate what Ayurveda was telling from millennia. You know, recontextualization is an evolutionary process. Ayurveda has survived millennia by adapting its application and language to new context. while preserving its epistemological core. Ashtavaidian is one of the examples. No? It was a revolution in Ayurveda at that time. Intelligent adaptation is not a betrayal. It is the very root of tradition. Tradition is adaptation. The survival mechanism of living knowledge. Let me close with just a suggestion, a humble suggestion, with 3 strategic moves that you can start from. First, stop defending individual herbs one by one. Start documenting the structural pattern. Show how frameworks like THMPD create measurable disparate impact. After 20 years, the registration outcomes show clearly the asymmetry. There are more than 1,500, I think, products, Western products have been registered under the THMPD. 0 Ayurveda, 7 Chinese, but because they are all monocomponent. And this is the structural disadvantage that is embedded in the regulatory architecture, regardless of the intent. And use COMS, this framework, to demonstrate that purely reductionist evaluation methods are methodological inappropriate for system-based therapeutics. You know, it is 20 years that Europe is saying, we don't have the tools to evaluate holistic medicine or herbs. No. Now you have it. You can do it. System medicine. The second, restructure as knowledge-based business. Make knowledge transfer, licensing, training, consulting your primary business model. Let product manufacturing become the secondary layer, where and when you can. Don't waste time trying where you will never get there. Because this is the problem. You can start small. You know, you can pick the most sophisticated formulation of which you are very sure. Then you can, you may have some kind of, you can create a COMS style documentation about, you know, the network and frame and the system efficacy, and test licensing with few European partners which are very close to you. Third, this is absolutely important, safeguard your classical textual knowledge as intellectual assets and ensure epistemological purity is maintained in every layer of your share, even when working with modern medicine. Because once you translate everything into someone else's frameworks, your competitive advantage is gone. Your knowledge becomes a commodity on someone else's shelf. Or worse, you end up acting like just another ingredient supplier being crushed by the exact same regulation bottlenecks as an industrial pharmaceutical company, but with none of their political or structural capital to survive when bans escalate. Flip the dynamic. Change the system. Become the rare entity that offers knowledge no one else can offer. Position yourself at a premium level. Reposition yourself strategically. I think this is important. Because this can be also something, a strategic move, because you can present to European regulators and scientific bodies not as an industry defending a threatened market share, but as a strategic partner for regulatory innovation. You offer a regulatory innovation. Europe, as I told you, has been saying for years that they need better frameworks. But no one is working at these better frameworks because they do not know how. They don't have the faintest idea. You know, they don't have a framework for holistic and system-based therapies. You can say, we're ready to collaborate on evaluation frameworks for traditional complex medical system using COMS. We help bridge traditional epistemologies and complexity science. We help Europe become a global leader in system medicine regulation with your logic. And this can be also something to use for every kind of traditional medicine, also for the Chinese medicine. This again flips the dynamic. You are no longer simply defending your herbs, you are co-designing the future of regulation. Then, now really finishing, I would like to finish with something deeper, because me personally, Carmen, all our students, we found a new family here in India. And your ancestors didn't protect this knowledge through colonialism, cultural suppression, just that everything could end up as a generic natural supplement on a shelf. They protected it because it carries a different way of understanding life, health, and disease, not for becoming a commodity. Today, you face a different kind of pressure that is still a colonialist pressure, but it's more sophisticated because it's a regulatory pressure. You can let that pressure eliminate your products, or you can use it to create a business model where your real asset is the one no regulation can ban, your epistemology and your knowledge. The knowledge they cannot ban is worth more than herbs they can ban. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Antonio Morandi. We now invite Ms. UC Lachita Mall, Assistant Director, MSME Development and Facilitation Officer, Thrissur, to the stage to deliver the facilitation speech.
We now invite Srimati UC Lachita Mall, Assistant Director, MSME Development and Facilitation Office, Thrissur, to the stage to deliver the felicitation speech.
The dignitaries on and off the dais, I'm so proud and honored to be here on this special occasion when the 25th birth anniversary of Sri Unni is being celebrated. And as mentioned by Sridhar sir in his welcome address, it's really unimaginable to think of. I think our honorable minister is here. So, like about 100 years back, without any managerial consultancy or any external support, he has begun the SNA Aushadha Shala for the common people, and
Ma'am, please continue.
So that legacy let guide us and inspire us always. And many, I know many of us sitting on the dais are well-known Ayurvedic pioneers, and we are honoring these pioneers who are steering these gears to lead the Ayurvedic industry to global standards. And SNA being the silver certified SET enterprise, it has put forward many suggestions for the simplification of certifications in the national level and ministerial level. And I'm so happy to see how SNA is leading this industry to for the smooth functioning and development of the sector. And I'm wishing all the best to the upcoming national seminar, and wishing all the best to those who are getting honored today, and wishing all the best to all those who are gathered here. Once again, thanking for providing an opportunity to represent our office in this function. Thank you.
Thank you, Lachitappa. We are deeply honored to have with us today Sri K. Rajan, Honorable Minister for Revenue and Housing, Government of Kerala, as our chief guest. Sir, your presence here today is a great encouragement to the entire Ayurveda community. I now invite our chief guest, Sri K. Rajan, to deliver the keynote address.
SNA ആര്യവൈദ്യശാലയുടെ ഫൗണ്ടേഴ്സ് ഡേ എന്ന നിലയിൽ ഉണ്ണിമൂസ് ദിനമായി ആചരിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ആയുർവേദ രംഗത്തെ ഏറ്റവും പുതിയ പ്രവണതകളെ സംബന്ധിച്ചും ആയുർവേദത്തിൻ്റെ അസാമാന്യമായിട്ടുള്ള അനുഭവങ്ങളെ സംബന്ധിച്ചും വ്യത്യസ്തങ്ങളായിട്ടുള്ള അറിവും വിവരണങ്ങളും പങ്കുവെക്കുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടി ഇന്നിവിടെ ചേരുന്ന മഹനീയമായിട്ടുള്ള ഈ ചടങ്ങിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കുന്ന ഏറ്റവും ബഹുമാന്യരായിട്ടുള്ള അതിഥികൾ, ഇവിടെ നമുക്കെല്ലാവർക്കും സ്വാഗതം ആശംസിക്കുകയും ഈ ചടങ്ങിന് നേതൃത്വം നൽകുകയും ചെയ്ത അഷ്ടവൈദ്യൻ ശ്രീ PTN വാസുദേവൻ മൂസ് ഉൾപ്പെടെ ഈ ചടങ്ങിൽ ആദരിക്കുകയും ബഹുമാനിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യുന്ന ഏറ്റവും ബഹുമാന്യരെ, പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ, വിവിധ തലങ്ങളിലെ പ്രമുഖരായിട്ടുള്ള ആയുർവേദ മേഖലയിലെ പ്രമുഖരെ, സഹോദരി സഹോദരന്മാരെ, സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ, വളരെ ഗൗരവമായി ഏറ്റവും അക്കാഡമിക്കായിട്ടുള്ളൊരു സെമിനാർ നടത്തുന്ന ഈ ഘട്ടത്തിൽ വളരെ വലിയ ഒരു പ്രഭാഷണം നടത്തേണ്ടതില്ല എന്ന് എനിക്ക് അറിയാം. സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ടും ഈ ചടങ്ങിൽ പങ്കെടുത്തുകൊണ്ട് ഏറ്റവും ശ്രദ്ധേയമായ വിധത്തിൽ ആയുർവേദ രംഗം ഇന്ന് ആദരിക്കുന്ന ചില ആളുകൾക്ക് ഔപചാരികമായി ദിവസത്തിൻ്റെ ആദരവ് നൽകുക എന്ന ചുരുങ്ങിയ കാര്യത്തിൽ മാത്രം നിൽക്കണം എന്നാണ് ഞാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നത്. ഇവിടെ നേരത്തെ വിശദീകരിച്ചതുപോലെ SNAയുടെ ദീർഘമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പാരമ്പര്യം തൃശ്ശൂരിന് ഏറ്റവും പ്രിയപ്പെട്ടതാണ്, തൃശ്ശൂരിന് മറക്കാനാകാത്തതാണ്. 125 വർഷത്തെ ജന്മദിനം ഉണ്ണിമൂസ് ദിനത്തിൽ ഇന്ന് നാം ആചരിക്കുമ്പോൾ ആയുർവേദത്തിൻ്റെ മഹത്തായ പ്രചരണത്തിന് നേതൃത്വം നൽകിയ ഒരു വലിയ സ്ഥാപനം എന്ന നിലയിൽ എല്ലാവിധത്തിലുള്ള ആദരവും സർക്കാരിന് വേണ്ടി അർപ്പിക്കാൻ ഈ അവസരം ഞാൻ വിനിയോഗിക്കുകയാണ്. നമ്മുടെ ആരോഗ്യമേഖലയിലെ വലിയ സാധ്യതകളെക്കുറിച്ച് ഇവിടെ പറഞ്ഞു കാണുമെന്ന് ഞാൻ വിചാരിക്കുന്നു. ഇന്ന് ഡിസംബർ 1 ലോക എയ്ഡ്സ് ദിനം കൂടി ആണ്. യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ ആയുർവേദം എന്ന ശാസ്ത്രശാഖയുടെ സാധ്യതകളെക്കുറിച്ച് ജീവിതശൈലി രോഗങ്ങൾ മുതൽ പുത്തൻ അസുഖങ്ങൾ വരെ വല്ലാതെ നമ്മളെ പിടികൂടുന്ന ഒരു ഘട്ടത്തിൽ വളരെ ശ്രദ്ധയോടെ തന്നെ അക്കാര്യങ്ങൾ പറയുകയും പ്രവർത്തിക്കുകയും അതിൻ്റെ പ്രചാരാവുകയും ചെയ്യേണ്ട അനിവാര്യമായൊരു കാലത്തിലേക്ക് നമ്മൾ എത്തിച്ചേർന്നിട്ടു. നിങ്ങൾക്കെല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയാവുന്നത് പോലെ ഏകദേശം 5000 വർഷങ്ങൾക്ക് മുമ്പ് പിറവികൊണ്ട ഒരു ശാസ്ത്രശാഖയാണ് ആയുർവേദം. രോഗനിർമൂലനം പോലെ തന്നെ രോഗപ്രതിരോധ പ്രവർത്തനത്തിലും നല്ല പ്രാധാന്യം നൽകിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ആയുർവേദം എന്നത് ഒരുപക്ഷെ പൊതുസമൂഹത്തിന് വേണ്ടത്ര രീതിയിൽ അവതരിപ്പിക്കാനോ അതിൻ്റെ ഗുണഫലങ്ങളെ ജനങ്ങളുടെ മുമ്പിൽ അവതരിപ്പിക്കാനോ നാം വേണ്ടതുപോലെ പരിശ്രമിക്കുന്നില്ല എന്ന പക്ഷക്കാരനാണ് ഞാൻ. പ്രതിരോധശേഷിയെ വർദ്ധിപ്പിക്കുന്ന നിരവധി കാര്യങ്ങൾ ആയുർവേദ ചികിത്സാ രീതിയിൽ പറയുന്നുണ്ട് എന്ന് നമുക്കറിയാം. ഇന്ന് ലോക എയ്ഡ്സ് ദിനമാണ് എന്ന് ഞാൻ പറയാൻ കാരണം എയ്ഡ്സിൻ്റെയും കോവിഡിൻ്റെയും ക്യാൻസറിൻ്റെയും പോലെയുള്ള മാരകമായിട്ടുള്ള രോഗങ്ങളെ പ്രതിരോധിക്കാൻ കഴിയുന്ന ഒരു ശാസ്ത്രശാഖയാണ് ആയുർവേദം എന്ന് നമുക്ക് കുറച്ചെങ്കിലും മനസ്സിലായത് കോവിഡ് കാലത്ത് നടത്തിയ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളുടെ കൂടി അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിലായിരിക്കും. എന്തുകൊണ്ടായിരിക്കും ഇത്രയും മൂല്യവും സമ്പന്നവുമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ശാസ്ത്ര സംസ്കാരം ആരോഗ്യരംഗത്ത് വേണമെങ്കിൽ ഒരു ശാസ്ത്ര സംസ്കാരം എന്ന് തന്നെ വിളിക്കാവുന്ന ആയുർവേദ ശാസ്ത്രശാഖ വേണ്ടത്ര പരിഗണന ലഭിക്കാത്തത് എന്ന് പലതരത്തിൽ നാം ആലോചിക്കേണ്ട ഒരു പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഘട്ടമെത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. ആയുർവേദം ഇന്ന് നേരിടുന്ന പലവിധത്തിലുള്ള പ്രതിസന്ധികളെ ചർച്ചയ്ക്ക് വിധേയമാക്കുകയും ആ പ്രതിസന്ധികളെ മറികടന്നുകൊണ്ട് 5000 വർഷത്തിൻ്റെ മഹനീയമായ പാരമ്പര്യമുള്ള ആയുർവേദ ശാഖയെ അതിൻ്റെ എല്ലാവിധത്തിലുള്ള ഗൗരവത്തോടും പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് പ്രതിരോധശേഷിയുടെ കരുത്തോടും കൂടി പൊതുസമൂഹത്തിൻ്റെ മുമ്പിൽ അവതരിപ്പിക്കുക എന്ന വളരെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കർത്തവ്യം നിർവഹിക്കാൻ നമുക്കാകേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. ആയുർവേദത്തിൽ വിവരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു എമർജൻസി മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് അഥവാ അത്യാഹിത വിഭാഗം വേണ്ടത്ര രീതിയിൽ ജനങ്ങൾക്കിടയിലെത്തിക്കാൻ നമുക്ക് സാധിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടോ എന്നുള്ളത് വളരെ ഗൗരവമായി നാം ചർച്ച ചെയ്യുന്ന പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട വിഷയങ്ങളിലൊന്നാണ് എന്ന് പറയാതിരിക്കാനാകില്ല. ഓരോ എമർജൻസി സിറ്റുവേഷനും എങ്ങനെ മാനേജ് ചെയ്യണം എന്നത് വളരെ വ്യക്തമായിട്ട് ആയുർവേദത്തിൽ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിലും അതിനുള്ള ഒരു സാധ്യത ഇപ്പോഴും ആയുർവേദത്തിൽ കുറഞ്ഞു വരുന്നു എന്നുള്ളത് ചിലപ്പോൾ ആധുനിക ചികിത്സാരീതിയുടെ കടന്നുകയറ്റം വന്നതുകൊണ്ടാകാം എന്ന് നമ്മൾ ധരിച്ചു വശായി നിൽക്കുകയാണ്. എന്തായാലും നമ്മൾ ആധുനിക ശാസ്ത്രത്തിൽ പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് സർജറിയിൽ ചെയ്യുന്ന പല ചികിത്സാരീതികളും ആയുർവേദത്തിൽ വർഷങ്ങൾക്ക് മുമ്പ് തന്നെ ശസ്ത്രക്രിയയുടെ പിതാവായിട്ടുള്ള സുശ്രുതാചാര്യൻ നമ്മുടെ മുമ്പിൽ ആയുർവേദത്തിൻ്റെ ധാരണയിലൂടെ തന്നെ അവതരിപ്പിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട് എന്നുള്ളത് പൊതുസമൂഹത്തിന് എത്രമാത്രം അറിയാം എന്നെനിക്കറിയില്ല. തിമിരത്തിൻ്റെ ശസ്ത്രക്രിയ ഉൾപ്പെടെ ആയുർവേദം ലോകത്തിൻ്റെ മുമ്പിൽ വയ്ക്കുന്ന അസാമാന്യമായിട്ടുള്ള അത്തരം സാധ്യതകൾ ഒരുപാടുണ്ട്. നമ്മുടെ പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട ഉണ്ണിയേട്ടൻ്റെ മകനുമായിട്ടൊരു ചർച്ച നടത്തിയപ്പോൾ അദ്ദേഹം പറയുകയുണ്ടായി, അവരുടെ നാട്ടിൽ സംസ്ഥാനത്തിന് പുറത്ത് ആയുർവേദം പഠിക്കുന്ന ആശുപത്രിയിൽ ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനമായി കാഷ്വാലിറ്റിയിൽ ജോലി ചെയ്യേണ്ടി വരുന്ന ദിനരാത്രങ്ങളെക്കുറിച്ച് അദ്ദേഹം സംസാരിക്കുകയുണ്ടായി. എമർജൻസി മെഡിസിന് വേണ്ടതുപോലെ പ്രാധാന്യം ആയുർവേദത്തിൽ കേരളം ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള സ്ഥലങ്ങളിൽ കൊടുക്കാനാകുന്നില്ല. ഒരുപക്ഷെ ആഗോളവൽക്കരണവും ആഗോള താപനവും ഇത്രമേൽ ആക്രമിക്കപ്പെട്ട ഒരു ശാസ്ത്രശാഖ ലോകത്തുണ്ടാകും എന്ന് ഞാൻ കരുതുന്നില്ല. ആഗോളതാപനത്തെക്കുറിച്ചും ഞങ്ങൾ കുറേ ആളുകൾ ആഗോളവൽക്കരണത്തെക്കുറിച്ചും ഒക്കെ പറയുമ്പോൾ കമ്മ്യൂണിസ്റ്റുകാരായിട്ടുള്ള ചില ആളുകൾ നടത്തുന്ന തെറ്റായ പ്രചരണങ്ങളാണെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുമെങ്കിലും ഔഷധ സസ്യങ്ങളും വനങ്ങളും കാടുകളും ഒക്കെ കുറയുന്ന മലകളും ഒക്കെ കുറയുന്ന ആഗോളവൽക്കരണത്തിൻ്റെ പുതിയ കാലം ആയുർവേദത്തിൻ്റെ അടിസ്ഥാന ധാതുക്കളും മരങ്ങളും സസ്യങ്ങളും ഒക്കെ നഷ്ടപ്പെടുത്തുന്ന വിധത്തിൽ നമ്മുടെ തലയ്ക്ക് മീതെ ഒരു കൊടുങ്കാറ്റ് പോലെ വന്ന് പതിക്കുന്നുണ്ട് എന്ന കാര്യവും നമുക്ക് ഈ ഘട്ടത്തിൽ ആലോചിക്കേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. പല ഔഷധ സസ്യങ്ങളും കിട്ടാതാകുന്നു, പഴയ ഗുണങ്ങളില്ലാതാകി പോകുന്നു. വേണമെങ്കിൽ മരുന്നിൻ്റെ ഗുണനിലവാരത്തെ ഗൗരവമായിട്ടത് ബാധിക്കുന്നു എന്ന് നാം കാണുന്നുണ്ട്. ഔഷധ സസ്യങ്ങൾ മാത്രമല്ല, ധാതുക്കളും ലോഹങ്ങളും ശുദ്ധി ചെയ്ത് ആയുർവേദത്തിൽ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നതിന് കുന്നോ മലകളോ പോലും കണ്ടെത്താൻ പറ്റാത്ത വിധം ആഗോള താപനത്തിൻ്റെയും ആഗോളവൽക്കരണത്തിൻ്റെയും. ഞാനിപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട ദേവേട്ടനെ കാണുന്നുണ്ട്. പൽപ്പൊടിയിൽ ചേർക്കുന്ന കാവ്യമണ്ണ് പോലും ഇപ്പോൾ കിട്ടാൻ പറ്റാതെ കാണുകയാണ് എന്നുള്ളത് നമ്മൾ ഏറ്റവും ഗൗരവമായി കാണുന്ന ഒരു പ്രശ്നമാണ്. ഭവദാസേട്ടനെ കണ്ടപ്പോഴല്ല ഞാനത് ആലോചിച്ചത്, എപ്പോഴും അത് ആലോചിക്കാറുണ്ട്. മലമുകളിൽ സൂര്യപ്രകാശം തട്ടുംതോറും ഉരുകി വരുന്ന കന്മദം ഇന്ന് നമ്മുടെ ഓർമ്മകളിലെയും വായനയിലെയും അനുഭവങ്ങൾ മാത്രമായിട്ട് ചുരുങ്ങുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇങ്ങനെ ആയുർവേദത്തിൻ്റെ അസാമാന്യമായിട്ടുള്ള സാധ്യതകളെ ഉപയോഗപ്പെടുത്താൻ കഴിഞ്ഞും ആയുർവേദത്തിൽ ലോകം പറയുന്ന വ്യത്യസ്തങ്ങളായിട്ടുള്ള കൂട്ടുകൾ നമ്മുടെ ചികിത്സാ രീതികളുടെ ഭാഗമല്ലാതെ വരുന്ന മരുന്നുകളുടെ ഭാഗമല്ലാതെ വരുന്ന രീതിക്ക് മാറ്റമുണ്ടാക്കിക്കൊണ്ട് വലിയ പ്രചരണത്തിലേക്ക് അത് കടത്താനും കഴിയുന്നതോടുകൂടി മാത്രമേ ആയുർവേദത്തിൻ്റെ അസാമാന്യമായിട്ടുള്ള സാധ്യതകളെ ലോകത്തിൻ്റെ മുമ്പിൽ അവതരിപ്പിക്കാനുള്ള കരുത്ത് നമുക്ക് വീണ്ടും സംജാതമാക്കാൻ കഴിയൂ എന്നുകൂടി ഓർമ്മപ്പെടുത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് ഉണ്ണിമൂസ് ഫൗണ്ടേഷൻ ദിനത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായി SNA അതിൻ്റെ ഫൗണ്ടേഴ്സ് ഡേ ആയി ആചരിക്കുന്ന ഈ ദിവസം ഇവിടെ എത്തിച്ചേരാനും നിങ്ങളെല്ലാം കാണാനും കഴിഞ്ഞതിലുള്ള സന്തോഷം രേഖപ്പെടുത്തുന്നു. വളരെ സന്തോഷകരമായിട്ടുള്ള അന്തരീക്ഷത്തിലും സൗകര്യത്തിലുമാണ് നിങ്ങളെല്ലാവരും ഈ ഫൗണ്ടേഴ്സ് ഡേ ആഘോഷിക്കുന്നു ഉള്ളത് എങ്കിലും ഞങ്ങൾ മുള്ളുമ്മ നിൽക്കുന്ന സമയമാണെന്നുള്ളത് കൊണ്ട് നേരത്തിന് വരാനും ആവശ്യമായ നേരത്ത് നിങ്ങളെപ്പോലെ ഇരിക്കാനും പറ്റാത്തതിൻ്റെ ചില പ്രയാസങ്ങളുണ്ട്. കൃത്യം 12 മണിക്ക് തന്നെ എത്തിച്ചേരുമെന്ന് വാസുവേട്ടനോട് നേരത്തെ തന്നെ ഉറപ്പ് കൊടുത്തതാണെങ്കിലും കഴിയാതെ വന്നതിൻ്റെ കാര്യം ഞാൻ നിങ്ങളോട് വിശദീകരിക്കാതെ തന്നെ ഒരു ക്ഷമാപണം മാത്രം നടത്തി ആ കാര്യത്തിൽ എൻ്റെ അഭിപ്രായം അവസാനിപ്പിക്കുകയാണ്. ഇവിടെ ആദരിക്കുന്ന എല്ലാവരെയും സംസ്ഥാന സർക്കാരിൻ്റെ കൂടി ആദരവും ആശംസകളും നേർന്നതായി അറിയിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ വാക്കുകൾ അവസാനിപ്പിക്കുന്നു.
Thank you, sir. Next, we are going to honor the dignitaries. We invite our chief guest Sri K. Rajan to present the honor to the distinguished representatives of India's pioneering Ayurvedic institutions. We are deeply honored to recognize Sri Mohit Malhotra, CEO of Dabur India Limited, whose visionary leadership has enabled Dabur to seamlessly blend ancient Ayurveda wisdom with modern science, upholding its enduring mission of promoting the health and well-being of every household. We invite Sri Mohit Malhotra ji to graciously receive the honor and Honorable Minister Sri K. Rajan to confer the honor.
Thank you, Sri K. Rajan, and thank you, Sri Mohit Malhotra. We are deeply honored to acknowledge Sri Ranjitanand Puranik, Managing Director, Sri Dhutapapeshwar Limited. Under this, whose leadership the company continues to uphold its traditional values while driving research, education, and innovation for the modern Ayurvedic future. We invite Sri Ranjitanand Puranik ji graciously receive the honor and Honorable Minister Sri Rajan confer the honor.
Thank you, Sri K. Rajan, and thank you, Sri Ranjitanand Purani. We are deeply honored to acknowledge Sri Pramod Sharma ji, Joint Managing Director of Sri Baidyanath Ayurved Bhavan Private Limited, under whose leadership the company continues to preserve its timeless Ayurvedic heritage while embracing innovation to meet the needs of modern consumers. We invite Sri Pramod Sharma ji to graciously receive the honor and Honorable Minister Sri K. Rajan to confer the honor.
Thank you, Sri Karajan, and thank you, Sri Pramod Sharma. We are deeply honored to acknowledge Dr. P.M. Warrior, Managing Trustee of Ayurvedishala Kottakkal, under whose statuted ABS continues to uphold the mission for delivering authentic, comprehensive Ayurveda while seamlessly blending tradition with modern innovation across its hospital, manufacturing units, and research centers. We invite Dr. P.M. Warrior sir, to graciously receive the honor, and Honorable Minister Sri Rajan come for the honor.
Thank you, Shri K. Rajanan. Thank you, Dr. P.M. Warrior. We are deeply honored to acknowledge Shri Ranjit Immati, who represents the current generation of the distinguished Immati family, pioneers in establishing Ayurvedic institutions in Thrissur, Kerala. We invite Shri Ranjit Immati to graciously receive the honor, and Honorable Minister Shri K. Rajan to confer the honor.
We invite our Chairman and Managing Director, Rashtravaidian PTN Vasudevan Moose, to present a memento to our Chief Guest, Honorable Minister Sri K. Rajan, and request Sri Rajan to kindly come forward to receive it.
Next, we have the acknowledgement speech from the pioneering industrialists who have received the honor.
Dabur's story began in 1884 when Dr. S.K. Burman, a physician in Calcutta, set out with a simple mission to take Ayurveda to every household. Working from a small home-based setup, he created Ayurvedic remedies for illness like cholera and malaria. From these humble beginnings, Dabur grew steadily. By the 1930s to 40s, the Burman family shifted headquarters to Delhi, laying the foundation for broader expansion. Dabur's modern era has been marked by major milestones, becoming a public limited company in 1986. As Dabur expanded worldwide, it strengthened its portfolio of natural and Ayurvedic FMCG products and entered new categories such as skincare, home care, and nutrition, now reaching over 100 countries. From a doctor's bicycle in colonial India to a global Ayurvedic powerhouse, Dabur's mission continues, rooted in heritage, driven by innovation, and trusted across generations. Today, this legacy is carried forward under the leadership of CEO Sri Mohit Malhotra, whose visionary approach and steadfast commitment have propelled Dabur to new heights while preserving its rich heritage. His guidance enables Dabur to seamlessly blend ancient Ayurvedic wisdom with modern science, staying true to its enduring purpose, dedicated to the health and well-being of every household.
We invite Shri Mohit Malhotra ji, CEO of Dabur India Limited, to deliver the acknowledgement speech.
Thank you very much for honoring me here. I think it's absolute privilege and honor to be here, but they are catching me completely unaware. I'm not prepared for this speech at all, but thank you everyone here on the stage. I think many, many congratulations to the SNA group for celebrating 125 years. I think because you've honored me, I think it's actually my duty to tell you that how Dabur actually came up to where it is. We are a 2,500 crore company and a market cap of 1 lakh crore, one of the top FMCG companies today. So, but you know, we are not a FMCG company. We are actually the world's largest Ayurvedic company. So whatever FMCG facade that you see outside, that's only the outside window dressing that you see. The real hard work is done by Ayurveda, and the whole organization is actually rooted on the Ayurvedic piece, whether it's home care, skin care, hair care, oral care, it's all rooted in Ayurveda. And that's what I want to say. And I think I'm completely mesmerized by the speech that Dr. Antonio gave here, how the paradigm shift can happen if you really want to take Ayurveda to the global stage. So Dr. Antonio, thank you. I think after this, I would want to maybe, you know, hear a little things from you. So I think it's a completely eye-opener and a paradigm shift altogether. And I want to thank Mr. Minister also for bestowing the thanks to me. Thank you once again for inviting us here and bestowing this honor onto us. Thank you very much.
Next, we are going to honor Thank you very much, sir. Next, we are going to honor Dutapapishwar Company Limited.
Sri Dutapapishwar Limited is one of the oldest Ayurvedic companies in the world, tracing its origins back to 1872, when it was founded by Vaidyaraj Sri Krishna Shastri Puranik Ji at Panvel. From its earliest days, the company's guiding principle has been service of Ayurveda is service to mankind. With a history spanning more than 150 years, Sri Dutapapishwar Limited has upheld a steadfast commitment to authentic, safe and standardized Ayurvedic medicines, producing over 400 classical formulations at its modern, quality-controlled facilities in Panvel and Bengaluru. Today, the legacy of Sri Dutapapishwar is carried forward by Sri Ranjit Anand Puranik Ji, Managing Director, representing the 5th generation of the founding family. Under his leadership, the company upholds its commitment to authentic Ayurvedic formulations and the highest quality standards. He also guides SDL's research initiatives, oversees its Ayurvedic college and hospital through Ayurveda Prasarak Mandal, and actively engages in industry advocacy as a member of the Ministry of Ayush Advisory Committee and trustee of key Ayurvedic organizations. His vision ensures that Dutapapishwar remains rooted in tradition while innovating for the modern Ayurvedic future.
We invite Sri Ranjit Anand Puranik Ji, Managing Director Sri Dutapapishwar Limited, to deliver the acknowledgement speech.
friends, as can be seen, there are a few of us who are running organizations that have made their mark over 100 years. I do remember the time when Ayurvedisala, sometime in the year 2001, 2002, also celebrated their 125 years, if I'm correct, their 100 years at that time. And I do remember that they also had called all the major traditions practicing Ayurveda also to Kottakkal. And SNA does it again. I think this is a trend that we need to learn, because as a sector we need to celebrate ourselves also. And a sector that celebrates people within becomes a family. And for everything that Dr. Antonio talked about, I think one of the first things is going to be an intra-sector collaboration. It was, I would now address the SNA family, going through your history, understanding the start, or let's say the restart in 1920. In 1920 of your organization in Thrissur, the leaps and bounds by which you have continued to remain steadfast to tradition and taken this from strength to strength, not only just in India, but the world over, is indeed a compliment. Most importantly, today you honored us by allowing us to sit on the very chair that respected Unni used to use. To me, that's a very great gesture, a very great compliment. And from the bottom of our heart, from everybody in Dhoot Papeshwar, I do thank you for this honor and hope to reciprocate it many more times. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Ranjitanand Puranik ji.
Popularly known as Baidyanath, is one of India's oldest and most iconic Ayurvedic companies. Its story began in 1917 when Pandit Sri Ram Narayan Sharma and Pandit Sri Ram Dayal Joshi set out with a mission to revive and preserve the ancient science of Ayurveda at a time when traditional Indian medicine faced decline under colonial influence. As demand grew, Baidyanath expanded its manufacturing units to several cities, including Kolkata, Patna, Nagpur, Jhansi and Naini, making it possible to deliver high-quality Ayurvedic formulations nationwide. Over the decades, the company built a strong portfolio of classical medicines, herbal remedies, health tonics and wellness products. Today, with over 100 years of legacy, Sri Baidyanath Ayurved Bhavan remains a pillar of Indian Ayurveda, trusted by generations, respected by Ayurvedic practitioners and dedicated to carrying forward the ancient science of natural healing into the modern era. Today, this rich legacy is carried forward by Sri Pramod Sharma ji, Joint Managing Director of Sri Baidyanath Ayurved Bhavan Private Limited. His thoughtful leadership and unwavering dedication have been instrumental in preserving Baidyanath's timeless Ayurvedic heritage while steering the organization toward a progressive, modern future. Under his stewardship, the company remains firmly rooted in its traditional values, even as it embraces innovation to meet the evolving needs of today's consumers.
We invite Sri Pramod Sharma ji, Joint Managing Director, Sri Baidyanath Ayurved Bhavan Private Limited, to deliver the acknowledgement speech.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moch. I must thank you for, you are not actually honoring the five of us, you are honoring our grandparents. Somebody is 6th generation, somebody is 4th generation. The hard work, the toil they must have done, we are enjoying the fruits. We are just there because of the lineage, but the grandparents who have done the actual work, I can really imagine how much they have worked hard, how much they have toiled together, And we, like in North, there were two companies, Dabur and Baidyanath, generally had shops close by, bagal mein. In Central, we had Dudh Papeshwar, Sandu, Jhandu. In South, we had Ayurveda Shala, SNA and all. So we were, I want to say one thing, we were not competitors. Dabur and we had shop, 100% the agents were selling only our product. But we were not competitors. We were not selling that this guy is bad or this guy is good. We were together. I must tell you one small incident. My uncle, Mr. Banwarilal Sharma, Ashok Burman, the MD of one of the owner of Dabur, Samsher Rana, like in the morning they used to discuss business and in the evening they used to have a good time in Oberoi Grand. See, we were family. Today, I must thank Mr. Saur for getting us again together as a family. Because this is how we're going to learn from each other. The few points I've taken from you, I mean, which Ranjit also will be saying, that we have to, don't compete. Be pillars of each other. Give support to each other. And I must tell one thing. Vivek Burmanji told me once, this was one of my cousin's wedding, Pramod, classical is all right, but now we, like Dabur, we have grown because of OTC. Think outside the Asaf and Chawnpra. You have to think new way. You have to come and you have to spread your wings. You cannot be just selling Chawnpras and all, which Dabur has really done very well. They have taken into a new height of R&D. Ranjit has taken his company to a totally different level. Ayurveda Shala has reinvented the Panchkaram thing. SNA is also. Now we have to explain it to the Veds in what language they want to know. We cannot just keep on talking about the thing we are 5,000 years back. We have to give them in writing the clinical trials. We have to handhold for the clinical trial, which I think our EDMA team, and because my president, past president, Mr. Warrior is here, Ranjit and all, we need to bring the clinical trial to the fore where we can take it to Italy, we can take to Kerala, we can take everywhere. And how we explain our Ayurveda to them, as Anthony said, we are not substitute to modern allopathic. We are partners. We have to grow together. If in India, if the government for 2 years can make this thing that every Ved or Ayurveda doctor, everybody has to study a part of Ayurveda, part of modern, part of everything, then only we can grow much better than your Chinese traditional medicine. And again, I must thank everybody who have come here. And Ayurveda is a big family. Let's bring it together. Like in 1917 when my grandfather started and all. See, all the 5 companies out here, SNA also, we have passed a journey. Let's take it to a different height, different planet, I would say. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sri Pramod Sharma ji.
Ayurveda Shala was founded in 1902 by Vaidyaratnam P.S. Warrior, a visionary physician and philanthropist. Under his leadership, Ayurveda Shala introduced modern methods to preserve and standardize Ayurvedic formulations, employing scientific techniques to prepare and conserve kashayams, ensuring patients could rely on consistent quality. He also established a hospital in Kottakkal that offered both Ayurvedic and some allopathic care, making treatment accessible and holistic. Various vision extended beyond medicine. In 1917, he founded an Ayurvedic school that later became the Vaidyaratnam P.S. Warrior Ayurvedic College, offering both classical Gurukula style and structured courses. He was also deeply involved in cultural promotion, establishing the PSV Natya Sangham, a Kathakali academy, and publishing the Ayurvedic journal Dhanvantari. Ayurveda Shala's operations institutions today span diverse areas of Ayurvedic practice, supported by medicine manufacturing units, branch clinics, authorized dealers, hospitals, research centers, charitable hospitals, and herb gardens. The organization has 3 medicine manufacturing units at Kottakkal, Kanjikot, and Nanjangud, each equipped with advanced quality control laboratories producing over 550 classical and modern formulations. Dr. P.M. Warrior succeeded Padma Bhushan Dr. P.K. Warrior, his uncle, as managing trustee of Ayurveda in 2021. He began his journey at AVS in 1969 as an assistant physician and served in various capacities, including additional chief physician, chief superintendent of Ayurvedic Hospital and Research Centers, and chief physician. Dr. Warrior is widely respected as both a physician and administrator, actively engaging with government agencies and social organizations. Under his stewardship, AVS continues to honor its founding mission, delivering authentic Ayurveda with compassion, blending tradition with modern innovation, and serving patients across generations with excellence and care.
We invite Dr. P.M. Warrior, Managing Trustee, Ayurveda Kottakkal, to deliver the acknowledgement speech.
Dear friends, first of all, let me thank the SNA Ayurveda for honoring legends of Ayurveda who has completed more than 100 years. This is a very happy occasion. They have done the right thing by it is an encouragement to all the institutions to flourish properly by sticking on to the quality as well as quality of products as well as services. Dr. Antonio Morandi mentioned here regarding the issue of an extract of ashwagandha. It is not only ashwagandha, even for other single drugs. For example, Sida cordifolia. So also we had a problem from Gulf countries that they won't allow those medicines containing Sida cordifolia because one of the components isolated from that is toxic. But that we convinced them that the extraction method in Ayurveda and in other sciences is different, and in Ayurveda it's only water extract, hydro extract. So the said poisonous molecule is not extracted to the water extract. So they are convinced that then they allow to take it off. So what I mean that there is a differences in manufacturing that causes the goodness or badness of the product. In Ayurveda we use the whole drugs and there is no active ingredient extraction. That is very important because many of the things we use are, as per the modern terms, they are poison. For example, vacha. We give to small children who was born 1 month back. It is to improve their brain functions, but as per the modern terms, it is poison. So there are a lot of differences between Ayurveda and modern medicine or modern science. So it is very important to understand, as Doctor mentioned, we have to follow our own pathways and our own science. Anyhow, I thank the SNA Ayurveda because they are known to us from long time. So I once again thank all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. P.M. Warrior.
Ayurveda is the great Indian system of medicine and healing tradition. The Kollanur Immati family, which embraced the Christian faith during the evangelical mission of Saint Thomas the Apostle, has been serving this noble science and sacred tradition for over 120 years, spanning 5 generations through the manufacture of Ayurvedic medicines. In Thrissur, the heartland of Ayurveda, it was Immati P. Ausef, the son of Immati Pavu, who was engaged in the trade of herbal medicines, who, in the year 1914, under the fostering care of our princely patron, His Highness Manavedan, for the first time in the history of Thrissur, began the commercial production of Ayurvedic medicines. The establishment was named Immati P. Joseph Ayurvedic Aushadashala. Later, Dr. E.R. Lonappan, belonging to the fourth generation of Immati Pavu's family, served as the director of the Ayurveda hospital under the government of Kerala. Immati P. Ausep received several commendations and honours, including the Veera Shrinkala from Maharaja of Cochin and certificates of recognition from the Zamorin of Calicut and many other distinguished personalities. Furthermore, since 1915, Immati Vaidyashala has received numerous national level awards. Under the guidance of Immati P. Ausep, his nephews Pavu, Rapai and Kunyuvareed, the sons of Immati Lonappan started an Ayurvedic raw drug trading firm named Immati Pavu Brothers on Municipal Office Road, Thrissur. Subsequently, the next generation member, Jose Immati, managed this establishment. This establishment is now managed by Mr. Immati Sebastian, who represents the fifth generation of this illustrious family. On this occasion, we are honoured to felicitate Mr. Ranjit Immati, representing the present generation of the illustrious Immati family, which pioneered the establishment of Ayurvedic institutions in Thrissur, Kerala.
We invite Sri Ranjit Immati, who represents the current generation of the distinguished Immati family, pioneers in establishing Ayurvedic institutions in Thrissur, Kerala, to deliver the acknowledgement speech.
Good afternoon, everyone. I take this opportunity to thank MD of SNA, Mr. Vasudeva Musil, for inviting our family, not me actually. I don't have anything to do with Ayurveda, but our family has. So I'm the fifth generation. So I take this opportunity to thank our forefathers and the dignitaries who are here. It has been an eye-opener for us. My family is here, other members are here. I request them to please stand up. Please stand up. So, thank you once more. Namaskaram.
Thank you, Sri Ranjit Immati. As we conclude the inaugural session, I now invite Ms. Anjali PV, Director of SNA Aushadashala Private Limited, to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Bishaktamam tva bishajam srinomi. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great honor and privilege to stand before you on this special occasion, Founders' Day celebration of SNA Aushadashala. Together, as we gather to celebrate the remarkable journey of our institution, we remember with deep respect and gratitude the vision, dedication and values laid down by our beloved founder Ashtavaidyan Thrissur Thaikyat Unni. On behalf of SNA, it's my privilege to extend our heartfelt thanks to all who have joined us today to commemorate this special occasion. First and foremost, I express our sincere gratitude to Sri Jadhav Pratap Rao Ganpat Rao Sir, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, for inaugurating this event and for his constant support in strengthening the Ayush sector across the nation. A heartfelt thanks to Sri K. Rajan Sir, Honorable Minister for Revenue and Housing, Government of Kerala, for being our chief guest for the event and for his encouraging words that truly inspire us to continue our mission with dedication. We are grateful in honoring Sri Mohit Malhotra Sir, CEO of Dabur India Limited, one of the leading figures in India's Ayurvedic industry, for his valuable presence and for representing a brand that has brought Ayurveda into millions of homes worldwide. Our sincere appreciation to Sri Ranjit Anand Puranik Sir, Managing Director of Sri Dutta Papeshwar Limited, for being here with us today. His company has carried forward a proud heritage of classical Ayurveda with modern scientific vision. A warm thank you to Sri Pramod Sharma Sir, Joint Managing Director of Sri Baidyanath Ayurveda Bhavan Private Limited, for joining us. Baidyanath has been a name synonymous with trust and authenticity in Ayurveda, and we value your continued contribution to the field. We also express our gratitude to Dr. P.M. Warrior Sir, Managing Trustee of Arya Vaidyashala Kottakkal, a name that stands tall in the history of Ayurveda for its commitment to classical treatment and research. Our sincere thanks to Sri Ranjit Imati Sir of Imati Vaidyashala for being with us today. He represents a distinguished lineage that has upheld its rich Ayurvedic legacy through generations and continues its pride even today. We are thankful to Dr. Antonio Morandi, CEO and Director, Ayurvedic Point Italy, for his constant support and for his tireless work in promoting Ayurveda internationally. A special thanks to Ms. Lachita Mol, Assistant Director, MSME Thrissur, for her presence and for her kind words of felicitation. Our heartfelt appreciation to Ashtavaidyan P.T.N. Vasudevan Moose, our Chairman and Managing Director, for his guiding vision and commitment that continues to steer SNA forward. My sincere thanks to Mr. Sridhar Ramanathan, our CEO, for his warm words of welcome and for the constant support. Our sincere thanks to the students of Ayurvedic Point Italy for joining with us today. On behalf of SNA, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our distinguished guests, industrial leaders, dignitaries and well-wishers for being with us today to honor this enduring legacy. This day is not just a celebration of glorious past, but also a reminder of the legacy we carry forward, a legacy of excellence in Ayurvedic healing, research and compassionate care. Together, let's carry forward the profound legacy of Ayurveda and the values laid down by our esteemed pioneers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anjali. The inaugural session has now concluded. We will now have a lunch break and the afternoon session will begin at 2:30 p.m.
The Thrissur Thaikatmus family holds a pivotal place in the history and practice of Ayurveda, the Indian traditional medicine. With the lineage that could be traced back to centuries, they are a treasure trove of knowledge and experience in healing practices that has been passed down from generation to generation. Founded in 1920 by Ashtavaidyan Thrissur Thaikat Unni SNA Aushadashala stands as one of Kerala's premier Ayurvedic institutions. With over a century of legacy, SNA is committed to excellence in Ayurvedic medicine, clinical care, education and research. The roots of SNA trace back even further to generations of distinguished Vaidyas who served as royal physicians to the Zamarin of Kozhikode and the King of Cochin while remaining accessible to the common people. Alongside their healing practice, these scholars propagated Ayurveda through the Gurukula tradition, preserving an unbroken lineage of wisdom enriched by their own experience. Over the decades, SNA has treated distinguished personalities, including former Prime Minister Gulzarilal Nanda, Ramana Maharshi, Medha Patkar, and former President of Botswana, Festus Mogae. Today, the legacy continues under the leadership of Ashtavaidyan PTN Vasudevan Moose, Chairman and Managing Director, preserving the tradition while embracing modern advancements. SNA functions through 4 core units: pre-processing, processing, sales and marketing, which form the foundation of its operations. Complementing these are the nursing home, the Unni Foundation and the publication division, together representing key branches of the SNA corporate tree. Our manufacturing blends ancient Ayurvedic wisdom with modern technology, producing over 400 classical formulations, 50 proprietary preparations and 25 patented products, including kashayas, arishtas, tailas, krudas, churnas, kashayam tablets and Ayur cream. All medicines are produced under the supervision of Ashtavaidyas, adhering to traditional Ayurvedic principles while meeting modern scientific standards. In 2025, SNA became the first Ayurvedic manufacturer in Kerala to receive the prestigious Z Silver certification from the MSME. The company was also honoured with the Kerala government's Industrial Safety Award in 2024. As part of its diversification, SNA has introduced Brunel, its personal care division, offering a wide range of Ayurveda-based personal care and beauty products. This brand reflects SNA's vision of bringing the essence of Ayurveda into everyday wellness and lifestyle. Our pre-processing unit at Arimbur handles raw material collection, quality testing, powdering and grinding, which are then processed under hygienic conditions. From asavas and arishtas to modern innovations like Ayur cream, SNA continually develops new generation products while maintaining the highest standards of purity, safety and efficacy. SNA reaches customers through 10 branches across Kerala and over 5,000 outlets in India. Our export division serves markets in England, France, Germany, Poland, Italy, Hungary, Slovakia, Mauritius, Malaysia, Russia, and other countries with packaging tailored to meet international standards. The SNA Ayurveda Nursing Home, NABH accredited, provides holistic care with specialized departments for general medicine, ophthalmology and ENT, infertility and gynecology, pediatrics, mental health, and thyroid and lifestyle diseases. All treatments are supervised by experienced panel of doctors led by the Chief Physician Ashtavaidyan PTN Vasudevan Moose, following authentic Kerala Ayurvedic therapies. The Unni Foundation trains Ayurvedic doctors and therapists in India and abroad through collaborations with reputed international institutions. SNA partners with Ayurvedic Point, Milan, Italy, and also collaborates with Veda Education, Russia, and the European Academy of Ayurveda, Germany, to promote authentic Ayurvedic education and practice worldwide. Guided by Ashtavaidyan A.N. Narayanan Nambi, the foundation conducts national and international seminars, CME programs, and online courses, ensuring Ayurveda thrives academically across the globe. SNA's publication division has published Yoga Manjari, Parts 1 and 2, over 10 Unni Dinam seminar books, and rare classical texts. Notable works include Vaidya Manorama enna Chigilsakramam, preserving Kerala Ayurveda heritage for generations. Our CEO, Mr. Sridhar Ramanathan, serves as the director of the Ayush Export Promotion Council, Ayush Excel, under the Government of India, reflecting SNA's steadfast commitment to advancing Ayurveda on a global platform. As part of our sustainability initiatives, SNA has developed a mini forest on its campus following the Miyawaki model, featuring a diverse range of Ayurvedic plants and herbs that reinforce our commitment to nature conservation. We also cultivate Ayurvedic raw materials organically, further strengthening our dedication to environmental stewardship. SNA organizes various seminars and academic programs throughout the year. Every year, December 1st is celebrated as Founders' Day, Unni Day, in honor of its visionary founder. SNA's centenary celebrations, a 3-day event titled Shadottaram, were inaugurated by Honorable Chief Minister Shri Pinarayi Vijayan, with Honorable Minister for Revenue and Housing Shri K. Rajan presiding over the function. The sessions on the following 2 days were inaugurated by Dr. Rajesh Kotecha, Secretary, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, and Dr. R. Bindu, Minister for Higher Education and Social Justice, Government of Kerala. The event featured a series of academic seminars attended by eminent doctors and distinguished Ayurvedic scholars from across the country, along with vibrant cultural programs that added color to the celebrations. Keeping pace with the digital era, SNA products are now available through e-commerce platforms. To promote Ayurveda among the younger generation, SNA produces Ayurvedic awareness videos and informative content, which are shared across Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and YouTube. From a legacy of over a century to a vision for the future, SNA Aushadashala continues to lead in Ayurvedic medicine, education, and healthcare. With a commitment to sustainability, research, and global outreach, SNA remains dedicated to promoting Ayurveda, nurturing well-being, and preserving the timeless wisdom of our heritage for generations to come.
ആയുർവേദം വരമനുപമം വൈദ്യശാസ്ത്രം ജനാനാം ആരോഗ്യാർത്ഥം സുഖദമമലം യോ ദദാത്യത്യുദാരം ആനന്ദേനോദ്വഹതി കലശം യസ്സുധാപൂരിതം തം വാരം വാരം സകലശിവദം നൗമി ധന്വന്തരീശം
Afternoon session is going to start. Everyone please take your seat. Hi, good afternoon everyone. We now continue the national seminar session with a session on Ayurvedic industry, the way forward, presented by Shri Ranjit Anand Puranik, Managing Director of Shri Doodh Papeshwar Limited. Shri Ranjit Anand Puranik, Managing Director of Shri Doodh Papeshwar Limited, leads the organization with a vision firmly grounded in classical Ayurveda, building strong nationwide ties with Ayurvedic physicians. A distinguished proponent of traditional medicine, he contributes significantly in national Ayush bodies and industry platforms, advancing the growth and global recognition of Ayurveda. We invite Shri Ranjit Anand Puranik ji to kindly come forward for the presentation.
When do I start? I start? Friends, may I start? Right. Thank you. It's an absolute pleasure to deliver the agenda calls it a keynote speech. And I've used the very topic of this entire symposia, Ayurveda industry, the way forward, as a kind of a topic and a guide on which I have made this entire presentation. I know I've been given 45 minutes, but I don't think I will take all those 45 minutes. It's post-lunch, I understand all of that, but it's great to see so many industry colleagues who have traveled, may they be from Kerala, but they've traveled from far to come for this symposia, and I think the credit goes to SNA, who has this dynamic personality which has brought everybody together. I remember a time not very long ago when our company completed around 150 years of establishment. And we sat down and we basically asked ourselves that ultimately 150 years meant what? What is 150 years? It's surely a very daunting milestone, but 150 years also means almost I am the 7th male member from the family. I am the 5th generation. So it also means that there is a lot of memory loss also that goes in. So what you have is only documents and photos and some kind of anecdotes that have been passed on. And then when we went through, we realized that ultimately what does Dhoot Papeshwar do? What exactly did we as an organization, as a team do? And then we realized that ultimately we're delivering health. In whichever way, whichever era, whether it is 1866, when my great-grandfather's father started, or when it became let's say, an Ayurvedic manufacturing institution, aspect is what exactly did we do? And then it came down to a very, very clear aspect that yes, through Ayurvedic medicines, there was a certain amount of reset that we could give. And this reset was naturally health. So what exactly does health do? And then we came down to, we went into Pinda Brahman Nyaya, we went into all these kind of unity with the universe and everything laudable. But then it came down to that why does a person, ultimately when you talk in terms of science of life, way of life, and then it came down to something very clear, that life actually is pursuit of happiness. And this is what we do. We reset health, and that is one of a very major stepping stone for anybody on earth to really be happy. And that's was something that was nice, because as a team we could dedicate ourselves and really call ourselves, yes, Ayurveda first, but certainly part of a happiness movement that we bring about, and a continuum of the entire tradition. And then of course we added the entire matter with great amount of gusto and zeal that yes, that's health, happiness and Ayurveda forever. And it's the forever which is very, very deeply imprinted in all our policy principle, and that's something that we can take. Now, moving to the symposia today and the way forward, there's a little survey that we had done. And this survey was done with a kind of a internet, let's call them consultants, let's call them absolute people who go through data and big data and really analyze. So one of the first analysis that this organization concept did it with this program called Meltwater on the word Ayurveda. And we realized that you have almost 442 billion is the reach in one year for the word Ayurveda. That's the kind of scan that they did. And the kind of impact where people engaged with it is around 1.05, which is 10,50,000 people engage with the word Ayurveda as such. What did Ayurveda bring about? It brought about all those words that are given below. It talked about naturally Ayurveda, but it also brought in a lot of things that we also within the sector have been hearing. So we also got some babas, some gurus. All of these kind of words also became synonyms with Ayurveda. I think the point to note here is that all of this became synonymous with Ayurveda. This became, in Hindi I would call it, ye aapki pehchan. This became your kind of image that is put out. So this is something very important. That was for the word Ayurveda as such. And when it was further refined to a word called Ayurveda medicine, the entire reach, even though came to around from 442 billion, the reach came down to 64.4 billion. See the drop. And the engagement level came down from 10,50,000 to as little as 68,700. So see where Ayurvedic medicine came in. But when Ayurvedic medicine was put forth, a lot many other things also came in. Wellness as a word came in, nutraceuticals as a word came in, dietary supplements as it came in. So what I need you to understand is that whether we like the dialogue or whether we approve of the dialogue, it's having, in an age which is digital, it's having a continuous impact on how we are received. Now, amazingly, I mean, for us, within the sector, when I talk of Dabur, I talk of Baidyanath, when I talk in terms of, even for the matter, Patanjali, all of these kind of brands, they reverberate in our entire mind. It's not very difficult to imagine that, these brands would come there. But this fine particular program analysis did not bring out any brands. Did not bring out any brands. For Ayurvedic medicine, instantly it moved into nutraceuticals, it moved into some herbs. The herbs that were popular, believe it or not, was Tulsi. It was not Ashwagandha, it was not Amla, it was Tulsi that came out to be a very, very popular herb. Now these are things that, yes, it's analysis, not leading to paralysis, but for us to understand as a sector, as to ultimately what are the kind of top preferences or challenges that the world at large, the absolute praja, and this was a fine focus in India. This was not world over. So that's a little caveat that I'll put in. And then Ayurveda was seen mainly, the dialogues that were there, the scanning that was there is that Ayurveda is complementary. It's not yet a primary source of healthcare. Of course, we know that. But the amazing part is that this is the kind of impressions that are there. The category talks of treatment and wellness. Sorry, the category talks of wellness and not treatment. Now, this adage of treatment, this curative kind of adage is kind of missed. So, if you remember the word wellness, Department of Ayush becomes Ministry of Ayush, World Congress 2014, right, after the valedictory speech. And one of the first press notes thereafter was giving this entire adage called wellness for the Ayurveda sector, and most of us looked at it. Being Puritans, we wondered as to wellness. That is only not even summarizing my entire establishment or myself or the entire sector, not even 25% of what we do. But this adage has stuck. So the issue is continuous amount of talking of wellness is something that even the society at large has kind of absorbed this entire aspect. And there is a key friction on efficacy. There is a credibility gap also that is voiced in some of the negative kind of slurs that are seen. And the authenticity sometimes is doubted. And it's a and the way of life, science of life, all of this is very much there. But friends, these are things that we need to know. And the reason that I thought I'll bring these 2 points is for us to also climb down from wherever we are in the Ayurvedic sector, for us to really climb down and really smell the air that public at large regards us how. And that's something that's very important. We know exactly the kind of popular figures that are pointed out, that the Ayush economy is almost 43 billion. There is my friend from Saji Kumar is here. Dr. Saji Kumar also at the same time is quoted right next to the study of we being 12,000 crores. So 43 billion is the first kind of news article, and the second article is 12,000 crores. Somebody else has said a more decent $5 billion. So these figures are flowing around everywhere. But I do know that in certain amount of surveys, the services sector has been estimated to be around 20 billion. And this would include the entire, let's say, gross domestic product of all the Ayurveda clinics also, and all the Panchakarma centers also. I think it would also involve all the spas, but the spas that have a Ayurvedic treatment in its entire part. So this is how this entire gross domestic product for services has been calculated. And the Ayush market size has been publicized by RIS to be around $23 billion. Now this is the breakup of 43 billion is what I see. There are other aspects also that we are, with the launch and advent of Ayurveda Ahar, the entry of Ayurveda into the food sector. The food sector is close to 60 lakh crores. And the aim of the ministry is to garner as much as 5% of the market share in the short term, which in itself is 3 lakh crores. Now, be as it may be, there is certainly uniformity on this figure that by 2030, the Ayush sector will become $200 billion. And that's all of us. So all of us will basically do what it takes to ensure that something like this will really come through. There are newspaper articles, the sources are given below. We also know for a fact that over the past 8 to 10 years, Ministry of Ayush has very finely started its collaborations. Has started its collaborations with everything that deals with medicine or anything that's dealing with healthcare or anything that's dealing with research, anything that's dealing with maybe even the defense DRDO, or whether it's ICMR, or whether it's CSIR, or whether it's IIT labs. These are the kind of in-country MOUs also that Ministry of Ayush has done, and substantial amount of funding in terms of research and joint projects has also gone through. Let alone the discussion about 52 odd MOUs that have happened internationally. These are the countries that I could plot as to where our entire MOUs, country to country MOUs have taken place. Ministry of Ayush has also sponsored certain chairs. There is a little amount of discontinuity in the chairs part, but the aspect is that is the kind of outward projection that has happened. And please reflect all of this that I'm talking about on your personal impact of all of these MOUs that has happened to you in your business, in your establishment, in your hospital. Please take a look at all of these MOUs and understand very clearly that very little or none has been the kind of impact that we can really perceive to be a giant step forward. So, all in all, it's work in process. But it lacks something, and that is something that I will come to at a little date. Let's take an also angle in terms of our exports. Yes, dollar-wise, our exports for the given kind of classifications of Ayurvedic medicines put up for retail sale as well as wholesale. We talk about raw medicinal plants, and we are also talking about standardized botanical extracts. The real growth is coming from standardized botanical extracts. But when it comes to the sector as such, the gross volume, the core volume of the sector is only $1.2 billion. Vis-a-vis, any kind of US survey of the industry will estimate the natural products industry to be that side of $400 billion and growing. So when you talk about these kind of things, just understand that we are still at a continued stage of nascency. I think that's the correct word. It's a continued extended phase of nascency. Again, there is that one little thing that is lacking, which I'll come to at a later date. Yes, ashwagandha is the top 5 botanicals in the United States. The exports as per this figure is a paltry $23 million. So understand ashwagandha, why is it so important? Because it's the first medicinal plant which India has put out to the world. The other medicinal plants like isabgul or senna or various other medicinal plants is what the world has commanded India to supply to it. Ashwagandha represents the first medicinal plant purely, wholly immersed in Ayurveda to go out there as an ingredient. But the aspect is it's come right there as the fourth largest selling plant. We know botanicals is a huge particular market. You have large events, Natural Products Expo West. You have Supply Side West in Las Vegas. The exhibition area is as much as 10 to 11 acres. You cannot wear leather shoes in that entire event. You have to wear sports shoes. And the aspect is for 4 days, you cannot see every particular stall either. But such is the booming market world over, and our medicinal plants are certainly going there. Now I've put on this slide 2 aspects, cultivated and forest origin. Please understand, at a point of time in our lifetimes, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, almost each one of these cultivated medicinal plants, except maybe amla, were part of forest origin. Even Mohitji might tell you, because he's a large consumer of amla, majority of the amla to their Katni plant manufacturing Chyawanprash used to come from the forests and the communities in Madhya Pradesh. But now, there is a dismally low volume of what amla comes in from forest. It's all from the orchards everywhere, including new orchards that have formed in Coimbatore, Andhra Pradesh, Alwar, Meerut, and of course the age-old Jabalpur and Pratapgarh areas continue to produce amla. So this is the shift where industry, whether it has collaborated or not, I'm not very sure, but there is a shift that when there is a market and it booms, the aspect is whatever forest produce can find viable farming origin, the medicinal plant kind of moves there. Now, Vita Foods, Natural Products Expo West, all of these kind of, let's say, events is somewhere, the reason I mention them is because we need to showcase ourselves. There are 2 large companies, Quintus and Martin Bauer. They offer every botanical on earth. Quintus concentrates on sandalwood. Very clearly they say, my sandalwood variety is from Mysore, procured in 1997 and prior to the Biological Diversity Act. And Martin Bauer offers every botanical grown on earth. So almost 8,000 or 9,000 species is what they offer. But how come all the value addition that we would like to make from within India, that has not happened? So when you pursue a way forward for the Ayurveda industry, there is a section of us that can also take a look at just this agriculture as being something major. Giant strides in the recent time in terms of education. In terms of colleges, in 2019 you had 230, today you have 536 brand new campuses. The kind of college deans and management will talk about the kind of stringency that NCISM is enforcing on this part. The UG capacity, undergraduate capacity has crossed 40,000 per annum. The postgraduate capacity is crossing almost 5,800 per annum. This is the kind of education capacity building that is already happening in Ayurveda. Again, to put it to proper use for growth of Ayurveda, there is something that is lacking. And again, that's only one thing, and I'll come to that. This is also a particular time where we see that there is a growing amount of disenchantment, discomfort with modern medicine. Almost poisonous, almost toxic. Do not go to the hospital. Do not take modern medicine. We are not in that business of criticizing what modern medicine is all about. We are in the business about just being better because we do have these kind of points which are our strengths. So the aspect is, this is a disenchantment that's going on. We do know that Indians are living longer. There's a whole 4 years more at 64, 67.3 from 63 that has been added to the entire longevity of Indians. And this to me is something that we need to take a look at. The entire public health campaigns, the national health campaigns put out by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, whether it's AIDS, whether it's malaria, whether it's TB, whether it's anemia, whether it's child and mother health, all of these campaigns have had tremendous amount of impact that is there, to the extent that maybe in the next year or the year thereafter, leprosy, TB, malaria, filaria and Kala Azar, finally the government of India will declare that they have been eliminated from incidents in India. So there are certain norms in which they do it, but this is the survey that's going on. Maybe next year, India's robust Ministry of Health and Family Welfare programs will actually show this as a milestone achievement that's there. So what does all this mean? This all means is that the full force of healthcare attention comes down to non-communicable diseases, which is our absolute strength and forte. 63% of the kind of burden of death disease today that's taken in is completely non-communicable diseases. Again, I repeat, this is an absolute strength point for us. Now, the entire aspect that is there was a press report that reported this, and there is a national survey organization also that has reported this, that Ayush or Ayurveda, Ayush as a sector, Ayush as a word, including Ayurveda, has almost 96% recall in the public at large. 96% recall. The National Survey Organization declares that of this, only 45% gets converted into some action by Praja on something that they want an intervention from Ayush, or mainly, let's understand, 97% is almost Ayurveda right there, right? The aspect is the government survey agency calls it 45%, but a press report also reported as low as something like 8%. And if I was to ask you, I was to ask your marketing departments, I was to ask the doctors, I was to ask everyone, I think we would be somewhere closer to between 8 and 20% and not quite 45%. So that kind of boom town at 45% and more of conversion is not something that we are experiencing. But the point what I'm saying is like this, that there is a 96% recall in terms of things that are Ayurveda and Ayush. And the conversion factor is so low. This becomes an opportunity that we will start filling up. Now, it can be, of course, self-help products, nutraceuticals, dietary supplements, all of these kind of things can be put in. Or what else can we bring in? And this brings me to exactly the topic that I was brought here to talk about, is to what is it that we can do? And this is where, in all the slides that follow now, I am now going to be talking about the industry and the industry's responsibility in now not being passive. You cannot be a passive member in the coming times. Then these kind of conversion kind of figures will vary by 5 and 10% up and down, and we cannot be passive at all. The aspect is, if we cannot get our data correct, if we cannot get our entire sector database properly, by which we have clear policy principles on growth interventions that we bring in, then how else will our tomorrow become better? And everything that Dr. Antonio had to talk about was an outward projection. I am talking of homework at home. And this homework at home and the way forward is where I identify how industry is going to conduct itself. This is a chart, very, very heartening. Since the time 2008, CTRI, Clinical Trial Registry of India, and this is the kind of upward trend. Maybe in 2 years, you will end up with almost 1,000 clinical trials every year being registered with the CTRI. Now, this is an upward trend which is wonderful. This is where really we are getting, I don't want to use the word evidence, but I'll certainly use the word validation. This is where more and more, let's say, institutions are doing it. But how much of this is industry doing is something that we need to see. And this is where one of the first kind of industry engagement for a better way forward I put is the engagement of science. There are different ways to fill up recall 96% and conversion 8%, 20%, 45%, what have you. But science is something, credibility. Go back to the social media part where our credibility was kind of challenged. Dietary supplements, nutraceuticals is where you did. Did you occupy a major space in the minds of doctor, be from whichever pathy? Did you occupy a major space in the 63% burden of death NCDs? The aspect is, this is the conversion that we require. And this is where industry needs to step up. We all need to step up. Whenever the point is asked, how much of your sales turnover is spent on R&D? Silence in the room. The aspect is, it's not Ministry of Ayush alone that can bring about science. Actually, there's more science reposed in all of us. So this is the first engagement road ahead that I say. In services sector, you have a brilliant program. You have a brilliant program called HEAL. HEAL by India, HEAL in India. It's brilliant because the entire aspect of empowering my Ayurveda physician to travel geographies, maybe all the countries of 52 MOUs that have been signed, for my Ayurveda registered practitioner of the national list of NCISM to absolutely travel and practice and prescribe Ayurvedic medicine in complete recognition of his educational qualification here in different geographies. Do you really think my exports will only be 1.27 billion? Or are we going to be talking 127 billion? This is the entire, our Ayurveda physician has always, since times immemorial, has been the frontal driver of science. As industry, we need to incubate this entire ambassador. And we need to take this forward to ensure that the Heal in India and Heal by India, this entire program goes the next leap. It's not what the government can do with Ayush visa. It's all about what we can also contribute towards this part. And when I talk about Ayurvedisala Kottakkal, just imagine they in Kerala have over 2,000 clinics. They're expanding to other geographies. I'm sure most other companies also have sizable amount of clinics, which are last mile primary healthcare. Just imagine all of this exploding. And this is an opportunity that we cannot, because this is absolute credible growth. The other thing that industry, this is engagement number 2, which is bringing about services and industrializing this entire scheme, this arrangement of healthcare provision. Maybe even getting our colleges to adopt the primary health centers. These are going to be important aspects. The other aspect, of course, there are opportunities like the GCTM, Global Center for Traditional Medicine, coming up in Jamnagar. Right? They are having a massive program in Delhi, 17th, 18th, 19th of December. Now, one of the core elements that this entire Global Center for Traditional Medicine is going to ask in that entire forum is traditional, really traditional. Now, this is where we are also going to have to take a look at almost every product that we have. Every kind of intervention that we've designed, Panchakarma or otherwise, we are going to have to see how it reflects this particular nuance of tradition. The US FDA is already asking this question, that on the label of dietary supplements you write, this product is not evaluated by US FDA. True. This product is not intended to treat, cure or mitigate any disease or disorder. False, false, false. Nothing can come down 2005 years if it's not going to cure and is not going to treat any disease or disorder that somebody will face. Nothing just for the fun of it. will come down. Please understand this part. Now, these are dangerous navigation that we also as a sector, where science is something that's going to help us. Otherwise, maybe we are just satisfied with a few $1 billion of global trade. That's it. Let's talk about something else that the industry has been dealing with. And this is a great resource crunch. The Biological Diversity Act, whether it applies to you, whether you want to pay access benefit sharing or not, is a very, very, to me, paltry point. The point is, where is the resources? There are sustainable development goals where India is a signatory with 183 countries, which very clearly talk about the plentifulness and sustainability of resources. Biological Diversity Act, objective number 2, talks about sustainable use. Sustainable use means enough amount of nature's feedstock for that particular bioresource coming to the industry for commercial utilization. How many of us can really talk about backward integration? Dabur talks about 30,000 acres. 2,000 acres is what Himalaya I have heard. Vedana talks about around 600 acres. That's what I've heard. I hear the balance of the noise I hear from only the phytochemical kind of companies that deal with herbal extracts. I don't hear anybody from mainline Ayurveda, 8,000 manufacturers, really engaging into even the fresh medicinal plants that are coming. So we as industry, engagement number 4, is going to be talking about the regulatory aspect that's there. And the last point, the 5th engagement that I talk about, is the entire aspect of digitization. Whether we talk about a dispensary prescription, whether I talk about a prescription as such for medicines, whether I talk about a lifestyle prescription, whether I add a yogic kind of, YX I call it, a yoga kind of prescription in my entire, as an Ayurvedic physician, or whether I even recommend Ayurveda surgery. Whichever and whatever way, it's a very informal manner in which our case records are developed. Please, sirs, understand, with great amount of political pressure, with great amount of political will, the insurance companies are accepting Ayurveda prescriptions within the country. Right? They have certain stipulation like NABH and all of these kind of parts. But this is about to become mainstream also. And without this documentation that we do, whether we like ICT 11 or we don't, the aspect is like this, that this engagement is something that's going to be required. So portion of us which deal with healthcare in terms of the way forward are going to have to deal with this entire gamut of documentation, starting from the case paper, the intervention that happens, even when there is a cross-reference. The new word in healthcare approach by the government has moved from integrated to integrative. Integrated means one particular qualified doctor who knows everything, right? And the integrative approach is a slight change with that. That yes, the graduates studying medicine or practicing medicine will be from their chosen vistas, but they will have mutual respect to cross-reference co-located medical facilities. Now this is an opportunity that's going to come in. We can see in Madhya Pradesh, we can see in Uttar Pradesh, we can see massive investments at district level also which are following hospitals. Now this entire digitization, I've already talked about the lack of a statistical profile of our sector. Now unless we get our semantics right, unless and until we understand which are the medicinal plants we use, what is the kind of turnover, what is the GST contribution that we do, what really are our exports, even if the medicines are going as dietary supplements, unless and until this calibration is done, how can policy really help us? So this is some which I call as engagement number 5, completely within the industry, who now has to stop sitting as a bystander, as just a person who made things commercial, and get engaged. Unless and until whatever the Ayurvedic physicians could do, They came in from 72 countries and signed the Declaration of Independence in 1947, where the Union of India was formed. Thereafter, the Ayurvedic physicians tried to come together on education. I believe now they're coming to some semblance of absolute organization. I believe now even all the courses that will be declared the world over there will be an accreditation board within India. So maybe the route that yoga got mutilated is not something that will happen to Ayurveda. But when we talk about the time to come, where industry is involved, medicines is involved, where services, the corporatization of services is involved, I think we will have to get up and we will have to start sitting on those kind of policy principles to really take it forward. Otherwise, these kind of things is just going to be one more opportunity, one more bus, something that we missed. Now, this is close to my last slide. And this is what I summarized as to what I'm saying. And this is the syntax that I personally kind of conduct business affairs in my company. And this, when you ask me, where do you come from, who are you, why for are you, then this is what I get. Ayurveda is traditional life science, a codified medical heritage of subcontinental Bharat, which includes Bangladesh, Pakistan, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. Right? It's very important for us to understand that, which has been the mainstay of healthcare for society for over 2,500 years and more. It has clearly defined a code of diagnosis called Tridosh, where the approach is to balance the rhythm in all living things. Swasthya Rakshanam is a core definition currently utilized completely attributed to only preventive and promotive. Sirs, I am a curative science. And while delivering cure, I may also bring in medicine which act as preventives and which act as promotives. But the aspect is like this, that you cannot relegate me to only preventive and promotive energetics and deny me this bastion called cure. Please understand this particular point of self-respect that we need to instill in ourselves. Botanicals, minerals, animal byproducts, yoga, diet, lifestyle modifications make up this curative approach in tandem. I am not just medicines. I am certainly not just one herb. I am a whole particular system. It's something that Dr. Antonio in different words put out. But I am this whole system that works on Tridosh. And optimum life on earth is experientially summarized in ancient Ayurvedic text, which has harmony between man and his universe. I am the most eco-friendly kind of science propagation that one can do in terms of life sciences as a primal objective. We need to embody this wholly in all matters termed Ayurveda to reflect this science as such, as has been, as is, even today for reason. When it comes to mankind, nothing really has changed. Political boundaries can get redrawn, GDPs can go up, GDPs can go down, you can go to new lands, the Arctic ice will melt, all these things will happen, but fundamentally man and living things are almost the same. So towards this, we need to embody this in our entire principles. And yes, the business of business is business. I understand that very clearly. But when you talk in terms of really realizing goals of 200 billion and even more, this is the kind of original Indian export and outward projection that we can have. So is this an emotional kind of plea to you? If it suits you, please take it emotionally. If it suits you as something which is your duty because you existed for more than 100 years, right? The aspect is, please take it in that sense, whichever sense. Aspect is, we owe it to mankind to bring about our true self out, right? I'll end with this entire aspect, that to us, Ayurveda is an entire science of happiness. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Ranjit Anand Purani. The paper presentation session of the National Seminar has concluded. We would now like to invite the distinguished dignitaries to the stage. we invite Shri Ranjit Anand Puranik, Managing Director of Shri Doodh Papishwar Limited, Shri Mohit Malhotra, CEO, Dabur India Limited, Shri Pramod Sharma, Joint Managing Director, Shri Baidyanath Ayurved Bhavan Private Limited, Dr. Antonio Morandi, CEO and Director, Ayurvedic Point, Italy, Shri K. Harikumar, CEO, Ayurvedishala, Kottakkal, Dr. D. Ramanathan, Managing Director, Sitaram Ayurveda, Dr. Cara Mariani, Scientific Advisor, Ayurvedic Point, Italy, Shri Sridhar Ramanathan, CEO, SNA Aushadashala Private Limited, Dr. Ramesh R. Warrior, Managing Director, AVN Ayurveda, Madurai, Dr. M.V. Vinod Kumar, Professor and Head, Department of Samhita, Sanskrit and Siddhanta, VPSB Ayurveda College, Kottakkal, Dr. Jidesh M.K., Head of the Department, Q&QC, Ayurvedishala, Kottakkal, Ashtavaidyan A.N. Narayanan Nambi, Director, Academic Services, SNA. Next, we move on to the panel discussion, and for this, we invite Dr. Jidesh M.K. to the stage as the moderator.
A warm and inspiring welcome to the dignified personalities on and off the dais. Of course, it is indeed an honor to stand before the stalwarts of Ayurveda who transformed the industry, or that who I can proudly say, who transformed the entire system itself. So, before going to the discussion itself, I just would like to ask one question. What would have been the status of Ayurveda if the industrial system has not developed like this? Of course, the Puranik sir explained, as well as Ramesh sir explained, the translation of the household remedy, the method of preparing the household remedies to the the so-called sophisticated industry. If the system was not there, if we or each and every physician, the system was there as the requirement, who is preparing for his own requirement, what will be the condition? Whether Ayurveda will survive or not? I think this is the first question what we have to ask, or this is the best question which can be, or to start the discussion. And probably we will come the answer during the end of the discussion. So before going to that, so I think it's easier to categorize the entire panel for making the discussion more easier or convenient for maybe as two. So probably there are pioneers in the field of herbomineral drugs, in the manufacturing the herbomineral drugs. Sri Dudbabeshwar Pharmacy, Dabur, as well as Sri Baidyanath Pharmacy. All these three pharmacies can be called as the metal men of Ayurveda, and the other group, probably from the South India, who plays with the herbal method of preparation or with more of ingredients. So, I think we will start the discussion with from our great orator or the great visionary, Ranjit Puranik sir. Sir, and as well as the other three, because this question relates to all the three. Sir, there is an issue, upcoming issue.
Can you repeat the question?
Of course. No, I didn't start, sir. So there is probably there can be an upcoming issue regarding the ban of mercury because of the Minamata Convention, which has been conducted in 2017. So, of course, the pharmacies like Kottakkal Ayurveda Shala, SNA or Vaidyaratnam, or probably the other AVN, etc., can do survive because the source of income or source of production is not that much with these above mineral drugs. But sir, how are you going to tackle this condition if the mercury is banned completely, if it's not available for medicinal use, or else if the cost of that mercury inflated to a higher amount which we cannot afford? So how are you going to tackle this condition, sir?
Okay, this will go into a little bit of detail.
Sir.
There are only two traders who are importing mercury. There are a select amount of industry that are allowed mercury. Most of the industry sectors like mercury salts or thermometers had a deadline of 2025 for use of mercury. Until 2025, they were allowed. Thereafter, they were to look for alternative uses. 10 days ago, meeting of Minamata Convention took place in Switzerland, and this deadline has now been extended to 2032. Right?
Okay, right.
There are only two traders that import mercury, and it seems that mercury came in from Peru, mercury came in from Thailand, a rare consignment came in from Japan, but these are only 2 or 3 countries from where it has come. With regards to mercury getting banned for Ayurveda use, or Siddha use, it will not happen. Because in the Minamata Convention, the use of mercury for religious purposes and traditional medicine has been allowed. It's exempted. Right? So this is one reason why mercury will not get banned. But now let's move the focus to the availability of mercury. Now, there are large countries. So when you talk in terms of United States, when you talk in terms of UK, when you talk in terms of Russia, there are large countries with stockpiles of mercury which they are not going to know what to do with. Right? Now, when I talked about we use animal byproducts, we use minerals. Right? The word minerals was used with a purpose to understand that ultimately Government of India, more than talking about wellness and more than talking about everything else, they also have to do active advocacy for my needs. So if I require Katuki from Nepal, it has to come in without any hesitation. If I require Praval for manufacturing a basma, it has to come without any kind of hesitation.
if I require something from Afghanistan, or I need Google from even the forests of Baluchistan, aspect is this Google has to come to me in a legal sense with complete amount of supply lines kept alive. Every industry, when it comes to that, ensures that the government uses its Ministry of External Affairs to ensure that these things happen. My industry does not get this advantage. We as an industry will have to go there to ensure that their attention is drawn. They are not reluctant, but we have not asked. So the aspect is we need to ask for it. Now, there is going to be a meeting in Ministry of Environment where we are going to prevail on a certain focal point for mercury in Ministry of Environment, where this gentleman will have to speak to almost every particular focal point around the country, around the world in 183 countries to get a declaration of stockpile and to ensure that mercury comes to me. Now, is industry ready to form a company, an import company, by which this mercury can come, and a mercury that lands in India for as little as 1.8 lakh rupees a flask does not get inflated to anything between 12 and 14 lakh rupees per flask. Right. So this is also going to test our own resolve to work with each other.
Exactly, sir. This is what, sir. Sir,
Did
anything
I
to
answer
be...
it?
Yeah, you did it very well, sir. And is there anything to be added regarding this topic, sir?
I think already pretty much has been
Thank you.
covered by Professor Puranik.
Right.
So I think there is nothing much I can
Well
add.
said,
But,
sir.
you know, we have to differentiate between what is industrial use and what is the purification that's been happening out of centuries, etc. And rightly, the government has advocated for it, and it's been accepted, an exception for the traditional medicine use. I think that answers the question. So there's no question of mercury ban. And that said, the mercury consumption in the country is less than 0.4% of the overall medicine use, which is very insignificant and inconsequential as far as the Ayurvedic industry is concerned. So as far as we are concerned, we are a public listed company, and a lot of us respect regulations, and India being a signatory to these global regulatory sign-offs, we will respect all that. Today it is not happening, so there's no question. Tomorrow, if it was to happen, we as a company operating in India would respect it. While we lobby it, we will respect it, and we will look for alternatives which are outside of mercury but which do not compromise the efficacy. But that can be achieved through alternative means also. It can be achieved through plant extracts, others, etc. So, you know, that mercury issue is not there actually for me to dwell too much.
Okay. No, sir. Yeah, okay. So you don't share the mic, sir. So, regarding you, usually, an industry or the system is popularizing a medicine. But in case the medicine is being popularized by dabur, isn't it? So what I mean is, if the dabur Chyawanprash didn't become this much popular, I don't think that medicine will be this much evident, or this much, not evident, this much popular, or to be in case of publics. So how was your journey, or what was your motive to popularize to pick up this medicine and to popularize a single product especially? I'm not saying that the other products are not that much popular, but still, always whenever we hear the term dabur, the first name comes to our mind is nothing but dabur Chyawanprash. So how was your journey started, sir?
Right, so two parts of your question. I want to break it up for the larger audience. So first part, is Ayurveda all about medicine? Answer is no, not at all. Mr. Puranik actually talked about Ayurveda is all about life science. It's a science of nature, science of wellness, science of how to lead one's life. It's to balance of the doshas. So it's the way I simplistically call it in a consumer parlance, because we are a consumer products company, more so not known as Ayurvedic company. I call it ahar, vihar and aushadhi. Aushadhi to me comes in much later, which is the medicine. It's ahar, is the food we eat, it's the lifestyle we have, and the medicines we eat for the problems or the vakritis that we inherit from our environment or from the contamination or from lifestyle problems, food problem, water problem, living problem, etc. That's when the solution to the problem comes. So Ayurveda has to be seen like that. So Dabur as an organization has seen Ayurveda from a lens of food that you eat, from the lens of beverage that you have, from the lens of personal care products that you contain, from the lens of different parts of the body that you have. And in body, there are two aspects to it. One is the prophylactic aspect, which again Mr. Puranik talked about, which is the prevention aspect. Why the problems should not come to me at all. So what should I do to maintain my body? Second is enhance the system of my body and harmonize the system of my body with the nature that I'm living in through food, through beverage, through nature living. Then if a vakriti comes in, then how do I treat that problem? So Dabur has got all the three aspects balanced in the company. There is a food division, there is a beverage division, there is a home and a personal care division, and there is a healthcare division. Between healthcare division, there is a preventive division and there is a curative division. Now you asked me a specific question about Chyawanprash,
Right, sir.
a case study. Now I'll come to the marketing answer of Chyawanprash, which is what I think it's a case study which all Ayurvedic organizations in India should follow if it is a case study. And Dabur is a 12,500 crore company with a 1 lakh crore of market cap. We've reached a level which other FMCG companies operate today by adopting this philosophy that I just explained to you. Now, Dabur Chyawanprash is a case in point in that philosophy. The case in point in that philosophy is, it's a transition movement from a unbranded product to a branded product and to a brand. Chyawanprash used to be a household food item being made in every house in the country. What has Dabur done? And we've done the same thing to honey. We've done the same thing to lal tel. Right. We've done same thing to hundreds of our products, if you know. Right. Nothing. Conversion of an unbranded product to a branded product and to a brand which other people can't copy by building trust with the consumers. Now, I'll get into granular detail. This was a 20,000 feet answer. I will get into a 5 feet answer like Mr. Puranik does. So what have we done? So Chyawanprash, we were the first company to have branded Chyawanprash by called Dabur Chyawanprash in 1940s, sometime there. So what we did is we married the tradition with modernity, like we talked about. So Chyawanprash was branded in a tin pack first, with a screen printed label. Only branded, a brand of trust Dabur given. Over a period of couple of years, the packaging changed from tin to a glass, from glass to a plastic, because consumer wanted unbreakable packaging. We did that. The colors were more muted, they become darker, they became more vibrant. In tune with the times, we kept changing. This has happened on packaging. On product, standardizing the sourcing. To Mr. Puranik's point, we were sourcing entire amla for Madhya Pradesh. Now, Madhya Pradesh farmers are not wanting to grow amla only, because they say that livelihood is not managed by growing amla. Amla crop happens once in a year. They want to grow wheat and rice, which grows twice a year. And the moment they produce, they're able to sell it, they're able to encash it, money. But in the bargain, what they're doing? They are doing soil erosion, because rice sucks up so much of water, the whole soil is completely eroded. So what we have done, we have got farmers together. So rather than taking, now there are no forests available only. Most of the forests have got deforestation and people are growing rice and wheat in the country. There are no wild forests available only in Madhya Pradesh. We had to go back to Rajasthan, procure amla for there, speak to the Madhya Pradesh minister and get all that thing done. So I'm talking about sourcing. So sourcing has been clustered into single source so that amla actives are sourced from majority a single place so that we are able to unify the efficacy of amla or at least have a common sourcing point.
So it's a seasonal product.
It's a
right.
seasonal. It's
So
a
how do you
seasonal.
manage these resources?
So we have to procure amla when it's available at
Exactly.
around 15 rupees per kg. If we procure it in off season when it's available at 100 rupees per kg, we lose all the profit. I must tell you, we are businessmen also sitting here. So there is another point here. So therefore, I have to make sure that I buy at around 20 rupees per kg
Right.
amla, from where we have to be very creative. So we, like again rightly mentioned, 10,000 acres of land under cultivation, do contract farming with farmers, give them a buyback guarantee. Whatever price of amla is available in the market, you have to promise the farmer that even if the price is a little higher because he's growing amla for me and not wheat and rice, I will promise him that kind of a price. So that price is given, supply chain is taped up, how to make avleha out of amla is also completely standardized in the company. The entire back end is standardized by us. So that batch to batch, there is a uniformity in the taste, in the product, in the consistency and the viscosity. So the product has been taped up that every batch is very similar and not very different.
Yes.
Then packaging, then comes marketing.
Right.
Shri Ram Lagu, to Madhuri Dixit, to Amitabh Bachchan, to Shah Rukh Khan,
Right.
to whoever who's got maximum followership in the country is we go to. Now it's Akshay Kumar. So we pay, we don't cringe on money. Like followers on social media, anybody has got around 2 million, we'll go to 2 million. Anybody got 10 million, we'll go to 10 million. So we will follow the person with followership. Simple.
Great.
Because
it's not simple, it's a great
because
thing.
Ayurveda has to be, because of philosophy, our mission is Ghar Ghar Ayurveda or Ghar Ghar Dabar is what we call it. That's our mission. We want to maximize reach. So therefore we take celebrities. Then because Ghar Ghar Ayurveda, how will Ghar Ghar Ayurveda be or how will Ghar Ghar Dabar be? When we are there in every outlet in this country. India is a pop and mom store market. There are 1 crore outlets in this country, grocery stores. Earlier, Chyawanprash was available in an Ayurvedic pharmacy. It shifted from Ayurvedic pharmacy to a mainline chemist, from a mainline chemist to a regular chemist to a grocer. Now it's available around 60 lakh outlets in the country. Only when it is available at a stone throw distance can a consumer come and purchase it. Yes. That is how we could get a 60% market share.
Right.
So going mass is the way we have built our business, and it's a 1,000 crore or opportunity.
The well-planned movement.
And also be very opportunistic in times where you can encash the opportunity. COVID, it was a very bad timing for the country. But I think government has to be given a credit. Our Honorable Prime Minister has to be given a credit. How he touted about Dabur Chyawanprash and how he improved that. And that also actually brought a big surge. Now that was a big peak and a mound that we developed. Now we are reeling under pressure because of that mound and we are overcoming that. We can't get over that base. It's been 4 years. Still that base of COVID I'm not touching. And I'm reeling under pressure as far as business is concerned. Then the fourth thing is scientific validation. Clinical trials, pre-clinical trials on immunity, on immunomodulation, on longevity study, on all the aspects of balancing what Chyawanprash does as an adaptogen or as an immunomodulator is what we have to do. So that's a success story, which I think should be replicated product after product in all the classical formulations that we have.
Okay. And Sir Pramod Sharma sir, so one question, sir. You are the pioneers in the preparation of herbo-mineral rice. So how do you ensure the safety, sir? Because what not only we, most of the companies who prepares the herbo-mineral preparations, while procuring the raw material, if we are procuring the hingula, or if we are procuring any gandhaka, so there can be some contaminants like maybe with arsenic or maybe with some other elements, whatever it may be, sir. Sometimes these contaminants may not be removed by the proper, whatever the purificatory therapies or Shodhana or Marana therapies, which has been mentioned in our classics. So whenever we go for the analysis, especially when we go for abroad, there are some situations where this kind of products fails in the final test because of the contaminations. Whether it's a debateful topic, whether it can be it can be called as contaminants or not, but still. So what are the precautions you usually follows while procuring the raw materials?
I'll give you my answer in 2-3 different ones on the herbal minerals.
Right.
I'm slightly debating this thing. As we were discussing about the mercury and all this thing earlier. When we make medicine like a company like Dabur, Doodh Papesh and all, when we put the right amount of put, if we have to put 11 put or 21 put, whichever company does it properly, they've been standing here for the last 100 years. But if you take a shortcut, then that mercury becomes poison.
Right.
So we have to ensure that when the medicine is made, it has to be made, it has to be given the full duration. There cannot be no shortcut in making any herbal mineral product. Like, you do 6 put and it is there. That is where the problem will come. Today, the problem, what you are saying, as we are discussing the amla, Pele it used to come from the forest. It was organic. Now it is being grown. In Punjab, because of the fertilizer, the contamination is coming from fertilizer. The cows are eating like all the rubbish. So we have to ensure that the fertilizer is one of the biggest poison which is coming through this thing. How to treat that also. Like if you are growing, let's say, amla, the farmer wants to grow it faster. How are we going to remove that contamination? Even if the packaging is done faster, you pulverize it, you pack it fast because the packing has become better. But how are you going to ensure that the contamination from the fertilizer, the soil erosion, how are we going to remove that? That is the biggest challenge we are going to face now. Like in Punjab, in the wheat, the thing is, my question to myself is that to everybody, how are we going to improve that, how are we going to come back to the organic thing?
Right.
Until unless you don't come back to organic thing, there will be contamination. Because in Kerala, when I used to come earlier, they mainly make from the fresh herbs. In North, we make it from the dry herbs. That is the only difference. And we sell more of our minerals over there.
Okay.
So how we ensure this particular fertilizer demon to be taken care of?
Okay.
Right. Anybody has got answer, I would be willing to talk to the farmer, explain it to them, how to use, how much fertilizer to use. Once that is taken care of, your 90% problem will be over.
Right.
And I just wanted to add one more thing.
Sure, sir.
We were discussing about the company Dabur and Vedanath. I must tell you one thing. Dabur had one particular product, Amla Tel, which is again a very generic thing, and we had Dantmanjan Lal. Jhandu had Balm, which are all very this thing. Every company built up on one product, and then they diversified in a different way. And that was the strength of that company. Till 1970, Amla Tel was the brand of...
so there will be one flagship product.
I would say not Chonpa, I would say Amla Tel was the name, this thing, and that's where they built it up.
Right.
They really built it up. So, how to ensure this thing, contamination, to start from the first level. It's very difficult to remove in the factory,
Exactly.
even if you wash it, whatever you do it.
Right.
So, I think...
so it should be started from the grassroots level.
I think the ADMA and the other industry has to sit down and discuss it
Right.
with...
Just to add a small
Sure, sir.
point to what Mr. Sharma is saying, we guys very recently acquired a company called Badshah Masala, wherein we buy straight spices. Turmeric we buy, garlic powder we buy all that, and it's got synergy in our back end also. So exactly to the point, there's environmental contamination is a big issue that you're reeling with today. Turmeric that you buy, despite all your tests, the water and the fertilizers in the soil, it is coming in the turmeric.
Right.
No matter what testing you do, it is not external, it is internal in
It's
the
internal,
organs,
right,
it is all
right.
coming up. It's like a cancer in the body because of what we eat, processed food. So for the plant is it happening the same thing. The fertilizer that they're having for prevention of disease is causing a cancer. And this cancer is getting detected as a pesticide. So how to remove that? So the answer is organic farming. For organic farming, government has got a rule which is all over the place. 5 years it takes for you to get a organic farming certification. So this Ministry of Ayush has to work along with the government because this is a governance of Ministry of Agriculture.
Right.
So Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Ayush have to work together to get this policy intervention and see how to ease the organic farming in the country. I think that's the answer going forward.
And one more question to all of you, sir. I don't know whether maybe this may be a silly question, but out of curiosity, sir, in Kerala or especially in South India, all these pharmacies, maybe Vaidyaratnam or Ayurvedeshala, SNA, Sitaram, AVN, everyone has got a supporting hospital. But I think as well as some of the colleges are also there, which were managed under these pharmacies. So you are all the big players in the industry. So why don't you start a chain of hospitals or some of the academic institutions? Or can we expect an excellent academic institution under Dudhva Peshwar Ayurveda College or Dabur Ayurveda College or Baidyanath Ayurveda College?
I think what you are saying is correct. We have to learn from south of India that we should open colleges. But I must tell you this thing. I know for sure my Jhansi unit has given 5-10 crore rupees to the university over there. Dabur would have also given money to one of the colleges. See, we might not be running it,
right,
but we might be hand in gloves with them in funding, in being there. Like I remember very correctly, Ranjita started one very good course of 2-year MBA for Ayurvedic students. So we might not be running because our focus was slightly different, but we are closely associated with the colleges where we are not only funding, we are like monitoring the development over there, all this thing.
Yeah, just a small point to be added. While we are supporting and patronizing colleges in our own interest limited way that we guys can, but not everybody can be good in everything, I must tell you. You guys are very good in opening colleges, imparting education, hospitals, giving treatment, care. We are very good in making branded products as a company. If everybody starts doing everything, then we will be good in nothing. You guys are very good. So the answer here is collaboration is the key word, collaborate. We are good in products, you are good in services. Why can't we come together? A classical point is international companies. Nestle has collaborated with Dr. Reddy's and they are growing their business in India. Abroad, in European Union, in America, collaboration is a very, very big thing. So I would invite people that we are very good in products and our consumers are the same. So therefore we should collaborate. So I would please urge you all to come forward and collaborate with all of us. We are strong in North, you are strong in the South. So here you are good in something. I was speaking to a lady here. You are masters in Siddha. We don't understand Siddha as much as we understand maybe Ayurveda. So I had collaborated. The collaboration didn't go very well. But I think once we failed, twice we failed, third time we'll be very successful. So I think collaboration is the way to go forward here. That's my 2 cents.
So I think this is the best word or best outcome from today's event. So now, Madam Chiara. So, you are a qualified neurologist, qualified doctor, as well as a well expert in the rules and regulations, I heard. So, how do you plan to proceed, or what's the future of Ayurveda? May not be, not only in Italy, especially in European Union or in even any other countries where we know. And where can we place? Is there any chance of being, may not be as the mainstream, but at least a complementary healthcare system? Is there a chance of upcoming or registering as a, at least even as a complementary system? As Ranjit Puranik sir mentioned, that not as nutraceuticals or not as food substitutes. So can you, what are the way forward that the industry should take and how to initiate that process?
Okay, thank you. Well, I want to start from your first question about if Ayurveda still exists without industry. And I think that Ayurveda is the science of nature, comes from nature. So the answer for me is, of course, she will exist and resist also without us. The problem now is when we want to create a business without the knowledge and knowledge without business. So the point today is this one. We have to match these 2 points, as Antonio Morandi told us this morning, no? Before. I think that for the future is a very good moment for Ayurveda, for the industry, if you want to export and to increase all the knowledges in the Europe and also in all the Western countries, just because we have in Italy 4.5 billion of business each year for food supplement. In Italy, Ayurvedic herbs or all the plants are under food supplements. Only a few parts are under vegetable drugs. So a different process of scientific validation and more. And of this business, 26% in Europe comes from Italy. So we have a big business of these herbs and plants. But still now, in the past, all the pharmacologists, scientists, doctors are always focused only on one single herb, one single metabolite of the plants. Just nowadays, there is a new point of view because my colleagues starts to understand that it's better the phytocomplex, it's better the synergic collaboration between plants. But we are just starting now. You have this old knowledge. In Europe, we start now to understand that plants can create a better effect in therapies. So if you just in line with Dr. Morandi has told us, you have to export knowledge before. You can, create a business with food supplements, but we are just overcrowded. Europe has a lot of, it's not so is always terrified about all the metal sophistication of herbs, we are always in a really attention about all the extract and herbs that comes from India and China because they are sophisticated. There are some chemistry, there are something. So it's not the right way. We have to change our point of view with you, with our collaboration.
Right.
So there are more and more studies about the combination of herbs in Italy and also in Europe, not only in Italy. And so now we are starting to use combining herb. For example, we just start now to use turmeric with ginger, with piper nigrum. That's something we use is so old. It's okay? But we just start now. And so you understand the point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Got it. So that's good. So anyway, it's a wonderful idea. So Hari Kumar sir, yeah, sir, you have led multiple industries in diverse area, and so how do you observe this Ayurvedic industry when you were outside as well as now when you are inside? And so one more question, maybe subsidiary to this. So AVS has got multiple domains: manufacturing, a well-established Ayurvedic healthcare center, hospital, and a very big charitable hospital supporting or funding this Ayurvedic college. And not only that, funding or promoting the traditional health by providing or by doing this Natya Sangham with Kathakali. So how can you manage all these diverse sectors together? What management principle you feel which is the most beneficial in the management of this diverse area?
Thank you very much. It's true that I have been heading companies right across various spheres. I've had chemical companies, I've headed modern medicine companies, I've headed agrochemical companies. So I've been heading companies across the spectrum, and I don't believe myself to be in any particular sphere. And I personally think running an organization is just pure common sense, nothing more than that. Because the basic principles in running an organization, let's say driving the top line or bottom line, is all the same across the spectrum. What exactly needs to be done is in driving the top line, bottom line, and taking actions to ensure that all operations of running a business work in tandem. We have been discussing many aspects like sourcing raw materials right on time, carrying inventory so that you will be able to meet the demand. See, in the agrochemical business, when I was running, problems were more or less the same. Seasonality of the operation, sourcing of the raw materials, ensuring that you have enough stock, thinking there would be a pest attack, and ensuring that how to manage the situation in case the attack doesn't happen. So basically it's all about sourcing, basically it's all about managing the situation and ensuring that things happen and you have a better planning. Planning is very, very important, and it is irrespective of the industry. See, when you enter a particular industry, if you ask me, number one is you should understand the industry, you should understand the nuances of the business, you should understand the challenges of the industry, you should understand the challenges of the organization you are running. Because once you understand the challenges, and you will be able to understand the positive aspects or the strengths of an organization, you will be able to leverage the strength and ensure that the organization leverages the strengths and try to understand the difficulties so that we will be able to address that. So basically, if you ask me, it is just common sense. Understand the organization, understand the industry well, and you will be able to run it. And when you ask about, can you please repeat the question on the AVS part?
Sir, different multiple domains that AVS runs.
See, as you know, ABS is basically a trust. In this case, the trust is running the business. So there are two aspects one has to keep in mind. Number one is running the business part. And number one is balancing it with the charitable trust part. One is a business has to be run as a business. Because unless you run as a business, you will not be able to address the ultimate objective, which is the charity part. When you run it as a business, you also have to keep in mind one thing, the ethos of the organization, because the organization has been built on strong ethos, strong values, and that also has to be ensured that you keep the value at the same time you run it as a business organization, because unless the organization generates a net surplus, you will not be able to you will not be able to address the business part. So it is a tightrope walking, but it has necessarily to be done. And as you said, the organization also has many activities. Like you said, we are running other things. We are running a college. Indirectly, we also have a Kathakali thing and all that. See, these things are basically stipulated in the will of the founder. That is something, it is something like, it is a holy thing which has to be accepted, which has to be followed, and there are no dilutions to that. So for all these two things to run, basically the organization has to run as a business. The business part has to run as a business. Charity is only how to spend the money part. See, you also work in the same organization, I also work in the organization, we all take salary. We are not doing a charity, we are doing a job. See, when we do a job, we have to do it honestly. So that is why I said the business has to be run as a business. Spending the money, yes, that is for the charity, that is the organizational objective. And when you talk about, I reiterate, the value, the charitable part, the ethos of the organization, the value of the organization is something we have to keep.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Ramesh sir. So basically you are a clinician, a physician, turned as an industrialist. And there are so many new generation formulations are also manufactured by Ayurveda Nilayam. So how do you reach to the development of the new gen or the product, whether it is based on the classical or based on your the clinical experience or combined?
So as you rightly pointed out, I am a clinician turned into an entrepreneur. So of course, there are several ways in which you can develop products. And what happened in our case was directly converting our clinical experience combined with customer insights. See, I think some of the major breakthroughs that we came out was a result of my observation of how the customers were reacting to what is happening in our clinic. When I used to sit as a student with my father, when he was practicing, I used to be amazed at certain observations. For example, in Tamil Nadu, Ayurveda was not as popular as it is in Kerala or so on. But people, like in any other place, used to come to us only when modern medicine doesn't work. Only in those conditions where they wouldn't get a benefit from modern medicine is when they come to us. But I was observing that despite the benefit that they get from our treatment, they were still reluctant to come back. When they get a similar problem again, Ayurveda was still not their first choice. So this was not making sense to me. So I ventured and asked many of them, because I was a student, I was just an observer. I went and asked them, why is it that you had this experience earlier where you tried modern medicine, it did not work, you came here and it worked, but again the next time you get the problem, again why did you go to modern medicine? So hesitantly as a student, I was sitting beside my father, but they would tell me in soft tones, the difficulty of taking your product.
Oh.
So this was one of the major insights that stuck with me. I thought
the Victor factor.
It's a very important thing that, genuinely even I was forced to take Agastya Rasayanam. So I know precisely how difficult it is to to manage taking a medicine. So this stuck with me, and I thought, yes, this is one of the things that is critically limiting the level of acceptance of Ayurveda among the people. They want to use this, but because we are not consumer friendly, that could be an impediment. So I thought, why not we consider converting these into more consumer friendly products.
That's how you
without compromising efficacy. So that's one side of the dosage form. The other side is with respect to the products themselves. They are all direct derivatives of our clinical practice. They are not pakka research driven, as in, looking at biomolecules.
Yeah, that's what.
It's not built bottom up, it is top down.
Right.
So it's clinical experience translating into a product. So all our proprietary products
The
are
combined
direct.
effort.
Direct this thing of our clinical experience. Then of course I use a little bit of modern network pharmacology and my understanding of modern pharmacology, and our team's effort at trying to see what would be the optimal combination which can be used in the broad spectrum, because traditionally most of our products are not disease specific, they are for a whole spectrum. But when we need to indicate for a single disease, I was trying to see how you can fit into the maximum spectrum of patients who are suffering from that disease. So no product can suit everyone. Knowing that fully well, what is that product formulation that can be suitable for the maximum bandwidth? Because every practitioner today at least is not really very sensitive to that individualization. I think the level of academic focus has been downgraded now. I would say definitely physicians of current times are not looking at so much of the dosha vigalpa, the guna vigalpa and so on. It's primarily trying to arrive at an allopathic diagnosis.
As you rightly mentioned,
Yeah.
As you rightly mentioned during your presentation,
Yeah.
that is specific.
So that is also there. So that makes it, what can you give them as the best combination, which will give them a success in their practice?
Right.
So that's the logic. That's only getting then validated with science. So we are not using modern science as the driver of innovation. We are using modern science as an enabler of the insight. Yeah.
Okay. So Vinod sir, I think actually I had prepared some questions to Vinod sir also, but everything was clear during his presentation. So I think I don't have to ask anything more. Only the thing is, what we are lacking in our industry is the students who has the ability for product developing, or clinical researchers, or who are expert in the quality control, manufacturing, etc. Hope the new Gen students or Gen Z students those who passed out with the new syllabus will be able to will be capable enough to cope up with these needs, industrial needs.
Maybe through our new curriculum it can be possible, but all the students cannot be made into all the capacities, as sir was telling. So it should be selective. That industry can make interventions in electives. Electives means those interested students can come to opt that courses and come prepared with that specific competency. That is very important, because after completing BAMS, we cannot become a researcher, clinician, researcher or entrepreneur. All the things cannot come together. So I think industry can design some specific minimum competencies with the electives and make it in the list of the electives and come with this. These electives can be sought out by students. That is a major area in which industry can initially intervene. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to make students capable of multiple things to do at the same time.
So that's okay. Ramanathan sir. So you are the driving force of the consortium of entire industries in Kerala. So especially he is very well working behind the raw material conservation and the effective extraction methods, as well as, and he becomes the owner of the first GMP certified company in Ayurveda. So how do you feel? So what's your vision in the future? Maybe if you are considering this to 2035. So where will be the position of Ayurveda?
Ayurveda future is fantastic, no doubt. I think Ranjit has covered all the area what is the future. So what is the main problem now? I'm a physician and also manufacturer. As a physician, I want Rogasu dosha vaishimyam, dosha samyam arogada. I want only dosha samyam only. So Rogasu increase and decrease. The two types that I think at Ranjit Puranik, that Ashwagandha, I mean, my 5 top product in sale now, the 5 Ashwagandha. So what is an Ayurvedic physician you want? Rasa Guna Veera Vibhaga Prabhava. So definitely the Ashwagandha is whatever the mentioned the test is completely effective, no doubt. But it is not correlated as per the Ayurvedic test. You go to the Rasa. Rasa means it is a Madhura Kadu Amla Madu Kadu Amla Madhura Rasa and Ushna Rasa Legu and Vibhaga also Madhura and Prabhava also is completely cure Vadahara. What is the main reason of the insomnia? More Vada is there. So what happened? The Ashwagandha, first what is controlled is the Vada and also Pitta, he got the good sleep. And this is the medicine mentioned in the, clearly mentioned in the Ayurvedic test. But you go to the research paper, 80% of the presentation of the modern parameters, only less than 20% is a Ayurvedic concept. So you go to the Chinese medicine, ginseng, yin and yang, 50-50, sir. I go to the paper, very interesting. 50-50. Social, whatever the fundamental of the Chinese medicine, whatever the fundamental medicine, modern aspects, and correlated, they are success number 1. So we can correlate the industry people and university people are here, so clinicals are there, and jointly come together for 900, for information, sir, 900 startup already registered. For yesterday, one meeting is there, 0.1% startup not work properly. Why? Because they are not applied properly Ayurvedic concept. I hope your future of Ayurveda is fantastic.
Very well.
Basic only, you study it properly in Ayurvedic principle
Without
and develop
deviating.
that level. Ayurveda is fundamental. There is no problem at all. I am full confidence.
Thank you. Sridhar sir. So again, as Harikumar sir, you are also a person from another field, and you are an expert, and you are in the field of export, especially with the spices. See, when you are exporting, if we can export pepper freely, we can export ginger freely, we can export long pepper freely. But when it comes as Trikatu Churna, there comes so many restrictions. So is there a way for making the channel more clear, especially through the spices export? So most of the ingredients used in Ayurvedic industry or Ayurvedic medicines are, probably you will be knowing that includes in the spices category. So can we use, is there any possibility to utilize the exporting channel of spices with this Ayurveda? Or if possible, what are the government regulations has to be done for that?
Very good evening to all of you. Actually, I'm from the commodities background. Actually, mainly coffee, cocoa, and cashew is my lifeline. Spices, see, for example, in India, if you send turmeric as a spices, you don't have any problem. But you put a word medicine to that, in Ayurvedic form, you have a problem.
Yes.
So that is, first of all, we have to learn so many things from a third world country. A country called Ghana, Ghana Cocoa Board, for example. The cocoa bean is sourced at a village. From there, the traceability is all the way to in the factory in Ashley's factory in US. The barcode, if you can chase, is come from which village, you can track all the way down. It's a Ghana Cocoa Board who runs this actually. Every single bean is accounted. Imagine, every bean is handed by hand, drying. So the basic thing is about grading. We don't have a grading system in Ayurveda. Every single herb, we have almost 800 plus herbs, need to be graded. Like you simply say ashwagandha. Ashwagandha grade what? Grade 1, grade 2. When you put a grading, a specification comes automatically. It falls under this specification. It becomes this. So what happens is that, like we have a future, what I say that how it will be very easy, the moment you start grading each and every single herb, scientific validation follows second thing. Once you grade, specification comes. When the specification comes, quality is established. So if I want to use in my factory, in my Chavanprash, this particular herb, grade A, grade B, grade C, there's no much of languages required, coding system. In spices, they went one step, spice board, they went one step ahead. Out of 216 spices, they are going, then we are talking about Indian standards, then about international standards. They are going in codex. The highest standard of quality control, because which comes under a specification, which comes under a grading again. Without grading, you cannot have a specification. Without specification, you cannot have a quality. Without quality, you cannot have exports. Back way. So everything starts with the grading. Start grading the single one. When you talk about Brahmi what? Brahmi 2,3A. Like you have, Spice Board have done cardamom. Cardamom is available in 16, 17 grades. Coffee board has done a very great job. There is 26 grades of coffee. Kerala State Cashew Development Corporation have done a 21 grade. Every cashew in the world which comes under the 21 grade. Entire world knows about it. It's all traded in terminal. When I want, like for example, tomorrow I see Ayurveda, it's like you have a UPI platform, no?
Right.
Google can participate, Paytm can participate, like Baidyanath can participate, Dabur can participate. It should be a UPI. It's a kind of a single interface, Ayurveda to become in the future. So everybody, it's a terminal. I will have like 100 kilos of herbs, 100 kilos of this, 200. I will, because the size also, when the grading comes, the packaging also comes along with that. You will not trade 20 kilos of Chavanprash. A pack will come with only 100 kilos. So the grading systems are like cashew. They made it a point. I will not sell 1 kilo. I will say only 22. This made. It's 50 pounds, 22 the grams, everything is very standard. So how many lots? Like in stock market, you cannot buy. The minimum lot is required. So everything starts with the standardization, the grading, standardization, quality, it comes reverse back. Thank you, sir.
So now we are in the end of the session. So to be frank, it was not just a panel. It was a gathering of pioneers who witnessed, shaped and engineered the Ayurveda. So I think this is first time happening in the field of Ayurveda to bring all the pioneers, those who powered the industry, those who structured the industry under one roof. So a very salute to the organizers of this SNA for conducting such a wonderful gathering. And now, I think I was not in a position, I didn't know how to conclude this or what would be the outcome of this discussion. Now it's pretty clear. An institute which is being, what we say, the funded by or the technological support by Dudpapeshwar or Baidyanath pharmacies, and the business idea by Mohit Malhotra ji sir, and the healthcare providing system from Kerala. So this would have been the best among the best institute among the Ayurveda, the branding, the manufacturing, the healthcare provision, and everything will be under single roof, and that will be the final word of Ayurveda. So once again, I express my sincere gratitude. I think this is a change for my career also. This is an eye-opener for me also. So such a meeting. So once again, I express my sincere gratitude to the organizers for giving me such a wonderful opportunity. Now, for concluding remarks, I invite Ashtavaidyan Dr. Narayan Nambi for delivering the concluding remark. Once again, thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Jidesh. Following
Good afternoon, all of you. We started at 10 a.m. and now it's 4:30. And these almost 6 to 7 hours, most doyens of Ayurveda came to one platform, that too in a God's own country and Ayurveda's own country, or that too the center of Ayurveda, Thrissur. We are really, really glad for all the legendary people present over here on behalf of SNA, on behalf of all the participants. We are really deeply thankful to all the dignitaries on the desk and all the participants joined here. And I would like to say lastly that in my introductory note I mentioned, if we want to travel far, let us travel together. But if we want to go faster, people can travel alone. But I believe it's the right time for Ayurveda to travel together. And I believe today's session will take a message that we will travel together for the best and future of Ayurveda. Thank you. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, Ashtavaidyan Narayanan Nambi. Following the conclusion of the panel discussion, we proceed to the gift presentation. We invite SNA Chairman and Managing Director Ashtavaidyan P.T.N. Vasudevan Moose to the stage to present the gift and the dignitaries to receive them. We invite Shri Mohit Malhotra, CEO Dabur India Limited. Thank you, sir. We invite Shri Ranjit Anand Puranik, Managing Director of Shri Doodh Papeshwar Limited. Thank you, sir. We invite Shri Pramod Sharma ji, Joint Managing Director, Shri Baidyanath Ayurved Bhavan Private Limited. Thank you, sir. We invite Dr. Ramesh Vadyar, Managing Director, AVN Ayurveda Madurai. Thank you, sir. We invite Dr. M.V. Vinod Kumar, Professor and Head, Department of Samhita, Sanskrit and Siddhanta, VPSV Ayurveda College, Kottakkal. Thank you, sir. We invite Shri K. Harikumar, CEO, Ayurvedashala, Kottakkal. Thank you, sir. We invite Dr. D. Ramanathan, Managing Director, Siddharam Ayurveda. Thank you, sir. We invite Dr. Cara Mariani, Scientific Advisor at Ayurvedic Point, Italy. Thank you, ma'am. We invite Dr. Jidesh M.K., HOD, Department of Q and QC, Ayurvedashala, Kottakkal. Thank you, Dr. Jidesh, and thank you, Ashtavaidyan P.T.N. Vasudevan Moose. As we draw this remarkable day to close, let us remember the vision of our founder, Ashtavaidyan Thrissur Thaikkad Unni Moose, whose devotion to Ayurveda continues to inspire generations. Being in the presence of distinguished personalities from institutions with over 100 years of heritage has made this day truly special. We believe this seminar will greatly contribute to the future growth of Ayurveda. On behalf of the organizers, we extend our heartfelt thanks to everyone, including those who worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make this Unnimus Dinam a grand success. Thank you everyone and have a wonderful evening. The program will conclude with National Anthem. May I request everyone to please chant. Once again, thank you everyone.